Live cricket coming up at Edgbaston in around 8 minutes' time. very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for the final day's play in this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Somerset, with Somerset in the box seat going into the final day. 116 for 3 in their second innings with a lead of 263. So today is going to be very mathematical for the opening session. It's how far do they want to be in front and how many overs do they want to give themselves to try and bowl the Bears out on what is a hybrid surface, so it doesn't necessarily deteriorate as much as a standard pitch, and also, of course, as has been a conversation all week in the County Championship, with the Kookaburra ball. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Anthony Gibson is alongside me from BBC in Somerset, and welcome aboard those of you listening on Sport Extra 3 throughout the course of today. So, Anthony, where do Somerset begin their calculations?
Well, I think the working assumption is 80 overs. They want to give themselves 80 overs to bowl Warwickshire out a second time. To do that, they're going to have to score pretty quickly. They're going to have to put on, let's say, 100 runs in the first hour, which would leave them 350, 360 ahead, something like that, which would just about put the game beyond Warwickshire. It would be a very big ask to score 360 runs in 80 overs. Not impossible on a present-day, fourth-day pitch, when pitches just seem to get better and better as the games wear on. Somerset will not want to risk losing this game because they've got 14 points, assuming it's a draw, 14 points in the bag, which isn't a bad takeaway these days. And but we'll see. I think if they lose a couple of early wickets, that calculation might very well change, and they might not go for the quick runs, and they might settle for 60 or even 70 overs of bowling at Warwickshire.
To set a target, just to put people in the picture of where that equation would take us, to set Warwickshire 360 in 80 overs, they would need to score at 7 and over for 14 overs in the first hour.
Yep.
Now that is not impossible, and certainly with Ruan Abel at the crease. But the best bowlers for Warwickshire haven't bowled brilliantly in this match will have the lion's share of those overs. We would expect Ethan Bamber and Ollie Hannon-Dolby to bowl the first 8 or 10 overs. We might not work out that way. They might use the Australian spinner Corey Rockecholi as well. We will see. Warwickshire have chased down one target in excess of 340 this season. That was against Durham up at Chester Street, and they got there in 92 overs with 1 wicket remaining. So that was a game of cricket and a half, wasn't it? We will see whether we can get that sort of drama here today, but I think Anthony's point there is well made, that what Somerset won't want to do is risk losing the game. So it may just take a little bit longer for them to be able to pull out, and quite rightly, wickets would be a key. Certainly that slowed things down a little bit yesterday evening when Ethan Bamber and Ollie Hannon-Dolby removed Kohler, Cadmore and Davey back to back, and 24 without loss became 26 for 2, and it took a while for Lammonby and Rue to rebuild. But then the second string bowlers took a lot of stick, Bethel and Barnard. To say that the strings were released a little bit would be an understatement.
Yeah, Steve Pittard has sent me some fourth inning scores from Edgbaston. And back in 1983, for example, Warwickshire chased down 415 to beat Glamorgan in 98 overs. 2003 they chased down 380 for a tie against Essex, a game that I'm sure you will remember. And there have been quite a few scores of over 300 here at Edgbaston in the fourth innings. So again, I think Somerset will err on the side of caution when it comes to the declaration, given the sort of history, and given what's just happened in the Test match as well, where England have chased down 371 on the fourth day on a pitch that has also got better, as in that case the Test match.
That was an exceptional surface at Headingley. It really, really was, and some wonderful batting yesterday from England, and India, by the all accounts, saying that they are still going to rest Jasprit Bumrah from the Test that starts here next Wednesday.
Well,
so
if the pitch is anything like this one, India are going to have to do very, very well to take 20 English wickets, and vice versa, it has to be said, depending on what the England attack consists of.
But this is an atypical pitch in as much as it is a hybrid. So this is a little bit different, and we remember the hybrid at Taunton last year that Warwickshire and Somerset played on. But on the fourth day, it was a road. Now, I don't think this is going to be a road necessarily. And interestingly, it's going to be Corey Rocchiccioli who's going to bowl the first over. So it's spin from the off here for the Bears. They will set a fairly defensive field. Tom Latham is going to be at slip. But Alex Davis choosing to use his Australian spinner first thing.
Well, in the old days, you might very well have got what used to be known as declaration bowling at this stage in proceedings in a 3-day game on the last morning, so that the fielding side would have a negotiated total to chase, so that both sides would be happy. I'm not suggesting that is the case, but
the difference now is that Warwickshire would be quite relieved to emerge from this game with 10 points with the draw, because they only took 1 bowling point and 1 batting point. But I'll do the first over with a bulletin coming up in a couple of minutes. But Rocchiccioli gets us underway, bowling round the wicket. He's a tall man, Corey Rocchiccioli, from West Australia, has moved across to the East Coast in recent years, wearing a headband to hold his hair back, which isn't quite shoulder length, but it's on its way. Has been known to wear it that long. He's got a nice high off-spinner's action. And Rue defends the first 2 deliveries. That one just pushing forward out into the offside. Rob Yates picks up. Boundary fielder out on the cover boundary. Hannon Dolby. Deep backward square leg, Sam Hain. Deep mid-wicket, Shea Simmons. The rest of the field is largely in an arc. Mid-off is pushed back a little bit. As Rue here is looking to cut this ball. Hannon Dolby has some ground to make to his right. And he should keep them down to 117 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other factor. It's not so easy for Somerset to go along at 7 runs and over when there are no fielding restrictions, and Warwickshire can set the field right back if they want to contain.
Plenty of spaces to push singles. That's the other aspect of it. So it becomes a little bit one-day psyche to try and push things along. Rocchiccioli now to the right-hander Abel, who gets a bit of bat onto his pad. So there was sort of, I wouldn't call it an appeal, it was more a sort of practice appeal from Rocchiccioli. He knew full well there were 2 sounds there. 117 for 3. I'll update listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR in a few moments' time, when the clock ticks over to 3 minutes past. Often does it mid-delivery just to foil us. Rocchiccioli in again. Oh, and that takes a bit of a leading edge. They'll get a single up to mid-off. That might have been the arm ball from Rocchiccioli. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Somerset are looking to build a big lead on day 4 to set the Bears some sort of target before lunch. They're 118 for 3 with Rue on 46 and Abel on 6. Alex Davis, the Bears skipper, has chosen to bring Corey Rocchiccioli on to lead the attack today. The Australian off-spinner he's just created, and what wasn't quite a chance, but a miscue from Abel that will give them some encouragement. Somerset will want a lead of 350 plus. They're currently ahead by 269. They're 122 for 3. And the reason that number went up there was that there was a beautiful back cut played by James Rue that brings up his 50, which comes off 66 balls and includes 7 fours. He just beat the fielder at short third, and that was a beautiful way to bring up his half century, and they've ticked the board over quite nicely. 6 runs off the first over.
And that's the 4th time that James Rue has been past 50 in this season. On 2 occasions he's gone on to score a century. And a very good morning and very happy birthday to Vic Marks, who is 70 today. Happy birthday, Vic. And I've been sent some Vic Marks stats by Steve Pittard, which illustrate just what an effective all-rounder he was and how underrated he often is. And Steve makes the point that batsmen are often lauded for scoring 1,000 runs in May. Early season records count for a lot, but late season records count for a lot as well, or ought to. And in 1984, Vic Marks, from July onwards, scored 766 runs and took 51 wickets.
Wow.
Which is quite an achievement. Here's Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and Abel just drops this down in front of him, and no one else has done that since 1960. The nearest being Fred Titmuss, who scored 799 runs and took 48 wickets in 1961. Ray Illingworth up there as well. Richard Hadley and Mushtaq Mohammed, but they all fell short of that 50 wicket mark.
Well, happy birthday, Victor. And I think it's reasonable to say that he could easily be taken for 68. Easily.
Well, I shall be seeing Vic on Sunday, as Hannah Dalby is in and bowls, and this is just dropped into the offside because Vic's book on cricket captains of England 1979 up to the present has just been published alongside the republishing of my father's book, English, the cricket captains of England 1877 to 1979, and Vic and I will be signing copies at Somerset County Sports during the lunch and tea interval on Sunday.
Will you occasionally sign his name and him sign yours?
Possibly. 122 for 3 as Hannah Dalby's in to Abel, who turns this sweetly away through the onside, but Simmons will cut it off 20 yards inside the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's just a single.
It was very much a bucket list item ticked last summer when I came down to Taunton, when I had a couple of opportunities to commentate with Vic for half an hour, because I've always loved him on the radio. I love the fact that he broadcasts with a chuckle always kind of at the front.
He's very, I think he's much the best of the Test Match Special summarisers, because he is generous and he's very observant. He doesn't miss a trick, does Vic, but he's always looking to say nice things about cricketers, not nasty things. As Hannah Dalby goes around the wicket to James Rew, who plays a defensive shot.
I mean, you meet very few cricketers who aren't trying their best, and there are all sorts of things that impact the many reasons why players can be in form, out of form. Could be something that's going on at home, could be all sorts, and you never know, and that's why positivity is good. But yeah, his analysis is tremendous, but just the fact that he's also got such a lovely sense of humour, gentle humour.
Yep.
It's not at anybody's expense, Vic's humour.
Proper son of Somerset as well, from a farming family in South Somerset. Outside the off stump, and no shot from James Rew. No fireworks so far this morning, no extravagant shots being attempted. Somerset look as if they're just going to go about their business, take what scoring opportunities there are, but perhaps gradually build momentum, rather as happened last evening, where they started slowly and then James Rew really got going towards the close. Hannah Dalby, who's, I think it's the first time he's bowled from this pavilion end. All his other overs in the game have been from the Birmingham end. As Rew drives this sweetly away through the offside, it should just be a single. Opens the face, so it's a square drive.
Actually, he did have, because we observed it's unusual at the time, he did have a spell from this end in the first innings, and it was when he started taking the pace off and bowling his cutters.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
And I talked to him about it on Sunday night, and he said, well, you've got to try something different every now and then.
End of the over, 124 for 3, 7 to Abel and 51 to James Rew, who will keep the strike after that single off the last ball.
So, yeah, so what is it, 8 runs off the first 2 overs, and I'm not reading too much into that yet in terms of intent, and that's because Rew can accelerate very quickly. Rocketcholi continues from the Birmingham end, and it's a sweep round the corner, bit of a chase, and it's going to beat Ethan Bamber on the inside. And he certainly swept and paddled, as did Lammonby, very effectively to the frustration of Jacob Bethel yesterday. But now they'll be frustrating Rocketcholi. 128 for 3. Perfectly executed that by Rew. Rocketcholi. The sun on his back. And that one is a much better line from him. Just dabbed in front of him by Rew. Yeah, the sun is puncturing the clouds at the moment. The clouds are probably not any higher than they were yesterday, but there's slightly greater gaps. There's a little bit more blue. It's a lovely blue as well this morning. Rocketcholi is in and Rew is forward and defends. The forecast suggests it could be a little bit overcast between 12 and 1. But other than that, should be fine all day. Maximum temperature getting up around 23, 24 degrees, so a nice day to come and watch some cricket. And potentially a lot of interest left in this match. Now that's a genuine edge, but it goes straight down, past slip, off the edge of Rue's bat, and they'll come through for 2. Jacob Bethel does the fielding. But a moral victory there for Corey Rocacholi, 130 for 3.
Yeah, a little bit of turn. Again, he's aiming at the bowler's footmarks outside James Rue's off stump, but we'll give Archie Vaughan maybe some encouragement.
Absolutely. I think he and Leach are going to be very important later in the day. As Rue steers the next ball into the leg side, picked up by Barnard. The only fielder in a sweater is Alex Davis, who don't think he's taken that off since the start of the game. It hangs down past his hips, that jumper. Now here's the sweep. Bamba starts from a finer position, but he's still beaten by the sheer timing of that shot. 10 runs taken off the over by Rue. He goes to 61, 134 for 3. And just again, the execution of those 2 sweep shots was bang on.
Well, it's not declaration bowling, but it might just as well have been those 2 deliveries from Rocacholi down the leg side. Both gifts, really, for James Rue. But well, Somerset made a decent start. They've gone on from 116 overnight to 134. So 18 runs added so far.
Alex Davis just mulling his options with Ed Barnard, his vice-captain at the moment. I don't think he was thrilled with that over. No. And you want something a little bit more consistent from your overseas player. I'm not saying that he's not going to go for 10 every now and then when in this situation, but you're right, those deliveries were loose.
Hannon Dalby in the bowls, and this is run to backward point by Tom Abel. Yeah, 18 runs in 3 overs for Somerset this morning. So on that basis, if they carry on at 6 runs and over, that'll be 100 runs roughly in the first 16 overs. Just short of that. But that's the sort of scoring rate they'll need if they really are going to give themselves 80 overs to bowl out Warwickshire. Hannon Dalby in bowls, and Abel plays into the onside. He's bowling well within himself at the moment, Hannon Dalby.
So there's a tiny bit of in-swing there, but not enough to trouble Abel. But it does give you a little bit of pause for thought before you try anything aggressive. And Hannon Dalby in this innings, considering that Somerset would like to score briskly, in his 9th over, and he's 1 for 18 so far. So he's giving the captain the support that he needs with his overs.
Here he comes again, in and bowl short, and that's pulled, and that will be cut off by Chase Simmons, and they won't come back for the second run. That's very good fielding by Simmons, because he had ground to make. The ball was travelling. He made a good stop, got his throw in really quickly, and saved his side a run. 135 for 3.
The 2 keys there: a clean pick up on the slide, which meant as soon as he got to his feet he was ready to throw, and he has got a really good arm, and it was accurate too. If they had come back for a second, that would have been a squeak.
Yeah, very good fielding. Hannon Dalby coming around the wicket to the left-handed Rue, who won't get a run here as he plays that to point.
That's a nice line from Hannon Dalby. No surprise there's no slip in there. 4 boundary fielders, and it's just this element of delaying the inevitable, isn't it, from Warwickshire's point of view, and Somerset wanting to get to whatever sum they feel is the right one.
Hannon Dalby then is in and bowls. This is driven by Rue. It's an invitation to drive. He didn't really time that off drive, James Rue. Yeah, the other thing that Steve Kirby said last night was that this wasn't on the record, but I don't think it's revealing anything terribly important, is that Somerset would not have enforced the follow-on had they been in a position to do so, because they didn't want to drive their quick bowlers into the ground. Hannon Dalby in and bowls a little bit of swing there, a little bit of shape on that delivery. But played comfortably enough by James Rew out into the offside. End of that over. Good economical over, just the 1 run from it. 135 for 3. 92 overs remain in the day's play, and that's a minimum of 92. Somerset could bowl more than that.
I'm bound to say that what Stephen Kirby's saying that is a real contradiction from what I witnessed with my eyes yesterday, but they were trying to restrict them to, they were trying to get them all out before they'd passed that number. You could see the way that the field was being set. Well, so it's interesting. I mean, it makes a certain amount of common sense because the bowlers had done, especially given the limitations that Josh Davey was under, the work that Pretorius and Overton had got through. They absolutely need some time with their feet up in the air. So I think they were bowling hard to give themselves the option, and then they may well have decided not to enforce it. I'm sure he's right, but there was a certain urgency to try and put themselves in a position where they could have enforced the follow-on on the field at the time.
I'm merely reporting what I was,
told. But you also saw what I saw. They would have at least have had a conversation, wouldn't they? As Rockacholi bowls, it's pushed out into the offside for a single by Abel, 136 for 3. I mean, I think batting again would have been the correct decision, even if the lead's 152. 155, whatever it might have been. I think the wisdom of resting the bowlers is shrewd, and I also think, whilst we don't know whether it's going to be vigorous turn, may well not be on this hybrid. You probably want to bowl last, I think, in any situation like this. Rockacholi and Davis having a long conversation about setting a field for the Rew sweep.
I don't know. I think I'd rather be batting last. It's I don't expect this pitch to deteriorate. It's certainly shown. I mean, there are the bowler's footmarks that the spinners can aim at. That's certainly true.
Rockacholi to Rew, who pushes forward.
But there was,
in fact, I mean, Tom Latham made the point that the couple of deliveries that Leach really did get to spin, really did get to bite, he said were in the bowler's footmarks. The one that got Sam Hain, for instance, which is a beauty. Rockacholi to Rew, makes room to cut it, but he's not managed to get it past Jacob Bethel at backward point.
And there probably will be reverse swing, but not until, I think, in the Warwickshire first innings, it was sort of around about the 50 over mark that all started to reverse.
Rockacholi in, does that take the edge of Rew's bat? Yes, he's out, caught by Kai Smith. And that did turn a little bit, and it turned really from an off-stump line for Rockacholi. Rew goes for 61. That might just slow Somerset's progress for a while. They're 136 for 4. A second victim of the innings for Corey Rockacholi.
Yeah, and very good piece of bowling. It was a proper off-spinner's wicket to a left-handed batsman. Rew had to play. It was on the line of off-stump. Just got enough turn and bounce to take the outside edge. And well, nice little innings from James Rew. His fourth score, as I was saying, of 50 or more in the season so far. And won't have done his average any harm, and his average was pretty good in the first place because he has been, well, it's almost exactly bang on. He's been averaging, no he hasn't, it's better than his average. It's his strike rate, 61. His average is 43. So it'll be a little bit better than 43 now.
Well, he's batted very well in this match, and he got the second innings accelerating yesterday evening after it got a bit stodgy with those first 2 wickets going down. But that's a good wicket for Rockacholi. I have to say that Graham Lloyd does tend to give the batsman an opportunity to walk before he puts his finger up, because Rew had rather given things away, but the speed with which he looked round to see whether the wicketkeeper had held it, when the decision was made, he absolutely knew that that was fair enough. But that was a good knock from him. And now, look, if you want a man to accelerate things along, and I appreciate most of his runs this season so far were in April, but Tom Banton could help them get to a declaration a little bit quicker.
Most of his runs were scored before the end of April the 5th, I think it was.
Yeah. I mean, You know, people talk about sometimes in sport it's feast and famine, but my word, they've been the extremes. But this would be a good moment for him to get going again. From Somerset's point of view, a quick 40 or 50 here would do them a lot of good. I think it would probably do Tom Banton a lot of good as well. Got a lot of friends in these parts from his time at Barnt Green. Rocacholi 3 wickets in the match now, is it? So he's making a contribution. But he batted quite well yesterday. That turns in towards the pads of Banton. He guides it to square leg where it's picked up by Rob Yates. Yeah, 3 for 130 in the match for Rocacholi. He's shown a little bit more signs in this second innings. He comes into Banton again, and that's drifting down the leg side, and it's turned comfortably for a single down to long leg, and Jacob Bethel throws it in left-handed. 137 for 4, 284 the lead. And we have 91 overs left in the day. If they want to leave themselves with 80 overs, they've got 9 more to add to the lead. You'd be looking probably at about 330, 340 and 80. That might be a bit tight.
I don't think that's enough. I wouldn't declare. Leave Warwickshire 330 and 80 overs. I've had a tweet from the president of Somerset County Cricket Club, Peter Wanders, who's obviously listening. He says, if Vic marks his 70 today, happy birthday, he is.
If.
This means he was 20 and I was 10 when I secured his autograph at a seconds game against Wiltshire in 1975.
Oh, that's tremendous.
Here's Hannah Dalby in bowls, and Banton just plays this into the offside. Here's some of the other names on the Bob Clapp there, and Cartwright, Tom Cartwright, who was player coach for Somerset in those days, did a fantastic job. Son of Warwickshire, of course. Wonderful cricketer and a brilliant coach. He was the one who, together with Brian Close, really laid the foundations for Somerset's golden period at the end of the 70s and early 80s, as Banton plays this defensively. So thank you for that, Peter.
There's a few Warwickshire Somerset connections. I mean, Dermot to an extent with his time as director of cricket.
Yep.
Michael Burns, of course.
Indeed. Yep. Mike Burns. I've seen a lot of Mike Burns this summer. He seems to have been almost following Somerset around.
He was fourth umpiring at Headingley, I think, this week, at the Test match.
137 for 4 as Hannah Dalby is into Banton, who comes forward. Bat and pad close together in the accepted fashion.
Heck of a role, isn't it, fourth umpire? Yeah, effectively you're just looking after the umpires. You come on with a new ball when a new ball's due. You come out with a box of balls if you need to change the box of balls. And here's the kicker: if it's raining, you're the one who has to hang around outside to see if they can come back on and judge the light and all that sort of thing. That's part of the duty of a fourth umpire in a Test match.
It's a bit daft, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hannah Dalby in and bowls, and Banton again comes solidly forward. Plays it up to Ethan Bamber at mid-on.
We also Ian Blackwell played, I think, one or a handful of games for the Bears on loan. So
he played a lot for Somerset.
He certainly
and was
did.
Hugely popular until Justin Langer got rid of him because he ate too many pies. Much to the dismay of the Somerset faithful. As Hannah Dalby is into Banton, and this is cut away through the offside. Not really a cut, it was a horizontal bat offside shot of the sort that Banton and Joss Butler and co play. Jacob Bethel as well.
There was just a split second then that I thought you were going to say much of the dismay of the Somerset caterers.
I fancy Ian Blackwell has lost weight though.
He rarely let himself down because of it though. I mean, it's one of these things.
It's a shame, but
He had a lot of great attributes as a cricketer.
And Dalby in bowls, and this is driven out wide of Ethan Bamber at mid-on, who makes a slightly clumsy stop, but keeps them down to just the single. 139 for 4. Tom Abel into double figures. He's taking his time in, as Tom Abel is searching for form at the moment. 10 from 22, and no sign of the acceleration that Somerset ought really to be, or might be, looking for, depending on what the game plan really is, as opposed to what we've told that it is.
But I think a lot of credit goes to Ollie Hannon Dolby, who in this innings, bear in mind, they're going at best part of 4.5 and over, and they're chasing runs at a reasonable lick. He's bowled 10 overs and taken 1 for 21. He's given Alex Davis what the Somerset bowlers were giving Craig Overton. He's given them some control. As Rockacholi starts a new over, whipped behind square by Abel for a single. He's 11, 140 for 4. He's bowled to his field. He produced a Jaffa to get rid of Josh Davey yesterday, took out off stump. And he's just today restricted the scoring shots where he's not bowling loose deliveries.
No, he's not.
And that's his experience. And that's the control he gives. It's why in the second half of his 30s, he's still got more to come, you would think. But the rest of the attack has not looked as strong and as purposeful. If this is guided off the outer half of the bat by Banton, it's a good stop. One bounce by Tom Latham at slip.
Yeah, he was looking to run that down to third man, because third man is, I was going to say, up inside the fielding circle. There isn't, of course, a fielding circle, but if there was, he would be just on the edge of it.
You'd think we just had a month of T20 blast games, wouldn't you? But yeah, he's really pretty much a backward point, Bamber, but quite backward. That's Rockacholi just gets that to grip a little bit and defended by Banton into the leg side. So Tom Banton's having a little look-see as well before he tries anything.
I expect he wants to get some runs under his belt. I mean, it's become a bit of a monkey on his back, this, 371, and then...
Oh, an appeal for LBW, and he's out.
Oh,
He's missed out, he's gone for 2, and Corey Rockacholi is also doing a job for his captain this morning. 2 good wickets for him. Rue gone for 61, and now Banton trapped LBW for 2, and Somerset are 140 for 5. The only question I have in my mind, and we're seeing a replay that at the moment that is from the wrong end and now from an entirely wrong angle. My only question is whether that struck him outside off stump.
I don't know. I don't think it did. I don't know.
But it's the only doubt.
We're watching a slow motion now, and no, I think that's
probably about right. Yeah,
pretty plumb.
That little bit of turn, I think, has got the ball so it's in line, and once it's in line, it's hitting middle and leg, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Rockacholi's done all right here, 3 for 31.
Well, this will give Somerset pause for thought. I think quick runs to set a target's gone out the window with those 2 wickets. I think they'll want to make the game safe now.
Although, the flip side, to play devil's advocate, because I think you're right, they're seeing Corey Rockacholi getting some turn here. And yeah, he's a tall bowler. He's starting to find a bit of rhythm. And certainly the first half hour this morning has made more sense of his signing than what we saw in the first innings. And for these 4 Kookaburra games, they've got games at Hove and Chelmsford amongst these matches, by the way, and a home game against Worcestershire with the Kookaburra ball. But that's 4 wickets in the match and 28 runs now for Rockacholi, making an increasing contribution. And his confidence looks like he's up. Actually, as they would say on sitcoms in the 70s, his dander's up.
Yes, I mean, I'm not saying it might not prove to be a blessing in disguise for Somerset to be bowled out, but it won't be in their game plan, that's for sure.
Well, certainly Warwickshire's best way of delaying the declaration was taking wickets. At the end of this over, I will introduce the third member of our team for the day from Warwickshire County Cricket Club, the curator of the museum, Phil Britt, will be joining us. So this is left alone outside off stump by Vaughan. There are oohs and ahs on the leave as it spanned back in the direction of off stump, but still well away from off stump.
Turn and bounce, though.
Yeah, and that has been a bit of a theme this morning. Turn and bounce. Leach, of course, somewhat shorter, but such experience. he will be not quite licking his lips at this, but thinking there's potential. Final ball of the overseas, Vaughan push forward. So we have had 7 overs this morning, and Somerset have scored 24 runs and lost 2 wickets. Anthony Gibson will tell you exactly where this game stands and predict where it's going to go, and then Phil Britt will come in.
Well, I think the priority now for Somerset will be making the game safe if they can. They'll want to put the equation beyond Warwickshire, and I don't think that involves scoring quick runs. I think that involves keeping wickets intact so that Warwickshire are not given a sniff. And you know, if it means that Somerset have 60 overs to bowl at Warwickshire rather than 80 overs, well, so be it. They'll probably still back themselves to take 10 wickets on a pitch that is, as Richard Wilford has been saying, is taking a little bit of spin. But it's Hannon Dalby from the pavilion end into Tom Abel, who plays that out into the offside. 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside. Men out at deep cover, third man, long leg and deep mid-wicket. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Anthony. Good morning, everybody. A lovely morning.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, that breeze has dropped a bit. It's still there's still a breeze across the ground, but nowhere near as strong as it has been on the previous couple of days.
The breeze has caused some fraying of the Warwickshire flag on top of its flagpole. As Abel is back on his stumps, it's fraying at the edges.
Yeah, I think
a bit like Warwickshire.
Well, just a bit, yeah, certainly like me. I think it's. Looking at it, it's a bit faded. I think it's in need of replacement, to be honest. I don't propose to do what Molly did, which was to create a new flag during the winter, Anthony. I think I'll leave that beyond to somebody else, but definitely in need of a new flag. And it is looking a little bit tatty. I shall see whether it's flying at Hove next week.
Here's Hannon Dalby in bowls, and Abel covers up and plays that towards mid-on. It's intercepted before it can reach mid-on by Jacob Bethel.
Warwickshire players this morning, obviously it's a bit warmer out there. There's only one of the Warwickshire team wearing a sweater. And I think that's nailed to his back. It's been on every day. Alex Davis.
Must be his lucky sweater.
Well, it seems longer than normal. It's almost like he's borrowed somebody's sweater. It's a bit long on him.
Hannon Dalby in and bowls, and Abel watchful plays out into the onside. No sign of Somerset now looking to score quickly to set a target. They've lost those 2 early wickets. James Rue gone for 61 and Tom Banton for just 2.
Yeah, we were talking before the game. I was talking to some people over in the museum, and the view there was that Somerset this morning perhaps really rattle along, get up towards 400, declare 20 minutes before lunch, and give themselves 2 full sessions.
This is another defensive shot from Tom Abel to another good ball from Ollie Hannon Dalby.
What nobody seemed to take into account was that Warwickshire might take some wickets and sort of put a bit of a check on that plan. And that's
precisely what's happened.
Well, he's bowled very well, hasn't he, Rocky Chowdhury, this morning? What a nice tight line, and he's done exactly the job they wanted him to do when they took him on. Because I think it's fair to say very few people had heard of him.
This is cut and goes past backward point and will be cut off out in the deep by Jacob Bethel, I presume that is, because it's a left arm throw.
Yep, it is Jacob Bethel.
And good piece of fielding it was too. They come back for a second run. Sam Shane on Twitter says, "You wouldn't declare no confidence in the Somerset bowling attack, Anthony." Well, it's not that I don't have confidence in the Somerset bowling attack. It's the fact that this pitch it's hard to take wickets except with reverse swing, and there is a bit of turn, but it's pretty slow turn.
I think Jack Leach will get something out of it in the 4th innings.
Well, possibly.
Here's Rocketcherry starting another over from the Birmingham end. He's in, and this one has Vaughan playing back, and then sort of in the last minute whipping the bat out of the way.
He was playing for turn there, was Vaughan. It went straight on, but it did bounce. I mean,
that's been one of the things. The bounce has been a little bit uneven. In again, and this one is edged past slip down towards the third man boundary. It won't get all the way as Bamber is onto it, but Vaughan gets a couple of runs there off an outside edge, and total goes on to 144 for 5. 13 to Abel, 2 to Vaughan.
Vaughan's another one who could do with some runs.
It's been a bit lean, hasn't it, for him this season, as he comes forward to this one. Rocketcherry fields off his own bowling.
Before this match, 222 runs in 12 innings at an average of 20.18. He's a much better player than that. But he has been, until relatively recently, opening the innings, which is a tough gig.
This next one, he again defends back, and Rocketcherry again just waits for the ball to roll back to him.
He has been ever present, though, in the Somerset County Championship side.
So he opened for how many of the, was it the first 4 games?
It was either the first 4 or the first, I think it was the first 4.
This next one is driven up to mid-on, a deepish mid-on. Samhain does the fielding, and there's no run there.
Josh Davey and
Lewis
Gregory opened against Sussex.
It
was the first 5. It might have been the first 5.
Rocketcherry in bowls. This is dropped short and is whipped down to Bethel down long leg for a single. So to finish the over. So Vaughan keeps the strike. 145 for 5. The overall lead is 292. So a very healthy lead. 5 wickets, second innings wickets in hand. And Warwickshire is going to have to keep chipping away.
Yeah, it was the first 5 games he opened the opened the innings for Somerset without conspicuous success. He did get 60 odd against Lancashire at Old Trafford at the tail end of last season as opening bat, and that's certainly how he sees his future in cricket. He's on strike now to Ollie Hannon-Dalby. 145 for 5, the lead 292. Hannon-Dalby in and bowls, and Vaughan punches this away through the offside for a single out to Jacob Bethel, who's patrolling the cover boundary. 146 for 5, Vaughan on to 4. Somerset picking up the 1s and the 2s at the moment, but the boundaries have dried up since the demise of James Rue, who got a good one from Corey Rocketcherry. Nicked one that bounced and turned, and good catch by Kai Smith, the Warwickshire wicketkeeper. It's Hannon-Dalby to Abel. Abel's just back cuts, his late cuts really. Don't know why we called it a back cut. It always used to be called a late cut, and that was a late cut. One of cricket's more elegant strokes. 147 for 5, Abel on to 14.
There's a few terms come in which, and I think the proper description of that is something, and that's one of them, the late cut.
You don't hear leg glances being described as such so often these days.
Well, we were talking about silly mid on and off yesterday, weren't we?
Hannon-Dalby in and bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Vaughan, and there will be another single as Bethel comes in off the boundary. The leg glance, it was invented by the great Ranjit Singh as a shot. Well, I'm not sure he invented it, but he certainly popularised it. Back in the days, the Edwardian days, when gentlemen didn't really hit the ball into the leg side. A proper gentleman cricketer would only hit the ball straight or through the offside.
He had a habit though of raising his front foot, didn't he, to play a lot of shots? And
that was the draw. W.G. Grace used to play the draw, as Hannon-Dalby is in a full-length delivery, but able not to be drawn into
You didn't see that, did you?
No, it was before my time, but I've seen photographs of it.
Yes,
where
yeah,
indeed
yeah,
where the bat is turned and the ball was played between the batsman's legs,
Yep.
out through a square leg. But that's long since. I've never seen that played deliberately. And
Seen some batsmen get into a
Yeah.
so they might be. It could be called that, but not for purposeful reasons.
Alan Dolby in bowls. This is driven by Abel, and they're going to take a quick single, shy at the stumps from Alex Davies, but Abel safely home. 149 for 5. Lead creeping up towards 300. It's 296 now. With 86.1 overs remaining in the day. Less 2 for the change of innings. Plus a few, no doubt, if Somerset bowl their spinners.
Yeah,
That's a minimum.
Then, yeah.
They got through on the last day against Worcestershire, when they were trying to bowl Worcestershire out. They got through 110 overs in the day, did Somerset. To no avail. Hannah Dobby's in and bowls short and very wide outside the off stump, and Vaughan has nothing whatever to do with it. It's the end of the over. It's 149 for 5, 15 to Abel, and 5 to Archie Vaughan.
Strange final delivery there from Hannon Dolby. Virtually almost dropped it on his toe as it looped slowly through and high outside the off stump. It keeps Abel on strike down here. So Vaughan wasn't able to get anywhere near a bat on that. Long discussion going on at with Warwickshire at the Birmingham end. Alex Davis is there with Tom Latham. Gets more and more involved, doesn't he? I've noticed with Alex Davis that Latham is talking a fair bit with the spin bowler, one Australian and one New Zealander talking. Well, I suppose you've got the experience, Anthony. Why not use it?
Quite, absolutely.
Actually, Ian started a new over in this first ball. He's glanced out to point. Bamber has to make a little bit of ground to get to it, but prevents the single. Sam Hain has been pushed back to almost to the long on boundary, as this one is just turned around the corner by Abel on the onside and straight to the fielder. So again, no run.
And welcome to listeners to Radio 5 Sports Extra.
There's Rocchiccioli in from the Birmingham end and plays this one pleasantly, but straight to mid-wicket.
With the news that Somerset lost 2 wickets this morning. James Rue was caught behind off the off-spin of Corey Rocchiccioli for 61, and then Tom Banton, who remains largely runless, was LBW to Rocchiccioli for just 2.
Rocchiccioli in again, and this one is a big shout for LBW as he went to pull this one. This time, I think it's just missing leg stump. And umpire Lloyd is also of that opinion. Rocchiccioli, who got an earlier LBW to get rid of Banton, has Tom Banton this time not successful. But, he's spun all the way round, but just going down the leg side. This next one, Abel dabs away into the offside out to Chase Simmons, who comes in off the cover boundary.
That's the voice of Phil Britt, who is the curator of Warwickshire's excellent cricket museum here at Edgbaston. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset.
150 comes up for Somerset, 150 for 5 as Rocchiccioli is in, and he pushed into the offside by Archie Vaughan. 3 men converge on it and prevent the single. It's the final ball of the over, and Somerset's overall lead has stretched to 297.
Which isn't enough to warrant a declaration, I suspect. And Somerset's plan, if it was the plan, to score quick runs, has rather been undermined by the early loss of James Rue and Tom Banton, so that the priority now, I think, is to make the game safe. 5 Sports Extra is only going to be with us for around about 10 minutes, but you will be able to continue listening to us on the BBC Sport website on Sports Extra 3, one of the new channels that have been opened up on the BBC Sports app. And it could turn out to be a very exciting day's cricket, this, with a declaration at some stage. Well, I just sort of hesitate. You can never be quite sure. Somerset might decide to bat all through the day, but that's certainly not what I've been told by the camp so far. There will be a declaration. Here's it's Che Simmons to Tom Abel, who turns that into the onside for a single, 151 for 5.
Yeah, Che Simmons didn't get a bowl yesterday in the second innings, so he becomes Warwickshire's 7th bowler in this innings. He got a couple of wickets in the first.
And I've had an email from David Wood, which will interest you, Phil, because David Wood is your opposite number at Somerset.
Oh, yes.
Curator of the Somerset Cricket Museum, as Simmons is in and bowls, and this is just dropped down into the ground by Archie Vaughan. It'll be cut off by Sam Hain on the third man boundary. They'll come back for 2 runs and take the lead to exactly 300, 153 for 5. Yeah, David says, you'll know that we meet Warwickshire at Taunton for a 50-over match the day before Somerset's official 150th birthday. And as part of the celebrations, the museum has decided to give all the voluntary donations from its visitors on the day of the match to the Bob Willis Fund.
Oh, excellent.
And there'll be a short, small screen display reminding visitors of Bob. This is down the leg side. And a good stop by Kai Smith.
Yeah, we had Bob Willis Day here for the one-day international against the West Indies about a month ago, and they had quite a successful day, I think, in terms of raising funds for that cause. Really good cause, and we have a display for celebrating Bob Willis.
This is just run down to third man by Archie Vaughan, open the face, and let the ball hit the bat and divert down to Sam Hain. They take a single, 154 for 5, Vaughan on to 8.
So that's very good. I don't think Warwickshire and Somerset have played in that competition against each other for a few years.
We played here. This is steered into the offside by Abel, and frustrated with himself for not for finding the fielder as opposed to missing the fielder and picking up a single. We played here, it must have been 3 years ago, I think. It was the first time I saw Jacob Bethel.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, that would have been.
He and Dan Mosley were in the Warwickshire side that day.
I think it was pretty much the first view we'd had.
This is turned square of the wicket by Tom Abel, 155 for 5, and it was the only game in that season's Metro Bank, I think it was still one-day cup, that Somerset won.
Probably why I don't remember it. I remember Bethel and Mosley playing, and that year, of course, virtually the whole of the first team had got stripped out to play in the 100 for various teams. So it was a lot of new faces, one of which was Jacob Bethel, who I think he may even have been still at school, at rugby school, or have just left.
Yes, I think he was, yeah. I think Lewis Goldsworthy, got 100 for...
now I remember the game. I remember
Somerset.
Goldsworthy getting 100. Yeah. He batted really well. Because we didn't expect him to get 100. I think he virtually won the game, now I think about it. Rockacholi continuing at the Birmingham end, and he's into Abel, who looks to cut this one behind square, which he does. Chase Simmons comes running in on it and takes his eye off the ball, and they get back for a second run as Ethan Bamber has to come in and tidy up behind Simmons at backward point. Got a hand to it, but didn't take it cleanly and deflected it away. So 2 runs off the opening ball, 157 for 5. Actually in. This one is turned away a little bit uppishly, but very safe through mid-wicket and collected down on the boundary edge by Handobby. Single. 158 for 5. Abel has moved to 21. Vaughan onto 8. Rocketchan in again, and Vaughan leans forward to that one. This time Simmons is on it quickly and prevents the single. Ball ran out to cover point, and they certainly thought about it, but Tom Abel says no in the end. Archie Vaughan stays at the crease. Rocketchan in bowls, had very high action. This one is whipped away again through that mid-wicket area, but again with no real power. They get the single for it. And just moving along, just ticking over, 159 for 5. The boundary flow has stopped since James Rue's dismissal. And, we are approaching, what now, 50 minutes of the morning, and the lead has just tipped past 300. It's now 306. But, probably not quite at the speed that Somerset would have hoped earlier on when they started out this morning. Riccioli in, and this one is played carefully by Abel to mid-wicket.
Yeah, just 43 runs so far this morning in 12, nearly 13 overs, 1 ball short of 13 overs. So steady progress, but no more than that.
Yes, Riccioli about to finish what will be his 10th over of the morning in. Abel defends out in back in front of him, tidied up by the bowler. End of another over, 159 for 5, 21 to Abel, and 9 to Archie Vaughan. The lead is 306, and it's a task all now, but I think it's still well short of what Somerset would feel comfortable on declaring on.
Well, they'll need to declare in the next over if they're going to give themselves 80 overs in which to try and bowl Warwickshire, and I can't see that happening. I've had a tweet from Dave from Cork. Morning, Dave. He says,
Morning, Dave.
Somerset must make the game safe, i.e. to get into a position where they can't lose. Ergo, keep pushing score on but not lose any more wickets. 70 overs left after lunch. 4 runs per over, minimum of 280 lead, absolute minimum, preferably 350 plus. Yeah, I think 350 plus.
Yeah.
Simmons in and bowls, and this is played square of the wicket by Archie Vaughan, straight to the fielder there, who's Ed Barnard.
Well, my view this morning before a ball had been bowled was that if Somerset would have had him trying to get somewhere around about 375, 400, declare 20 minutes before lunch, had a little blast then, and then 2 full sessions, afternoon and evening session, to try and get at Warwickshire. And I hadn't really, I've got to be fair to say, I hadn't really considered the alternative of Warwickshire getting those runs in that time.
Simmons in and bowls, and this is cut, not timed by Archie Vaughan really. Picks up a single as it eludes Ed Barnard at point, but it's cleaned up by Jacob Bethel on the cover boundary, so it's just a single. 160 for 5, Vaughan into double figures.
Yeah, I'd sort of got the 2 possible results. The Warwickshire winner I hadn't put into my equation.
Well, you may not have heard some of Steve Pittard's stats about run chases here at Edgbaston, because there have been some very impressive 4th innings run chases over the years, as Simmons is in to Tom Abel, and for example, Warwickshire chasing down 415 to beat Glamorgan back in 1983, and then there was the tied match when Warwickshire scored, when Essex rather scored 380 on the last day, and that was a tie back in 2003. This is pulled away down to deep backward square leg. It'll be cut off just inside the boundary. Combined effort down there. They make a bit of a meal of it, but Corey Rocchiccioli eventually gets the throw away, and they come back for two.
He had slightly the easier part of that combination, because having chased and prevented the boundary and raced probably about 30 or 40 yards to do it, flicked the ball to Rocchiccioli, who then couldn't actually pick it up. He scrambled and was in the end scooped it back. But
another one here, Warwickshire back in 1975 chased 371 in 75 overs to beat Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, kind of the odd occasion, aren't they?
Simmons in and bowls, driven by Abel, not timed at all. He's just struggling with his timing at the moment. Is Tom Abel is just rehearsing that shot. 23 from 47.
Afraid those stats haven't really convinced me that that's going to be the case. I'll stick with my two alternatives: a draw or a Somerset win.
Well, Somerset would need to declare after this delivery to have 80 overs, and this is just deliberately edged down to third man. It wasn't a late cut, he just let that ball run off the bottom of his bat, did Tom Abel. It's a single, 163 for 5. 82 overs remain in the day, a minimum thereof, and so after allowing for 2 for the change of innings, we're now at the 80 over mark, and absolutely no sign of a declaration. I think Phil Britt is probably going to be spot on in talking about a declaration, maybe around about 12:30, something like that, leaving 20 minutes or so to try and pick up a couple of early wickets before lunch.
Having said all that, Warwickshire did chase down at Durham earlier this season, 341 for 9.
There you are.
To beat Durham in what was considered by Durham fans to be a very generous declaration.
Well, I don't think there's going to be much generosity from the Somerset direction, I'm afraid.
No. I don't ever recall there being much generosity from the
Oh, come on.
Rocchiccioli's going to continue.
Cavalier cricket in Somerset.
Rocchiccioli continuing from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this is turned away through mid-wicket by Abel for another single, 164 for 5. Abel goes to 25 from 49 deliveries. Rocchiccioli in his 11th over now, 3 for 40 at the moment he has. Has a little chat with his captain, Alex Davis, who's out by the side of him at mid-off. In he comes. This one, little bit of turn, but nothing very much, very slow turn. And, it's fired up to Ed Barnard, who's at a sort of wideish mid-wicket. It's almost like a mid-on position. There's a man out at long on. Rocchiccioli comes in, and this one is mistimed completely by Vaughan. He was looking to try and force it. In the end, he slaps across it with almost like a one-handed shot, and it goes up to Alex Davis. And, frustrated there, no real timing on that one. As Rocchiccioli comes into him again, gives that one plenty there. A big shout for LBW as he pushed forward, and again,
Good shout.
Was it just looking whether that was?
I wonder if he got an inside edge.
No, because he was across his stumps there, but
Corey Rocchiccioli just having a word with Graham Lloyd.
No,
What's wrong with that, Mike?
the angle I looked at, his face was very close to Graham Lloyd's as well. Just watch the replay on it once again. And
May just have been doing too much.
Might have just been going down the leg side. It's in this time, and this time Rocchiccioli, a terrific driving stop there, going across, almost bumping into Tom Abel as he went across, but using his full height and saving the single.
He looks quite a character, does Corey Rocchiccioli.
He does, doesn't he? Yes, he's got into this side.
The Rock, as he's known.
in comes Rockacelli again, and this one is dead batted by Vaughan. End of the over. Richard Wilper's going to join us. I think, Richard, would you like to come into this seat? And I'll move across and go to Anthony.
So yes, the appeal in that over, by the way, standing where I was, looking at it, I think the element of doubt actually would have been whether it hit him slightly outside off, but I think there was a bit of benefit of doubt because it looked a pretty good shout for Rockacelli, who has bowled excellently for his side today. And the one thing that Somerset didn't want to happen today was for the game to drift, and it's drifting, and Warwickshire will be delighted that it's drifting a bit, because the less time they have to bat, the better off they will be. Shay Simmons is going to be bowling the next over shortly. They've got through 15 in the first hour because of Rockacelli bowling 8 of them. But only 48 runs scored in those 15 overs, which, given the state of the game, it's very much to the benefit of the home team. Maximum number of overs they can bat, I mean, barring a very quick over rate, but the minimum number of overs left in the day, should Somerset declare now, would be 79. Their lead is 311. That equation is going to keep on changing as Simmons bowls to Abel, who not for the first time chops him down to backward point, and there's no run.
I suppose they could declare at lunch and get those, save those 2 overs and get 81.
They could, but then, I mean, you're looking at 66 overs left, something like that.
Yeah.
By then, the chance of bowling a team out is rapidly diminishing.
Absolutely.
And I think it is now, but just the interest is the turn that Corey Rockacelli has got, and the fact that he gets that height and extra bounce is part of it. But Leach and Vaughan will be interested. Simmons guided towards mid-wicket where Yates picks up. Abel 25 off 51 has got a little bit stuck this morning. And Vaughan 10 off 24, so I mean, Simmons here is not giving freebies away either.
No, he's just the 9 runs come from him, and he's in his 3rd over.
Just about to do an update for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR on the morning's events. Either before or after this ball, we'll see. Simmons comes in and bowls to Abel, who does dab it down to 3rd this time for a single. Takes the score to 165 for 5. Simmons, who had a fairly vigorous warm-up this morning, so wasn't surprised to see him in his first change after a tight spell from Ollie Hannon Dolby from this pavilion end. Just waiting for the clock to tick over for this update. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's bowlers have done a good job of restricting Somerset's run flow this morning as the visitors look to set a target before the end of the day. They're 165 for 5, a lead of 312. 2 wickets this morning to the Australian off-spinner Corey Rockacelli. Lovely turning ball got James Rooter nicked behind for 61, and then he trapped Tom Banton LBW for 2. It looks like the equation is going to be a target of around 350 in maybe 70 overs. The Bears will fancy they can draw the game from there. Somerset 165 for 5. And during that update, Vaughan played and missed a nice delivery from Simmons. Now he plays the same shot, the shot he intended, and steers it down to Sam Hain at 3rd man. 166 for 5. Yesterday we talked so much about Somerset's bowlers bowling to a plan and showing control, and to some extent that's what we're seeing today from Warwickshire.
Yeah, I think a lot more disciplined in this today than it was in the session last night when Somerset came back out to bat again for the 2nd innings, and probably that could be said for the Somerset 1st innings, that as a unit they've bowled, and that's been, I think, round Rockacelli, who's held that together and led the way this morning.
Yeah, he and Hannon Dolby, the senior bowlers he turned to today. That's a lovely straight drive that will be 4, though. Simmons hanging up a half volley, and Abel beautifully pushes it past the stumps and goes to 30, 170 for 5. 317 the lead. If they withdrew now, that would be 78 overs. They're going to want another 30 runs. It's how long the Bears can delay them.
Nice shot though. One of the best shots of the morning, that from Tom Abel. So he's gone into the 30s with that. And as Richard said, the lead up to 317. The batsman this time having a chat. We've had most times we've had Roccacioli having a chat with Alec Davis before the start of an over. Mind you, Davis had to go and fetch that ball down to the pavilion steps, so he's only now just jogging back into position at the Birmingham end of the ground, out at mid-off.
It's the sort of speed of jog that you get from a player being substituted 5 minutes from the end of a game that his team's winning.
It's about the speed of jog I would be at going out of the front door, and it gets slower after I get past my garden.
It's the footballer's jog that is slightly slower than normal walking pace.
There was it wasn't like he was going for a bus, unless the bus hadn't left Digbeth yet. 170 for 5 as Roccacioli is in, and this one is played slightly across the line. He was looking to push it into the offside, but in the end the ball goes up to Hayne at mid-on, and there's no run. Now we have the chat between bowler and captain, and never quite sure what they say to each other, because you never really see much difference. The field hasn't changed. He's in again and bowls, and this next one is just pushed back to Roccacioli, and there's no run.
There are those joyful moments though when you see them talking and then somebody takes a wicket and they celebrate more because it was something they had concocted. So.
Yeah. Here he is again. He's got a lovely action and a nice high delivery. As this one again is right on the mark. He's actually come into this game. Very few people had heard of Corey Roccacioli, and he's adapted very quickly and very well to the conditions and the format. As he's in and bowls a reverse sweep, which doesn't quite come off for Vaughan. He gets the ball out to deep mid-wicket. It wasn't quite where he was aiming. He was aiming to sweep it behind on the onside, but he gets the single for it.
Corey Roccacioli thought he got that under the bat for a moment, and he would have been rather plumb, but actually he's executed it perfectly well. He's hit it in front of square, but I don't think he intended to. But he's got plenty of bat on that, and he's kept over the top of it as well, which is the key.
It was perfectly safe, wasn't it? So.
Yeah. Let's say Roccacioli would not discourage him from trying that shot again.
He comes in and bowls, and Abel is going to get a run tucking this one away through mid-wicket. Again, only to the outrider on the boundary edge. And Dolby, who does the fielding, 172 for 5, 31 to Abel. And again, Roccacioli very economic, just a couple of singles so far off this over. He comes in with his final ball of his 12th over. He's in, and there'll be another single for Vaughan, glancing it behind square on the onside for 1. Ed Barnard does the tidying up, and another over ticks by.
Yeah. Here come some drinks for the batters.
With a message.
Or as it's known, a message for the batters, which is we only want to be out there for another 5, or we or just bat through, or whatever it is the message. It could be anything, we don't know. With Roccacioli, what is interesting, and whether it's because he's a taller bowler at sort of 6'4", they've been very reluctant to use their feet to him, to come down the wicket to him. And I mean, you can get that with a taller bowler. I think sometimes Shoaib Bashir benefits from the fact that players are reluctant to use their feet. Thought he held his own pretty well against the Indians, who of course are used to a very high quality of spin in what was a remarkable test match this week. Well, whatever the message was that came on with the 2 drinks bottles, and I think we can reasonably assume there was one, once the message has been delivered and the substitute has returned, they then have their own conversation, Abel and Vaughan.
For a man just delivering drinks, he had a lot to say for himself, didn't he?
Maybe he was letting them know what's for lunch today.
Yeah, could be.
You won't believe it. They've done giant chicken and mushroom vol au vents. No. Have they?
Order me 3.
Oh, braised cabbage. Oh, I love braised. Plenty of pepper on it, yes. Yes, can't wait till lunch now.
We'll stay out here and build an appetite.
Yeah. Anybody who's planning to use the members' restaurant, I'm reasonably assuming that isn't what's for lunch. Don't hold me responsible when that turns out to be the case. Shay Simmons to bowl his 4th over. Archie Vaughan on strike. Short ball, which he can cut through the offside, and he's going to split the 2 fielders in the deep. They won't be able to cut that off. And that was a looser delivery from Simmons. And Vaughan picks his spot nicely. He's to 13. Is he to 17? He's 179 for 5. He's 17. Or was it a no ball as well? Okay.
Yeah, so not a good way. 4 off the last ball of Simmons' previous over, and he starts off with a no ball, which is dispatched for 4. So just a little bit expensive.
Comes in the bowl to Vaughan again, and this was pulled through the leg side, and again he's going to split the 2 fielders. So 10 runs off 1 legal delivery in this over. And the thing is, you could say, oh well, the message came on that they need to accelerate, but actually you can't necessarily determine that from 2 bad balls.
No, exactly.
So Simmons, having done a tidy job for 3 overs, isn't quite getting it right this time. He is a young cricketer.
He has the habit, though, when he walks back, when something like that, when a ball's gone for 4, you can tell it's gone for 4 because he walks back with a disconsolate look on his face, and it's almost like a trudge back.
It's like a teenager getting home from school.
Yeah.
That's a better ball. Fuller on an off-stump line, angled in slightly to the right-hander, and Vaughan defends it. And then one thing you learn as a parent is that when your child arrives back in that sort of mood, you do not say, how was school today?
It's got the, it wasn't my fault, Mum.
To be fair, if the conversation starts, how was school today? It wasn't my fault. Then actually you're onto an interesting subject. I mean, that's what wasn't, son? What wasn't? Oh dear. 183 for 5. 330 the lead. They pulled out now. There'll be 76 overs. We're getting closer to that moment where they might pull out, I think. Getting closer. Edging there. Short ball. Vaughan cuts it to backward point. Should only be a single to Jacob Bethel, who fumbles the pickup left-handed to his own annoyance, and then takes it out on the throw, which arrives fairly rapidly at Kai Smith's mitt. Just a single. 184 for 5.
Kai Smith now signalling to the dressing room that does he need a new glove or something? Is one of his gloves gone?
That'd be strange, wouldn't it? He's in that modern trend of wicketkeepers wearing white gloves. It does feel like it's the wicket-keeping equivalent of footballers in white boots.
I think he's hurt his left hand, to be honest. I think he might want a bit of
spray or something, yeah. This is wide outside off stump, lashed into the offside. Bethel again has ground to make, and his tumble will give them time to come back for 2. He landed slightly awkwardly there, and he underarms the throw back to Tom Latham and hobbles gradually back to the boundary. I don't think it was anything serious. I think it was more of a bit of a bump. I think he landed heavily in that dive. But this has been a really expensive over. There's still 2 balls left in it. 186 for 5.
Yeah, he's 28 come off his his 4 overs so far.
He's turned off his pads for a single through a vacant square leg by Abel. He's 34. 187 for 5. Yeah, I think it's been 14 runs in total off the over so far. I think he was 3 overs for 15 prior to this. So
yeah,
yes.
It is.
So 6, 10, yeah, it is, because the 6 being a 4 off a no ball, followed by another boundary. So if Somerset haven't withdrawn by the time the next over's due from the pavilion end, I'm not sure it'll be Simmons. Bowls now to Vaughan, short-armed pull. Another single, so 15 off the over in all, 188 for 5 Somerset. They lead by 335, and if they pulled out now, there'd be 76 overs left. I think we're close. If they want to win the game, we're close.
Every ball in that over met the middle of the bat, and whilst a couple were fired out to fielders, but they certainly were able to strike those well. Yeah, it is a little bit of running repairs for Kai Smith. the physio is out. I think it's his left hand that's taken a bit of a bump. So he's just looking for a bit of tape to bind a couple of fingers together, perhaps.
Shall I whistle through Division 1 then, whilst this happens?
Absolutely.
At Chester Street. Sussex 145 for 4, lead Durham by 179. Ibrahim on 42 and Simpson 25. They've added 45 in 24 overs, which may give you some indication of the way that game is going. Sussex trying to get themselves safe, basically. At Chelmsford, Essex 148 for 5, still 5 runs behind Hampshire. Dawson 4 for 37 in 26 overs. He's bowling beautifully. Wesley is still there on 58 for the home side. And Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire, I mean, boy, is that a draw. Notts 487 all out. Yorkshire 465 for 6. Matthew Revis has 74. George Hill has 30. And they've added 58 in 26 overs. So there's some fairly stolid stuff going on there. Robbie Yates is warming up as if he might succeed Shay Simmons should he be required. In Division 2, Gloucestershire, what a recovery, 433 for 4. They lead Derbyshire now by 222. Graham Van Buren 134 not out. James Bracey on 30. Cameron Bancroft was dismissed for 176. They're still moving fielders around, so I'll boldly move on to Blackpool, where Kent, who were 265 behind on first innings, are 34 for 2 against Lancashire. So they're battling to survive. Glamorgan 186 for 3. Still need 37 to make Leicestershire bat again.
Leicestershire having a terrific season, aren't they? Rockacholi starts a new over as this one is driven out to extra cover, where Davis, who's at mid-off, does it fielding, and in the end his throw sends Archie Vaughan scurrying back into his crease. Good sharp fielding from the Warwickshire captain, and Vaughan ends up on all fours. Rockacholi in again, bowls. Vaughan is trying to flick this one away down the leg side, but the ball evades bat, and Kai Smith can't take it cleanly either.
That one ripped out the rough, didn't it? It set out outside off stump and went well down leg side. It definitely hit some rough.
Rockacholi again is in, and Vaughan is pushing forward with a dead bat and just running that one back up to the bowler. Gets through his overs very quickly, Rockacholi.
Certainly warmed to him as this match
Yes,
has gone on.
no, I agree totally. Yeah. As he comes in and bowls, and this is a nice shot. Good use of the feet by Vaughan, and that's going to evade Davis at mid-off and up to the boundary in front of the old press box stand.
Partnership of 52 between Tom Abel and Archie Vaughan. 73 balls to do it. And they've been reluctant to use their feet to Rockacholi, but when Vaughan did it then, he did it with real control. So he's got to the pitch of the ball. He's not taking any risk. He's hit it all along the deck, beautifully timed.
Yeah, he's growing into this last 10 minutes or so. He's beginning to play some really nice shots, and this will do him good. He's been searching for a bit of form. As Rockacholi in, and Vaughan is forward to that, and just back to the bowler. So we've got one ball to go in this 13th over from Corey Rockacholi. 192 for 5, the lead 339 as Rockacholi is in and bowls, and a reverse sweep into a vacant mid-wicket area. It's a long chase, and a fruitless chase, because two of the Warwickshire players converge on it. Alex Davis comes racing across the ground from mid-off, and Ethan Bamber from deep back with square leg. There was nobody out on the mid-wicket boundary, which was a little bit strange. It was an inviting the shot, and Vaughan was able to play it, and played it very effectively, and away for 4. And in the process, Alex Davis took a little bit of a tumble down there. I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's fine. I just think the Bears are taking plenty of time over what they're doing. I don't think they particularly want Somerset to be able to get extra overs in before the end of the day and that sort of thing. So there's a bit of a calculation going on. You can understand that. They're behind in the game. But that time he most definitely intended to play that paddle or that reverse sweep well in front of square, because he, as you pointed out rightly, picked out the gap that he could hit the ball into. Looks like
it looks
Ethan Bamber's going to have a bowl here. I don't think he was expecting that.
No, I mean, he made to run along the boundary edge about 40 yards and then walked all the way from the boundary edge, and it's the longest boundary on the ground, to side by side with the captain in deep conversation.
Yeah, perfect way to warm up was that sprint before, though. So that's
just let
fine.
him know, hopefully he knew.
Yeah. One championship game we didn't give an update on at Northampton. Middlesex 320 for 6. Lead Northants by 298. Holman and Cracknell are at the crease at the moment. 3 wickets for Calvin Harrison, who's had a good loan spell in Division 2. And there's a women's T20 tour match today between an ECB Select and India Women. ECB Select in the final over 189 for 6. Bryony Smith got a very brisk 62 early on. Holly Armitage is 47 not out in that game. Couple of wickets for Rana. So, Somerset lead by 343. If they pulled out now, there'd be 75 overs as a minimum to bowl before the end of the day. Will 350 be the number that they want? Will they want more? Are they concerned that runs can be scored on this surface? Bamber will bowl to Abel, well outside off stump, left alone. Would have been a T20 wide, but you can bowl it out there in this format. He's got a split field, 5-4 offside field. I was looking for the 5th fielder on the offside. Sam Hain had melded into the background of the white seats under the tiny scoreboard that is largely there in the case of a power cut, I think.
Yeah, it's very, very rarely used, fortunately. There was a time where we seemed to have continual power cuts and scoreboards going down, but touch wood.
That's whatever this is. Touch MDF.
Then it hasn't happened for a while, but I remember many a game where we've had to score with do it with no scoreboard operating.
I don't think there's any wood in here at all. Coming down the wicket here is able to Bamber, who drags it back and hits him amidships and then chases towards the ball to try and kick it towards the stumps. Abel looks a bit discomforted. Bamber looks even more discomforted.
I think he turned his ankle a bit there, when he went to kick it.
I'm always wary of fast bowlers trying to kick a ball in the follow-through.
They're looking at the ball now, so whether his studs run across the top of it.
So he genuinely may. I mean, that is a dangerous thing to do. He may genuinely have trodden on it. He's just demonstrated to Alex Davis what he was attempting to do left-footed. And by Jove, I mean, these Warwickshire players do get enough practice of kicking a football each morning.
Well, his winter contract at the Villa's gone.
Well, that's a blessing for him. As he comes into bowl and is forced out to backward point. It's at no run. It's picked up there by Ed Barnard. 196 for 5 it remains. So Bamber not bowling in the first hour and a quarter today. He's had a heavy workload in the championship this season. His first campaign as a Warwickshire player. 196 for 5. What is the number that is safe? Even Anthony isn't sending me hieroglyphic messages of what he reckons they want here. There's some purpose, but it's hardly gung-ho that they're going at the moment, which makes you wonder whether they're going to wait a bit longer. He advances down the wicket here, though, chipped into the leg side, and he's a little fortunate where it drops there, Abel. And he'll come through for a single Rockacholi move round from long leg to field. But he has split Rockacholi and Simmons, but I think more by luck than judgment on that occasion. Able to 35, 197 for 5.
I'm still going to go on 12:30. Declare 10 minutes for the turnover, 20 minutes for lunch, and then 2 sessions with a lead of about 350, 355. But that could be miles wrong.
Bamber exchanges another word with Alex Davis as he starts moving forward for his run-up. Pushing forward in defence is Vaughan. Add into the covers where Tom Latham greets the ball. He came up for a chat after play yesterday. He felt the Bears weren't entirely out of the game. I didn't like to ask him for a percentage. I Let's say
They didn't give you any tips with the
somewhere between 0.5 and 2%. I think it would have been.
Did he give you any tips with the 230 at Doncaster?
Yeah, stay away from it. Don't bet, kids. You're never going to win long term. Anyway, Bamber into bowl to Vaughan, who again defends. It's into the leg side. So is it just the single off that over? 197 for 5. They've added 81 runs this morning in 20 overs.
Ooh, another message on its way out, in the form of a tablet or something.
Well, no, it's 2 drinks bottles again. Is it a different member of the squad this time?
Yeah.
No, it's the same one.
Man,
it's the same one. That's Casey Aldridge, is it? Yeah. He does it very well. And I'm not saying that they've given away that there's a message there, but they all looked at the scoreboard. Which is to say, okay, so for that we need to do this. Okay. I mean, they've had 2 drinks in 12 minutes.
This is a message in a bottle, isn't it?
Oh, dear.
Well, Rocky Charlie's going to continue after he's had his customary chat with the captain, who is perhaps going to fill that gap. He has done, I think.
So right now the target would be 345 in 74. So we're approaching the point where it's going to poke above 5 and over before long. It's not there yet, though. I mean, if that's one of the things that's in the calculation, they want it over 5 and over. As things stand, I don't think Warwickshire would go for it where it is now. I don't think they would. So I think they're eating into their own time a little bit.
Here's Rocky Charlie, starts a new over, and this one is turned by Abel to mid-wicket. It will get a single as 2 men converge on it, and Oliver Dolby wins the chase and gets there first, keeps them down to a single. 198 for 5. The lead is now up to 345. And Davis continues to chat with this. They're taking some time out here, chattering away.
I don't blame them.
Oh no, I don't. The umpires have been extremely generous, I think. Rocky Cherry starts his run up, but Archie Vaughan's not ready for him, and quite rightly makes him go back. In he comes and bowls, and Archie Vaughan comes down the wicket and crashes this one out to Simmons, who's out on the cover boundary, but restricts to a single.
So the pull-out is sometime soon on the evidence of how they're now playing.
Yes.
Sometime soon.
Yeah.
I think it's pre-lunch, let's put it that way.
Well, I still go pretty much what I reckon. Either.
Yeah, but you didn't come up with that theory till about 8 minutes ago. I mean,
no, that's actually, no. I did say with Anthony. I did suggest to Anthony that might be it. That is whacked and hit over deep backward square leg for 6. So yeah, there's a clear get on with it message, and Rocky Cherry is dispatched into the family stand nearly. Yeah, just about.
It didn't quite go in. It was only just cleared Rob Yates, and it was directly above Rob Yates, and he pinned himself to the inside of the rope and went at it one-handed in case he managed to pick off a miracle grab, but he couldn't.
Thank you, because the whole view is completely obstructed on that side. As this one is the end of Abel, who comes down the wicket, looking to force it away, and is bowled by Rocchicelli to get his 4th wicket of the innings. A 6th wicket has fallen for Somerset, 205 for 6. And clearly playing to an instruction there.
Playing to an instruction, but it's interesting that lead now above 350, but that doesn't look like it certainly isn't leading to the end. But the long-handled batter Miguel Pretorius is coming in to try and hit the ball prodigious distances. But credit to Rocchicelli, who's bowled unchanged from the Birmingham end this morning. 459 on his Bears debut, the Australian. And that one, Abel trying to give him the charge. And he's turned it through the gap and hit the top of off stump. As an off spinner, you love that dismissal. Yeah.
Another message, another drink for Archie Vaughan. He's going to need to take comfort breaks. The amount of drinks they brought out in the last 10 minutes.
he's slightly overhydrated now, is Archie? You don't have to drink it, Archie. Just pretend. But you'd have thought that Miguel Pretorius could have brought the message with him. That's funny. There's such a phony war going on at the moment, and it's all coming down to maths.
Right, we'll get this over out of the way, and Anthony will rejoin you, Richard. Well, it seems to have taken forever, this over.
I'm not saying that Anthony's been trying to work out the mathematics, but there is actually smoke coming off his abacus. Genuinely. Wow. A couple of those balls on his abacus are a lot smaller than they were 15 minutes ago. He's worn them down.
205 for 6. The lead 352. Corey Rocchicelli, of course, whilst all this is going on, is looking for that 5th wicket. What do you give for another one, as this one is bowled? And Pretorius, the new batsman, has played this one to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, Rockets is having a decent debut. We're alternating his two nicknames, The Rock and Rockets.
Oh, I've got him as Rocky.
But you're wrong. That's not his nickname.
Oh, right. Who's nicknamed him?
No, he has two long existing nicknames, The Rock and Rockets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But they're Australian.
Yeah?
I prefer calling him by his proper name. This one is played back. He fields off his own bowling, and Corey fields off his own bowling. End of the over, end of me. I'll be back with you after lunch.
Not the first Corey to play for Warwickshire. Corey Collymore. Back in the day. Not too far back, but there we go. So, another over goes, and Somerset are not yet ready to pull out. They lead by 353. If they declared now, there would be 73 overs remaining. We are about an over away, maybe 2 overs away from that run rate required being over 5 and over when Warwickshire bat.
I think they might declare at lunchtime, you know.
That's it. That feels late, doesn't it?
Well, it saves 2 overs, doesn't it? It saves the over, you know. So
if you were Warwickshire, if it gets to about 1:45 and they haven't pulled out, do you start trying to race through overs to lower the number? I don't know. It's sort of. I suppose at that
taking
point,
their time at the moment.
They could, of course, declare it 10-1.
Yes,
and that preserves 2 overs.
Exactly, but I assume that is because there's hardly much point in declaring now.
Well, they're 20 minutes at the openers before lunch and then go again afterwards.
But they lose 2 overs, don't they?
True.
Here's Bamber in the bowls, and this is launched down the ground by Pretorius for 4 runs over the top of mid-off. Well, that's what he was sent out there to do, and very effectively he has done it. 210 for 6.
Well, Anthony, I'm bound to say that the switch of logic there would be they might lose 2 overs if they're declared now, but if they bat through till at least 10-2, they lose 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah, but as I said all the way through, their priority is to make this game safe.
Well, it is.
They don't want to give Warwickshire a sniff.
No, but I don't think there is a sniff now.
Well,
it's above 5 and over by the end of this over.
Well, you said yourself. I mean, Warwickshire chased down 340. Oh, and is bowled. And that's the end of Pretorius. It was a pretty aimless shot. A good ball from Ethan Bamber, and Archie Vaughan looks in the direction of the dressing room, the Somerset dressing room, but signal comes there none, so presumably Craig Overton's going to walk out to bat. It's 210 for 7. The lead is 357. We're in we would have 74 overs after this, so assuming that they're not going to declare in this over, because if they were going to declare, I don't really see the point in Craig Overton coming out to bat. That would bring it down to 73, so that would be 71 overs that they would have in which to bowl Warwickshire out.
It's actually a good delivery from Ethan Bamber. Angles in, takes the top of off stump.
Wasn't a great shot, mind.
No, but Pretorius is only here to try and hit it as far as he can in the direction he's facing, isn't he? It was always going to be a bit uncomplicated. As Overton comes in.
Just was a rather half-hearted swish, though, unlike the previous hit down the ground. Comes Big Craig in his short-sleeve sweater, having a chat with Archie Vaughan.
Who's had another drink? Oh dear.
Well, it is warm out there,
That's 4 in 20 minutes now. Yeah. The 12th man had been out twice to relay messages with drinks bottles and has now come out twice on the fall of the wickets of Abel and Pretorius. Oh well. He'll be glad of an interval. He might not have time for his lunch.
Bamber is going to bowl to Overton. 210 for 7. Overton prods at that outside the off stump and is very fortunate that he doesn't nick it through to wicketkeeper Kai Smith. Wasn't much of a shot at all, almost as if he doesn't know quite what the plan is, but if anybody knows what the plan is, it ought to be the captain. But
they're going to put a slip in. Tom Latham's going to go in at slip. That does open up space in the offside for him to push the ball through.
Well, I suppose Warwickshire reckoning if they can take these 3 wickets quickly. As Overton just dead bats this to the onside. 357, 70 odd overs. Well, it's a big ask, but not impossible. On what is still a pretty blameless wicket. A little bit of turn from out the bowlers' footmarks, but nothing for the quicker bowlers. No indifferent bounce, really. Bamber to Overton, who strokes this nicely into the offside and trots through for his first run. 211 for 7. Archie Vaughan on 32. If I was Archie Vaughan, I'd be just thinking about my average and red figures. Wouldn't want to give it away at this stage. He's batted very nicely. 32 from 45 deliveries. He rather outshone his former captain, Tom Abel. As Bamber's in and bowls, appeal for LBW going down, I fancy, and they take a leg by. Certainly from the shot that Archie Vaughan played, it looked as if it was going down.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think the movement of Kai Smith behind the stumps would also indicate that. It has rather discomforted Archie Vaughan, that hitting him on his foot. He had a bit of a hop and he's flexing it at the moment. But we are going to go into another over. So, had they pulled out now, it would have been 359. Well, it'd be 360 to win in 72 overs, which is exactly 5 and over. The evidence of the last 2 days don't suggest that anybody's going to be cracking along at 5 and over here for 72 overs. The spinner's got a bit of help, so Leach and Vaughan are certainly going to be in play. Somerset have a very good seam attack with Henry, Pretorius and Overton. And Davey with the new ball. Roccaccioli so has a chance to try and knock over his 5th as he comes into bowl to Vaughan. And that does, again, just turn a little bit in towards off stump. He defends it to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Ed Barnard. The field is strewn. There are 4 boundary fielders on the leg side and 2 on the offside. As Roccaccioli comes in, he's guided towards square leg for a single. Vaughan to 33, 213 for 7. And I fancy the field will stay out deep for Overton as well. Roccaccioli is waving with 2 arms as to what he wants in the field.
Somerset, though, don't look to be in any great hurry, do they?
And yet we saw Abel get a 6 and then run down the wicket and get bowled next ball. So I think they are. I just think they've got themselves caught between 2 stools a bit today.
I think so.
Roccaccioli into Overton, turns it round the corner for a single. If you consider that Stephen Kirby was saying the target was to get 80 overs to bowl Warwickshire out today, the maximum they can have now is 71. Although to do that they'd have to declare now, which actually would would keep them with. Well, no, there would be 71. So, yeah, little sweep round the corner for a single by Vaughan. 215 for 7. To bat on until 10-2, that would still reduce it to either 71 or 70.
Well, they're not going to declare before 10-2, are they?
Well, it doesn't look that way. No, absolutely. So it could be down to 70, and I think that is making it hard. As pushing forward here is Overton, and I know that 7 wickets have fallen in 50 overs in this innings, but the majority of the wickets that have fallen have been to attacking shots, or the team being very purposeful, both yesterday evening and today. I mean, the first wicket was lofted to mid-wicket, wasn't it? Or mid-on, wasn't it? He was at mid-on,
yeah.
Ed Barnard, when Tom Kohler-Canmore tried to hit it over his head, playing in customary belligerent fashion after his excellent 100 on the opening day. Kohler-Canmore, that was a very nicely paced innings. Rockacholi into Overton, final ball of the over, just dabs it into the leg side. There's plenty of time to get a single. Bethel will beat Rockacholi to the ball because Rockacholi concedes that. 50 overs gone, 216 for 7, Somerset. The target would be 364 off, well, 71 if they pulled out now. That number can go back up again. It's one of those little enigmas in the equation. So,
3 more overs?
I mean, they must surely pull out at 10-2 with a slightly early lunch.
Yeah.
Must. If they don't, then that would feel a little bit too much like safety first to me. For Warwickshire, I dare say one of their targets today was to not have to bat until the afternoon session.
Bamber to Overton, drives, and there will be a single as Sam Hain is quite deep at mid-on to 17 for 7. Yeah, three overs would take us up to around about 10-1 and mean that Warwickshire would have 70 overs in which to score around about probably 370, something like that. And from the Somerset perspective, Somerset would have 70 overs in which to take 10 wickets, which is asking a lot. Bamber to Vaughan, who plays a defensive shot on the walk, just advancing towards Bamber. Not many people here, a scattering of spectators over on the far side in the RES Wyatt stand, and about a dozen in the Hollies stand away to our right. There'll be a few down below us in the pavilion stand as Bamber's in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Vaughan, but only as far as Rob Yates, who picks up at mid-wicket. It's been a strange morning's cricket, really. Somerset haven't played with any great purpose. We saw some attacking shots from Tom Abel, but didn't last very long because no sooner did he started attacking than he managed to get himself out, giving Rockacholi the charge. Tom Banton didn't hang around very long. Out LBW sweeping, Bamber's in and bowls a long way down the leg side, which won't bizarrely be called. It will be called 1 for the over, which I'm not sure it was that high, but anyway, a wide would have been the obvious call.
Well, not in the championship, because it wasn't anywhere near being a championship wide. So it's not that wide of leg stump.
Well, it was. It was a long way wide of leg stump.
I would dispute that. I think
there was no way he was going to be able to get a bat on it. And that's ought to be the yardstick for a wide. Bamber bowls, driven for a single up to Sam Hain at that deepish mid-on position. Sam Hain in his white floppy sun hat. He'll have some batting to do, one would imagine. I suppose the other thing that will be weighing on Somerset's mind when it comes to declaration is the presence of Jacob Bethel in the Warwickshire top order, because he can score very quickly. 218 for 7.
Yeah, I think they've gone slightly negative mindset this morning in terms of when they could have pulled out.
Bamber in and bowls. They floated up. It was a low full toss, just turned around the corner by Overton, who hasn't attempted a single big shot yet. Single is taken, 219 for 7. 72 overs remain in the day's play as a minimum. The lead is 366. The two batsmen confer, and I think we will see a declaration either at 10 to 1 or over the lunch interval, one or the other.
Well, it's got to be 10 to 1, surely now. I mean, the Bears should get 2 overs in by 10 to. So that would mean that it was 70 overs to bowl the Bears out. And they have the attack to do it. Good balance about it. International quality bowlers. Bowled excellently in the first innings.
Only really when the ball was reversing. Don't forget, Warwickshire were 158 for 1.
But then the credit goes for them to get the ball into that condition as well. They preserved it really well. So down the leg side, the bails are whipped off by Alex Davis, the first ball of Rockacholi's 16th over, but
they're not going to have the
Overton was
time to
planted
do
in the crease.
that. I mean, it didn't start to reverse until about 50 overs.
So it's difficult, isn't it? It's a difficult one. But I didn't necessarily feel the run chase was that likely as this is lent on by Overton into the leg side and no run.
I think they're wary of. They're wary of this pitch. They're wary of the firepower in the Warwickshire batting order as well.
Rockacholi very full, driven neatly up to long on by Overton, 220 for 7. And in a way, whether that match at Taunton sticks in their mind, thinking, well, like that,
possibly.
This is a hybrid pitch, and on day 4 it did nothing. Now, this I think is offering a little bit more for the slower bowlers. Rockacholi has got some turn out of it today. 4 for 65 to his name as he bowls to Vaughan, who makes room on the back foot for a ball that turned into him. He and Overton were briefly running down the same path, and it makes the second run quite tight here, but Overton has actually done very well to get into a sprint. A throw from Simmons, not in time for Rockacholi to whip the bails off. Overton looks a little rueful after that sharp second, but he did very well to get back. But an accomplished 37 this from Archie Vaughan, 2-2-2 for 7. 2 balls left in this over from Rockacholi, the first of which is just nudged into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, he's looked the part, hasn't he? Batted very nicely.
With young players like this, it's getting them a lot of cricket. Every experience, every situation that they face is part of a learning curve that then adds to the talent that they've got. He defends the final ball of Rockacholi's over. 4 for 67 he is from 16. And it looks like we're going to continue past 10-2. So this is kind of the decisive over for that. If at the end of this over Somerset bat on, then it will feel a little bit like they're settling for the draw, but they will give themselves at least a chance to prise that door open with the ball. 2 for 7. We could still yet be having drama at about 20 past 6, Anthony.
I very much doubt it. I'll just go back to overnight on the second evening. Warwickshire 158 for 1 in 53 overs. That's and Somerset bowled very well yesterday morning when the ball started reversing, but before that batting was pretty straightforward. And even the one wicket was a strangle down the leg side. Bamber's in and bowls, and this is swung away, and we'll go for 4. As Rockacholi couldn't quite see where that was, and I couldn't quite see where it was as well, but in fact it bisected Simmons and Rockacholi down on that deep backward square leg boundary.
Yeah, Simmons was the one that it was closest to, but I think he always had the angle that would beat him.
226 for 7, the lead now 373. And we surmise that this is going to be the last over of the Somerset innings, with the clock now saying 12:48 and 5 balls remaining. The field spreads a little bit further as Bamber's into Overton, short, swung away down to square leg, and this time it's just a single as Simmons fields. 228 for 7. Or is it 227 for 7? 227 for 7. Scoreboard is very quick here.
So the run rate required is going to be above 5.3, which I think rules out the chase unless something remarkable happens. So we're down to 2 possible results, I think we're safe to say.
Perhaps they could open the batting with Jacob Bethel. Wouldn't be a bad thing to do. Jacob Bethel and Rob Yates. Here comes Bamber to Vaughan. Oh, takes him on the pad, but going down the leg side as he looks to Vaughan looks to turn that away towards mid wicket.
If after the dashing start, it would be Jacob Bethel and Alex Davis, but he's the quickest scorer.
Yes, he is. You're right. Yeah.
But yeah, I do worry a little bit that expectations for Jacob Bethel are a little bit unfair on him at times, in that, yeah, he's a super talented cricketer and has particularly excelled in the white ball game, both for the Bears and for England, but he's still on a learning curve with the red ball.
Bamber to Vaughan, strokes that nicely into the offside for a single. 228 for 7.
You know, a series of circumstances, whether it be injuries or whatever, led to him getting that chance in the Test series against New Zealand, batting at 3 where he hadn't really batted at all yet. And because of the ability and the head that he's got on his shoulders, he came through with 3 half centuries, which is massively to his credit. But he still needs a lot more exposure in this form of the game.
It's Bamber in and bowls, and there's maybe 2 for here. No, there should just be the single, because he wouldn't take a run on Mr. Simmons's arm. Ball comes in like a rocket. 229 for 7. Right. This, I surmise, is going to be the last ball of this Somerset innings. 376 is the lead as we stand. As Bamber is in full toss to Archie Vaughan, who just plays it up to mid on, and it's not the final ball of the innings. They're going to go up to lunch.
Right, okay, so if you're Warwickshire at this point, you want to get 3 overs in. I'll tell you that for nothing. To get the number down to 67 as the minimum. And they'll do well to... Well, it's what you do in the final hour, is it? All comes down to the final hour. Could he squeeze more than 16 overs into the final hour?
Of course, they might not declare at all.
They genuinely might not declare at all.
Take what they've got.
Rockacholi will continue. Bowling to Craig Overton, who tries the reverse. There's appeal for LBW, and it's a 5-wicket haul on debut for Corey Rockacholi. Craig Overton is not keen on that decision, but it was a rather awkward-looking reverse sweep that he attempted. And on 229 for 8, they will now declare. Rockacholi gets his 5th wicket, and it does mean that the target for Warwickshire notionally will be 377. And the number of overs will be 69. But credit to Corey Rockacholi, by the way, who's bowled very well this morning to take 4 of his 5 wickets today and just help the Bears slow Somerset's progress down, which, after all, was their most important target this morning.
5.46 runs and over Warwickshire will need to score that 377 that they need to win. It's been a strange morning's cricket, really, with Somerset rather losing their way after losing those 2 early wickets. I think that's what upset their plans, that they're in a position where they ought not to lose this game. They'd have to bowl really, really badly to lose it from here, and they've given themselves a slim chance of taking the 10 wickets that they need. But as I think I said, within about an hour and a half's play on the first morning, a draw is the most likely outcome.
Yeah, it certainly is. A good round of applause there for Corey Rockacholi as he raises his left hand, holding the ball there. And he's marked his debut in decent style. I'll take some encouragement for the Aussie, who's got this 4-game run in the side, but 6 for 168 in the match, so he's averaged 28 with the ball in this game, and he will be delighted with that. From Warwickshire's point of view, it's about seeing out these 69 overs and maybe batting well enough that only 53 of them need to be bowled before a draw is declared for Somerset. It's about wickets with the new ball and then maybe seeing what Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan can do. But Warwickshire, with good control in this morning session, slowed Somerset down. 229 for 8 declared. It means we will be back with you just after 1:30 for the 11th of 12 sessions in this game. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have slowed things down on day 4, and in the end Somerset had to declare 10 minutes before lunch on 229 for 8. 5 wickets for Corey Rocchiccioli, who bowled very well, the Australian, on his debut, claiming the wickets of Rue, Banton and Overton this morning. It means that the Bears have been set a target that is rather unlikely of 377, and they're going to have 69 overs in which to chase them.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Edgbaston, ready for an early starting afternoon session after Somerset's declaration on this final day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Somerset. Warwickshire, whose winless run at home is likely to continue. They've been set a target of 377 in 69 overs. More realistically, they need to get through the 69 overs to see out a draw. For Somerset, that is the length of time they've got to try and take 10 wickets in this second innings. As the Bears batters emerge from the pavilion, the Somerset fielders are already out in the middle, and Matt Henry is handing his short sleeve sweater to umpire Lloyd. And out come Rob Yates and Alex Davis to start this innings. So a minimum of 69 overs remain. And the one way you can get more than 69 overs in is to get ahead of schedule before the final hour. That might be quite difficult, or in that final hour to squeeze in more than the 16 overs that are allocated, and you never quite know with Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan potentially in tandem. So there could be more than 69 overs, but we will learn an awful lot more in the next hour and a half as to where this game is likely to go. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. A little bit later we'll be rejoined by Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club's museum. Anthony Gibson is alongside me from BBC Somerset.
Hot foot from the museum, I should say.
Is that where you've been?
It is, yeah. And fascinating half an hour or so. Well, it wasn't a half an hour, it was about 20 minutes, but
you did well to get
there's
there
an
and
awful
back.
lot to see in there.
Yeah.
And very interesting it is too. Right, Matt Henry's going to open up for Somerset.
Well, they can certainly set attacking fields. They've got plenty of runs on the board. 3 slips in place.
Matt Henry into Rob Yates, who plays that slightly uncertainly out into the onside. Yeah, Somerset's plans this morning were a bit derailed by the early loss of James Rue and then Tom Banton. So they were 5 down pretty early on this morning and didn't want to get bowled out. So they pulled their horns in and batted normally, I suppose is what you would say. Matt Henry in and bowls to Yates, and that comes off the inside edge. Jack Leach will field down at long leg, but it has meant that instead of having, I don't know, 75 overs, I never really bought into the 80 overs that that Steve Kirby was talking about, but 75 overs it might have been to try and bowl Warwickshire out a second time. In the end, they've ended up with just 69, which I can't really see happening. But they'll give it a good go and see. They'll see what happens, and likewise Warwickshire, I guess. I mean, if the runs come quickly, then they might fancy their chances. 5.46 is the required rate. This is outside the off stump. No shot from Alex Davies.
I'd take your tenner now if you want to bet that Warwickshire chase. I don't think they'll give it a look, to be honest. They didn't score very quickly in the first innings, certainly not against this attack. And also, if Somerset had to move to defensive mode after 25-30 overs, it would make it very difficult to score rapidly. But it's how they approach this is going to be interesting.
Henry in the bowl. Oh, taken on the pad and gone! Somerset have got the first wicket, and it's the Warwickshire skipper, Alex Davies, who is pinned LBW by Matt Henry. It's 1 for 1, and, well, game on. And I must say, it was one of those LBWs that, even from up here, not bang in line, it looked very much as if the umpire's finger would be raised, and raised it was. And off walks a sorrowful Alex Davies. Gone LBW to Matt Henry for just 1 run.
It looked pretty plump. It did. Davies just didn't get into position, no real movement there, and struck in front. And the first wicket is down.
Oh, yeah. Hitting all 3.
Yeah, so that's exactly what Somerset needed. Wickets with the new ball then gives them a little bit more to bowl at from Warwickshire's point of view, what you can't afford to do is to go into some sort of batting stasis where you don't even try and score. You've got to find a way of playing safely. Obviously, you're not going to see too many risks.
It was just a really good ball, just bowled from wide of the crease, angled in at Alex Davies, and on a full length. Pinned him in front of middle stump. Good piece of bowling by a very high-class bowler. 3 slips: Carter Cadmore, Overton and Tom Abel. We've got a short extra cover catching as well. It's Tom Banton, I think. Mid off, mid on, backward point, mid wicket. Henry in, bowls to Latham, takes him on the pad. One that bounced a little bit more than Latham was expecting.
He won his Kiwi domestic battle against Latham yesterday morning. Apparently Latham had scored 65 on day 2, but he didn't add to that. Batted good 25 minutes yesterday morning before nicking off to Henry, who just gave him nothing.
Henry again in, bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Latham, and through to James Rew. So a successful first over from Matt Henry, the wicket of Alex Davies. 1 for 1. 68 overs remain. The target is 376.
And it's spin to open from the pavilion end. Jack Leach is going to bowl. So that gives you some idea of what they feel the pitch is doing, and that they want to maximise the opportunity to use the spinners. And for Rob Yates and Tom Latham, also slightly unusual to see spin at the very start of your innings with the hard new ball. And it means that with Henry, Pretorius and himself, Overton, also Davey, he's got plenty of seamers to keep one end going and keep them fresh, whilst Leach will ask a lot of questions bowling from this end.
Well, he'll get the extra bounce, won't he, from the new ball.
So as long as he gets good grip on it, that's the challenge you have as a spinner, is gripping the shiny ball.
Would that be easier or more difficult with a Kookaburra, with its less pronounced seam?
Probably a bit easier, you would think, wouldn't you? But so, I mean, it would not be a shock for Leach to get 25 or 30 overs here to really help put the pressure on. Yates on 1 is on strike. 1 for 1. Warwickshire already in a little bit of early bother. And he sends this outside off stump. I think as much as anything, A, elusive, but also B, just to gauge what turn he might get. There are footholds outside the left-handers off stump from where bowlers have followed through. And we have seen turn off those on this hybrid surface. Such experience. He's taken good wickets against Warwickshire before, as this is forced off the back foot out towards the deep cover fielder, Josh Davey, who comes in off the boundary. 2 for 1. On one level, it's slightly curious that there's a boundary fielder on either side, but in another sense, it's encouraging the batters to play at least a slightly positive shot.
Well, it's giving the bowlers, giving Jack Leach a bit of licence as well to toss it up, so he's got a bit of insurance out on the boundaries.
Latham then to face him for the first time in this innings, and he adds up to a ball that's turned back outside off stump, and I think it's done too much for Gough to know, and it's hit him outside the line, but that's fine because he didn't play a shot. But it's a difficult one when it turns that much to give, but it certainly hit one of the footholds.
High.
Yeah, height might well have been the concern, but what encouragement for Leach to see that much spin. Especially going to be tough for the left-handers. So Latham sweeps and he crashes it into short leg. It ricochets to the other side of the wicket, and Rew comes about a dozen yards to get there.
I was going to say I was slightly surprised that they haven't opened up with Archie Vaughan to the two left-handers, but that delivery from Jack Leach that turned and bounced as it did, well, speaks for itself.
Tom Bantam took good action to try and lessen the impact there. He knew what was coming from that sweep. And he'll try and sweep another ball from outside off stump that wraps him on the pad and goes behind. And that tells you that Leach psychologically has already done the first part of the work here, in that Latham now feels that rather than playing from his crease, he may be safer getting lots of pads in the way. And as long as he's playing a sweep, he's playing a shot to a ball that's outside off stump. This time he does play it off the back foot, dabs it into the offside, but plenty of encouragement for Somerset there. Warwickshire 2 for 1, a minimum of 67 overs remain.
Tom Latham taking guard outside off stump, which is interesting. But I think Archie Vaughan against, if these two left-handers hang around for any length of time, then Archie Vaughan might very well be an option, turning the ball away from them. Tom Bantam just trots off to put on the fielding pads and bring out the helmet, so he's going to go in at short leg.
Well, the word option, he's got plenty of them, Craig Overton. He really has. It's a nice balance of 6 bowlers that he's got available to him. So Casey Aldridge is coming onto the field.
Yeah, just while Tom Bantam puts on some protective gear.
Yeah, some in addition to what he'd already got after that little blow, which mercifully he's okay after.
Henry in a bowls, and Yates solidly forward. Applause from Matt Henry's skipper, who's standing at second slip in a sleeveless sweater. Come on, lads, says Craig Overton. You can hear what the players are saying, because there aren't very many spectators here, which is a shame, because it could be a very exciting couple of hours cricket. Matt Henry's in a bowls. This is a nice shot from Rob Yates. That was over pitched and outside off stump, and Yates just stretched across and timed it away beautifully through the offside for the first boundary of the Warwickshire second innings. 6 for 1.
I'd rather see Rob Yates willing to put a ball away like that, because on that occasion, rare error from Henry in that he's over pitched, and Yates was able to put that away without taking any risk. But it just gets him a little bit more into a batting groove.
Matt Henry in a bowls and gets this one to bounce on Yates, but he plays it well. Keeps it down into the offside, picked up by Archie Vaughan. Very pleasant, warm afternoon here in Edgbaston. Lots of trees all around the ground. Birmingham skyline away in the distance. We counted the cranes recently, Richard.
It appears to be 14 this week.
14 this week. Henry in bowls and outside the off stump. No shot from Rob Yates. That one just coming back into the left-hander.
We are joined by listeners to Sport Extra, as well as those on Sport Extra 3 for a while. With Somerset looking to see if they can push for victory here, with the reward of a wicket in his first over for Matt Henry, trapping the Warwickshire skipper Alex Davis, LBW, without scoring. And Jack Leach having got some big turn in the opening over from the pavilion end.
Henry in a bowls, and Rob Yates pushes this into the offside. And there's no run. Yes, Somerset delayed their declaration until about 8 minutes before lunch, when Craig Overton was LBW to Corey Rocchiccioli, who picked up his first fiver for his new county or new team. Henry around the wicket to the left-handed. Was that a chance to Craig Overton, or was it just short? It was an edge. It would have been a mightily difficult catch, but I haven't seen the replay, so I'm not sure whether it carried or not.
It's met him right on the half volley, so his fingers have arrived at the ball at the same time as it's hit the ground. Absolutely bang on.
Matt Henry applauding, which suggests to me that it was we can get a better idea here, as the ball just doesn't quite carry.
No.
If anyone was going to catch that, it would have been Craig Overton with a great long arm and great big hand, but couldn't quite get to the ball before it hit the turf.
Yeah. It's yorked him, kind of. It's somewhere to get his fingers on it. His fingers aren't entirely pleased about that, but he gave them a little bit of an inspection. But here's Leach to continue. Yates maintains the strike with that single after was a little bit of a let-off in a way as he comes forward in defence and pushes the ball out on the offside. And Leach is getting turned from those rough patches outside off stump. Archie Vaughan is swinging his arms as just to remind his captain that he's ready and available to also provide some spin. Batting very nicely for his unbeaten 38 earlier. Leach sends this well outside off stump. It keeps low and comes off either an inside edge or a pad from behind. Is that runs or buys? They're going to come through for 2. It's going to be signalled as something. 2 buys. Yeah, it's come either off Rue or off the slip. But that has turned in the rough and kept low. And these 69 overs, they could be enough if Leach continues to exploit that opportunity outside the left-handers off stump. 9 for 1. And the home team under real pressure here. This is straighter and fuller, and Yates is able to move forward and push it up to mid-off where Vaughan fields. They've got the window open here, Somerset. And there's a bit of a tail to this Warwickshire team as well. With Rockiccioli slated at 8. He's only got 1 first-class half-century to his name. Reverse sweep here, an appeal for caught behind, and it's not going to be given now.
It was a brilliant catch.
Well, yeah, I mean, Overton's done very well low to his right. Whether Yates has hit it or not, I don't know.
Well, the umpire thinks not.
And I'm trying to work out whether he managed to even hit it down into the ground. When you're getting another look at it, he may have. I think he's hit over the top of the ball into the ground. So I think the reason it's not a catch is that it's a bump ball. Looking at the replay, it was very full, the delivery, and this one he turns to the leg side. But the Bears batters and the 2 left-handers, Yates and Latham, are both resorting to sweeps and reverses because they're not sure that they can play him off the back foot here because of the amount of turn he's getting out of the rough. As he's in again, it's a thick inside edge for Yates and he'll get a single. 10 for 1. Minimum of 65 overs remaining, but these early overs from Matt Henry and Jack Leach are telling you that Somerset have got themselves a very genuine chance of making it 4 wins in a row here.
Yep, tremendous over from Jack Leach. And I'd like to see another replay of that Craig Overton catch, I must say, but it was a very good catch, but sadly...
Stop, it was a very good stop.
It was a very good stop, yeah.
I think he has hit it before it hits the ground, because I think it's behind him when it hits the ground. Yates.
Matt Henry then to bowl his 3rd over, 1 for 6. 3 slips go down. I fancy they're half a yard closer to the stumps after that edge that didn't quite carry. This is a beautiful shot though from Rob Yates. Over pitch from Matt Henry and timed away through the offside by Rob Yates. He moves on to 12, 14 for 1.
As is so often the case though, that is the way in which to err, isn't it? If he over pitches, it is outside off stump. He wants him to play that shot, and slightly back of a length is a lot more risk in it, so you won't mind seeing that.
He's in again and bowls. Ooh. That one comes back into Rob Yates, but just a little bit too wide, and a good leave with the oohs and ahs from the slips.
They've got plenty of runs to play with. The evidence is there's no way that the Bears are going to be able to score quickly off the spin. I mean, scoring at all has been edges and sketchiness.
Well, we've had 2 nice off drives from Rob Yates. This is a bouncer from Henry.
Yeah. No, I mean specifically off Leach.
Oh, off Leach, yes, yes, absolutely, yeah.
So, you know, I think the target, as we suspected it would be, is not worthy of consideration, really. Somerset have batted the game safe. The question will just be, have they given themselves enough overs on a hybrid pitch that's more responsive than we thought it might be?
Henry to Yates, who pushes this into the offside and trots through for a single as Archie Vaughan picks up 15 for 1. Sun's obscured by cloud at the moment, but it's a very pleasant warm afternoon and the breeze has almost died away. Both the Warwickshire and the Somerset flags hanging limply from their flagpoles on top of the old press box stand. This is another bouncer from Matt Henry, much too short, and given hallelujah as a wide by umpire Graham Lloyd, because there was no way on earth that Tom Latham could have got a bat on that.
He has to wait a while for the scorers to notice that one. It hasn't gone up on the board yet. There we go.
16 for 1.
6 over now. Yeah, that was way over head height, wasn't it? It was a real effort ball from Henry to get it up there, actually.
Tom Lamb had been being brought in from deep mid-wicket to shortish mid-wicket. Matt Henry is in and bowls outside the off stump to Latham. So he dismissed Tom Latham yesterday morning, not offering him anything outside the off stump, and Latham eventually losing patience and going for an off drive and nicking off to James Rew, and Matt Henry trying the same tactics here this afternoon, as that's outside the off stump, going through at good height to James Rew. There's been plenty of bounce from this hybrid pitch with the Kookaburra. It's not one of those pitches that sort of died and gone to heaven as the match has worn on.
And you know, I think with some hybrid pitches you don't necessarily get the amount of rough that has been scuffed up here.
Yeah.
Archibald is so keen to have a ball. the amount of practice deliveries he's got through in the first 5 overs. But you've got to love that. He's got the confidence to feel that he can make an impact, and he may well do so.
Well, especially with these two left-handers, I think.
Yeah.
If it was me, I'd bring him into the attack sooner rather than later.
Leach is bowling tremendously so far. This one quite full. It's gone through, and I think he's bowled him. It's gone through the gap, and that turn from outside off stump, it's just flicked off stump, and the bail falls, and Rob Yates is gone for 13. He was never comfortable against Leach, and Somerset have reduced Warwickshire to 16 for 2.
Sharp turn from Jack Leach, just clipping, as you said, Richard, the top of off stump and just dislodging the off bail. It was as near as a toucher to going clean over the top. And when it was taking the pad, that would have been umpire's call for sure. And I think probably the umpire would have given it not out, because Jack Leach has been getting plenty of bounce, but just clipped, as I say, the top of off stump.
Done a lot of things right this week, Somerset, and again, in terms of coming out with a plan and a strategy, whatever they discussed over lunch, they've decided that Leach with the new ball was going to work with the rough outside the left-hander's off stump, and they've got that absolutely right again, and Sam Hain comes in.
It actually didn't hit the stump at all, it hit the bail.
Oh, there we go. It was a beautiful delivery, and they will feel right now they've got a great chance. There's a lot of cricket left, still 64 overs effectively, bar 1 ball.
Assuming he gets the chance to bat, this is going to be a very good test of Jacob Bethel's credentials as a top order batsman on a pitch that's offering a bit of turn against high quality spin from Jack Leach.
Looks like Leach is probably going to come round the wicket to Hain rather than just lobbing it into the rough from over the wicket, because Hain at that point can use anything he wants to block the ball. So Leach is going to see what else he can exploit, and he got Hain with an absolute beauty in the first innings, just before the tea interval yesterday. And him caught by Overton at slip for 78, a ball that really did turn. And I think we had a clue this morning, didn't we, with the wickets that Corey Rocacholi took, that this was a day when spin might be hard to resist.
Especially the wicket of James Rew.
Yeah.
Where there was no batsman error involved. It was just a really good ball against a batsman who was well set.
So Leach comes in to bowl to Hain, who leans forward to kill the spin. He was aiming sort of a leg stump line there.
He's a good player of spin, though, isn't he, Sam Hain? He uses his reach well.
Comes in just a couple, maybe 4 or 5 short strides, and then he gets into a jog, and he's defended with all hands really outside off stump. And there's no run. 16 for 2. All the pressure on the home team. Plenty of close infielders. Solid straight bat. Defended back down the wicket. There's a tension in the air. The home members who haven't seen their side win here this season, I think only once last season, it's not been a good run at home. And again, they're second best in this game and in real danger of going under. Leach once more. Hayne comes down the wicket to meet this on the full, but his drive bounces into the hands of Vaughan at mid-on.
Leach actually looks more threatening bowling to the left-handers because he's got more rough to aim into.
But he already has Hayne wanting to come down the wicket to kill the spin as much as anything. This is down the leg side. He sweeps and it's neatly fielded by Kohler Cadmore at leg slip. End of a tremendous over from Leach. A wicket maiden, 16 for 2. A Warwickshire, 63 overs to survive, and all of a sudden that feels like a lot.
It does. Jack Leach now with 27 wickets to his name so far in this county championship season, and he's bowled a lot of overs.
I think he may bowl a lot this afternoon. Although it might be a question of how many he needs to.
Matt Henry's going to bowl a 4th over, 16 for 2. He's in bowls to Latham, who is playing that defensively. Back to Henry. It is Tom Latham, is it not Tom Latham?
It's a good question. Latham, I would say, probably. Feels more natural, doesn't it?
I don't know. I've always called him Latham, but anyway. He's a left-handed New Zealander, and he's facing Matt Henry, and he gets one off his hip, and this will be not cut off by Jack Leach down below us at long leg. So it's 4 runs to Tom Latham.
So here's the question. When play resumed just after 1:30, you said 69 overs. I can't see them taking 10 wickets in 69 overs. Can you see it now?
Yeah, I can, just about. Just about. Although I think right-handers will find it easier combating Jack Leach than left-handers, curiously. Henry bowls outside the off-stump, no shot from Latham. And we can actually see it from here. There is a lot of rough outside the left-handers off-stump, particularly at that far end of the pitch, the Birmingham end. Whereas there isn't so much outside the right-handers off-stump. There is a bit, but it's a little bit too wide. And the main body of the pitch remains pretty blameless. Henry in bowls. Bowling to Latham. That wicket of Alex Davies, a bit of a bonus for Somerset. Taking wickets with the new ball has not been easy for either side. It's when the ball gets older when it starts to reverse, but we're a long way from that state of affairs. We're only in the 7th over. With it, Henry to Latham, bouncer. Does the that's 4th or 5th bouncer that Matt Henry has unleashed at his fellow Kiwi?
Yeah, it's quite surprising that he's done that. But, he's obviously enjoying the combat against his Test match colleague.
Do you want to pick up commentary?
We're all right for a couple of minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Last ball then of the 7th over. It's Matt Henry into Tom Latham, who just plays that back down into the pitch. 20 for 2. Sam Hain yet to score. Tom Latham on 4. After some words from Richard Wilford, Phil Britt will take up the commentary.
Oh my word, we've gone for a nice early change there at in the commentary position. Well, so yeah, as Jack Leach prepares to bowl his 4th over, he's going to be heavily used, and at the moment Somerset have got their opponent on the floor and looking to see if they can finish off the fight, because they've given themselves a proper opportunity here with those early wickets. We'll be updating listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR in a couple of minutes' time. Leach has been poked. He's got a slip, a leg slip, and a silly point in position. Extra cover is short. Mid wicket is just being straightened up a little bit. Okay, so a clip towards the leg side. There's nothing behind him on the leg side other than the leg slip, opening up that part of the field, because it would be very much across the line as this ball straightens up nicely and Hain just puts the full face of the bat on it. They're going to have to earn a draw here at the Bears if they're going to come away with it. As Leach comes in, left alone outside off stump. No run again. 20 for 2. Hain yet to get off the mark. Leach slowly approaches again. Hain comes down the wicket and is hit on the pad, but so far down the track it's very hard for the umpire to make a positive call in Somerset's favour. But you can see that Hain's having to be creative with his footwork. He's trying to take turn out of the equation on any delivery that he can. Update listeners to those 2 stations any second now. So Leach is in again, defended with a dead bat by Hain to Banton at silly point. Remains 20 for 2. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire in a spot of bother, trying to save this game, trying to get a draw against Somerset. They were set an implausible 377 to win. More realistically, they've got to survive 69 overs, and they've already lost 2 wickets. Skipper Alex Davis trapped plumb LBW by Matt Henry for a duck, and Rob Yates bowled by a ball that turned significantly from Jack Leach. The England spinner is bowling very well. Yates out for 13. Sam Hain has just got off the mark with a boundary. With him is Tom Latham on 4. Warwickshire are 24 for 2. Yes, whilst we were waiting for that report, nicely executed sweep shot from Hain for 4 to get him off the mark again. He doesn't want to be entirely in his shell. Phil Britt alongside me.
Afternoon, Richard. Afternoon, everybody.
Got to be hard earned to draw, as I was just saying.
Well, I think it was always going to be that this was going to be hard work, but they've started very well, Somerset.
Floated up by Leach. Forward in defence is Hain. End of the over. 8 gone. 24 for 2. Still 61 overs to go. And for Craig Overton now, it's just looking at his options and working out who to use when. And Matt Henry for now is going to continue.
Well, big wicket with Alex Davis going off the second ball, and then his second ball, and then that one which took Rob Yates. So both openers gone, and a big step forward for the visitors. It's going to be Henry to continue from the Birmingham end. The sun comes out, and Latham leaves this one outside the off stump. But, shape to play it, and at the last minute he took the bat out of the way and covered his off stump, and the ball travels through to James Rue behind the stumps, round the wicket to the left-hander. I wonder whether Jack Leach would be preferring to bowl at Tom Latham as opposed to Sam Hain at the moment. This next one sees Latham moving his feet and coming forward to meet that one and just pushing it down into the offside. There's no run, fielded
Yeah.
I'd have kept him.
The amount of rough, it is a nightmare for the left-handers, and he's bowled beautifully into it as well. Rob Yates was very unsettled before an absolute beaut of a delivery got him, finished him off.
Henry again in and bowls, and Latham again digs that one out. He'll be anxious to try and get him again. And Henry's had his scalp. He got him in the first innings. Admittedly, Latham had got a half century before he went, but he'll be keen to get him twice during the match. One New Zealander to another. As in he comes and bowls, and this is driven but straight up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Interesting to see a leg slip in now for Latham. So 2 orthodox slips and a leg slip. It's Tom Abel who's gone there. Latham may be crucial for the home team to see this one out. I think they probably need him to bat 50 overs here.
Yeah, I agree.
He has the mindset that he's capable of doing that, but too much exposure to Leach might be challenging.
This again, Henry's shorter one, which Latham ducks underneath. He has plenty of warning of that one. It was ducking before the ball had even started to clung him harmlessly through to the keeper.
Wouldn't be shocked if this is Matt Henry's last over in this spell. Craig Overton has got a lot of bowlers to rotate. He bowled magnificently himself in the first innings with 4 wickets.
Here comes again Henry in bowls, and this is off an outside edge down to third man. There's nobody down there, so it rolls away over the boundary. Latham moves on to 8, and Warwickshire 28 for 2. So that one was just dabbed away.
I think he steered that, to be fair.
Yeah.
And again, he avoids being at the end where he's facing Jack Leach, which may not be any small thing. I think you rightly say. I think a very difficult situation again when Jacob Bethel comes to the wicket.
Well, what have Warwickshire got left-handers? They've got Bethel, they've obviously got Latham.
There's nothing else till Hannon Dolby.
Hannon Dolby then, isn't it? That's it. So it's not too bad.
He's already removed Rob Yates. If he is able to do the job against Latham and Bethel, and that will break the back of this batting order. That's the challenge that Warwickshire are facing up to at the moment.
Well, there's a slip, a short leg, and a man at right up in front.
Leach in, Hayne right over the top of that. His eyes are over the ball as he defends it. He's bat pretty much at 45 degrees as he kills it in front of middle and off. Archie Vaughan still doing, me skipper, me. Stretching. His time will come possibly not too far away as well. As Hayne guides the ball into the leg side, and they do not even contemplate a quick single.
I think they may already have worked out what we're talking about, that it's probably better for the right-hander to be facing Leach than the left-hander.
Particularly while the ball's hard as well.
Yeah.
So I think the turn and bounce that he's got with this new ball has been significant. Hayne down the wicket, and he's driving up to mid-on and proves us wrong by taking the single up to Archie Vaughan. 29 for 2, and they'd got mid-on standing far enough back to accommodate that single. So smart from Somerset again. And now Latham, he's going to have a good prod and poke, but no amount of gardening is going to deal with that rough today. You might have to get the small roller on it every other ball.
Get the tarmackers out.
And this is very wide from Leach, and he still sweeps it for a single, Latham. He's to 9, and the score to 30 for 2. He had no actual need to play that, because he sent it out far wider than I think he intended, Jack Leach. And it turned what is a relatively low-risk sweep shot into quite a high-risk shot, because he was reaching so far.
And it was aerial for quite a long time as well, that ball.
1 for 8, Leach in his 5th, and again, Hayne just defends it. Almost hockey style, he's trying to flick it up to either Banton or Rue, and in the end gives up the ghost. That wasn't quite going to work for him. Probably played a bit of hockey in his younger days, Sam Hayne.
A lot of the cricketers have.
Similar hand-eye coordination. As that one just hurries through on Hayne, who has to chop down on it into the leg side, the oohs and ahs, because that was a good delivery from Leach. May well have come on with the arm.
A lot of the cricketers who came over from Southern Africa were good hockey players. Trevor Penny was a top-class hockey player. I think Trott had played as well. Jonathan Trott had played hockey at high standard.
He'd have played a bit of everything, I think, Jonathan Trott. Here's Craig Overton, the Somerset captain. So the theory that Matt Henry's spell might be done was correct. 59 overs to go, 8 wickets required by Somerset to try and continue their roll of victories in the county championship. And you can see what a unit they've become. Their Achilles heel had been opening partnership, so they resolved that in the first innings here. So that would be encouraging to them.
In Warwickshire, just to balance it, the whole equation off, still require 347 to win.
I mean, it's nice occasionally to remind people of that, but I don't think it's going to become relevant.
I don't think it was relevant before a ball had been bowled, but that's...
No. They could have pulled out half an hour earlier. I think they'd have been absolutely safe.
Here comes Overton to round the wicket to Latham, who defends his first one back, and Overton flicks the ball up very nicely, but unsuccessful with his catching there. So he has to go back and get somebody else to pick the ball up for him. Nice afternoon here in Birmingham. Gentle breeze blowing and the sun out and the weather's set fine, so I don't think the weather's going to interfere.
Wind's changed direction today a little bit.
Anthony showed me the surname Latham, as in New Zealand, is pronounced Latham. Latham.
Latham?
Well, they've gone on the third. It's Latham, rather than we'd say just run it all together, so it's almost like two words. This one is pushed into the gully area, backward point, by Latham.
Yeah, I don't think you need to stress it to that extent. And also, not only that, he's an adopted Brummie now. So
yeah, so it's Latham.
Yeah.
So it's 30 for 2. In is Overson, bowls, and Latham runs this one away. Again to backward point, and again there's no run.
Otherwise, with Corey, we'd be giving it...
Corey, I don't know how many times.
We'd be giving it the full Rocky Jolly, which I don't think is necessary. But with his Italian heritage, he's made a good impression this week. 6 wickets in the match, made 28 in the first innings. May well have a significant hand still to play in saving this game.
Everton in bowls and gets runs here, turning this off his hip down to deep backward square leg for a single. So he goes on into double figures, and the total moves on to 31 for 2.
Got a bit of cloud up towards the north of the city, but all of it non-threatening, but it's quite an attractive, almost rippled effect as you look. Mixtures of grey, blue and white. Not for those who wanted to sunbathe this afternoon, suboptimal, but it's pleasant enough.
Still got one or two people with their shirts off though over at the Birmingham end, sitting up against the hospitality boxes.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to do it at this end, because even on a warm day it's cold at this end of the ground.
You end up frozen to the stanchion.
You'd be well preserved. But yeah, now they've got the short mid-wickets in for Sam Hayne, as they did in the first innings.
Overton bowls, and Hayne up on his toes just drops the hands and the ball down to one of those 2 short mid-wickets. Well, he's more of a short mid-on as opposed to the 2 who are in the close catching. But
yeah, it's short mid-on, short mid-wicket and short square leg.
They're all in that catching circle, aren't they?
There was a spell yesterday when Hayne was in. They had a 4th member of that. A short quartet.
Over the wicket. This is flicked away down to square leg by Hayne, but no run. It goes straight down to Banton there, who does the fielding. End of the over, 31 for 2. And just the figures remaining in the day, still Warwickshire are still requiring a little matter of 346 to win. Which I don't think is going to happen.
I mean, you're keen to bring it up, but
I'm going to keep.
there are 58 overs remaining. Warwickshire are trying to survive for a draw, and Somerset are trying to push for another victory. That's where we are in the game. The other number is going to be growing increasingly irrelevant. There's no way they're chasing the score. So, and 11 overs ago, when this inning started, there was no way that they were even going to. It wouldn't even be in the back of the mind. Unless they bowled 50 wides in the first 5 overs, it was, unless they were going to produce some bowling to try and encourage them to have a go, but that was never happening. And I think even Somerset might be pleasantly surprised by just how much assistance outside the left-handers off stump Leach is getting, but he's exploiting it fabulously. It's been a great spell so far, and he has Latham on strike in the first ball of a new over, and Latham comes down the wicket to arrive at the pitch of the ball, defends it in the offside, and not for the first time Leach has to come across to the matted strip, 2 to the right as we look down to do the fielding off his own bowling. You'll be enjoying this, Leach. When you're a spinner and you get a bit of help, you have to make the very most of it. And now it's the reverse paddle for 4 by Latham. On this occasion, attack being the best form of defence. He's to 14, 35 for 2.
Yeah, just slightly overpitched, and Latham was able to sweep it away, and nobody down there. So Latham moves on to 14. Really attacking field here, so once you've beaten that infield on this out, with the outfield being so quick, it does race away.
35 for 2, Latham awaits again and pushes forward in defence, and I'll come through for a quick single this time. 36 for 2.
I've not looked up on this ground, but Jack Leach, I don't know what sort of success he's had here over the years playing at Edgbaston. Anthony might know that, but
yeah. Well, Anthony will be braced at 2:30 with that information. He's certainly got a good record at Taunton against the Bears.
Yes, yeah,
very good record. Sometimes on not helpful surfaces at all as Hayne comes forward, and once on a notoriously very helpful surface, in which he and Dom Bess were fairly unplayable from the early on the first afternoon for reasons that weren't all that shocking when we turned up and saw the wicket that was being played on. But anyway, as Hayne waits on the back foot, and that almost gets through. Thick inside edge keeps him safe.
Yeah,
but it's again, I think it's the arm ball from Leach, and twice the arm ball has caused Haynes a real inconvenience there. When the ball is turning as much as it is, that's a very useful weapon to have.
Just managed to jab down on it in time and keep it out, but
Bold and LBW were both in play at that moment until he just got that bat on it. Final ball of the over is a full toss, but he drives with any power, without any power, one bounce to Tom Lammonby. 57 overs remain. 8 wickets required by Somerset, with Warwickshire on 36 for 2.
Archie Bourne continues to do warming up exercises below us, but not called in yet to the attack.
Listen, I'm pretty sure our journalistic colleague Brian Halford, who is here as he always is for home games at Warwickshire, I'm pretty sure that he's limbering up as well, because he'd fancy having a bowl of his leg breaks.
Have you seen Brian bowl?
I've had him. He always described it very modestly. It's a while since he has.
Yes,
he's somewhat retired, but yes.
Overton in bowls, and this one is played solidly back up to mid-off.
He was, Brian being the modest man that he is, fine writer. I mean, quality of writing. He is modest about his bowling. He did always say with his leg breaks, the ones that actually pitched, sometimes could catch a batter by surprise.
Yeah, because they would wait. It was the rarity, and that he did say the balls were still travelling round Warwickshire. Some of them. This next one is ducks underneath. It's short, and Latham just lets that go harmlessly through to Rue behind the stumps. But I tell you one thing, Brian did play at, though, the most beautiful cricket ground in Warwickshire at Stoneleigh.
Yeah.
Absolutely magnificent cricket ground. Beautiful. Right by the house. And It's one of those you'll find in books and stuff. As Overton back over the wicket to the left-hander, and it's turned away and beats the dive, but in the backward point, and they will come back for a second run. It's just the bounce there, evading the fielder as he went across to get it.
Was it Pretorius with the
Pretorius
parry there, I think? He's got two good hands on it, and he's put it past the post. It's a corner. Or failing that, 2 runs.
And again to the left-hander, turned away, and this time it's Vaughan can't get down. It's just wide of Vaughan's dive down to fine leg for 1. So total ticking along, 39 for 2. Latham moves on to 18, and Hayne back on strike. He's on 5. So just trying to steady the ship at the moment, after Warwickshire lost those 2 very early wickets, with both openers removed.
In a minute we'll play spot where there might be a positive result in the championship today. There have been 1 or 2 sporting declarations, actually.
Oh.
This is one of the matches that is most likely to produce a positive result.
Hampshire must be close to a positive result. I would have thought they were going to win that game. Overton comes in, bowls, and this is turned away by Hayne. Down to Pretorius, down long leg for a single.
If we start from the north at Chestler Street, Sussex, thanks to Daniel Ibrahim and John Simpson, may be batting themselves to safety. 218 for 4. They lead Durham by 252. I doubt they're going to pop the carrot out there. So I think Durham and Sussex are probably heading for a draw.
Durham, who gave Warwickshire a chaseable figure early in the season. This one is left outside the off stump, through to the keeper. End of another over from Craig Overton. It's 40 for 2.
Yeah, I think Sussex might be reasonably happy with a draw at Chestler Street. Now at Chelmsford, Essex hanging on in there, 234 for 5 in their second innings. Tom Wesley is still there on 87. Michael Pepper has 71. So a big partnership. They lead by 77 with 5 wickets standing. Dawson 4 for 58 in 37 overs. So there could be a result there, but Notts and Yorkshire will be a draw. Notts are 46 without loss in their second innings, which is a lead of 23. But there's not a lot going to happen there. I think it's reasonable to assume. Here, Somerset have given themselves a real chance. 56 overs in which to take 8 wickets. We'll go through the Division 2 games in a moment, but Leach to begin his 7th over to the right-handed Hayne, who leaves a ball outside off stump. Gloucestershire declared on 526 for 6 in their second innings. Having trailed by 211 in the first innings, they have set Derbyshire 316 to win. And there's more in a moment on that.
They've taken early wickets.
No. As this ball is angled into Hayne, Derbyshire are flying at it. They're 61 without loss after 11, so they need another 255. Jewel 33 and Kane 24. Gloucestershire have taken a punt, having got themselves way back into the game, and it may just cost them. Chance of result? Reasonable. Reasonable there. Good game of cricket. Hayne forward. Is it just pad? They're appealing for back pad. And then the way the appeal fizzles, you suspect they knew they didn't, but he's beaten the bat and it's come off the pad. It would have gone down leg side. And I fancy that's the arm ball again. That's the one that is giving Hayne the pain. It is, I think. Certainly didn't really turn.
No, it came right out of the middle of the pad. And
Hayne is going to sweep as a result of that, and it's too fine for Josh Davey to be able to cut it off. So into double figures, Hayne with 10. It's 44 for 2. Now, chance of result at Blackpool is very high. Lancashire earned themselves a first innings lead of 265 with that score above 600. Kent are 95 for 5. Young Jaden Denley's going well. He's 53 not out. Not a lot of support. Chris Green, former Warwickshire T20 overseas, briefly, has taken 4 wickets there. For a man who's more of a white ball spinner, but he is a tricky customer. He does get some bite. And So chance of a result there, high, I think.
He was here for a couple of years, wasn't he? Or was it?
He was due to come back, but Leach bowls to Hayne, who flicks it through mid-wicket for a single. In fact, they'll be able to come back for 2 because Davey has a lot of ground to make. So 2 more to Hayne. He's 12, 46 for 2. He came initially when Ashton Agar got injured, turned his ankle, and so Chris Green came across. Then the following year, he was coming back as captain of the T20, but his action was reported, his bowling action was reported, and he had to serve time whilst he remedied his action. Now Hayne down the wicket to Leach, and he launches this deep, 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 and all the way for 6. Belligerent from Hayne. The Warwickshire 50 comes up. It's 52 for 2. Hayne has 18. And I'm not saying it's a counter-attack or the chase is on, but Hayne just sending a bit of a message to Leach that he feels he can deal with it at the moment.
With the danger is that you just keep patting the ball and eventually one's going to have your number written on it.
Yeah.
And Hayne perhaps doing exactly the right thing, counter-attacking.
2 remaining games. At Leicester, Glamorgan were 223 behind on first innings. They're 248 for 3. So they're at the moment batting themselves towards safety, but they still only lead by 24. Sam North East is 129 not out. And usually once he gets to that, he ends up with 300.
Big scores.
Ingram on 90, so those 2 are going very well. The other one really interesting, Middlesex declared their second innings on 332 for 8 before lunch, which has set Northants a target of 311, and they're 53 for 1 in the 16th. But that's interesting. That's very much an all results possible, as Archie Vaughan gets his wish, everybody.
Yep,
he's been very keen to come on.
He's been warming up virtually since the players came on the field, but now's his chance. He batted well this morning.
Mind you, those of us who were following the plot in the hour before lunch will feel that he's had to do a lot of warming up and make sure he's warm to get up a sweat, to get rid of the extraordinary amount of water that he drank in a 20-minute period.
Yes.
The 12th man was on a lot with a water bottle in that period.
The accountants looked at the... we're not on a metre.
So this is going to be another challenge for the left-hander, for Tom Latham, with 2 slips and a silly point.
It's a similar sort of feel to the one that they've had before for Leach up to them. Oh gosh, the first ball is gets bottom edge and down and just avoids the off stump. That would have been disaster for Latham had that one ricocheted into his stumps. Not a lot of foot movement or anything with that shot. So encouragement straight away for Vaughan, who is... This one is driven straight. They'll get a single for it. Latham sets off straight away. Hayne a little bit slow there, responding, but gets in the end.
Well, he had to wait for it to get past the stumps in case it was deflected on by Vaughan, so he had to delay. I'm going to slide out and make way for Anthony during the course of this over. So quietly that nobody will notice that it happened.
I'm waiting to see Richard slide out of this chair. The batsmen have a chat at the middle at the moment. 53 for 2. They have 54 and a half overs still to go in the day at minimum. As Vaughan, if we've got the spinners on, who knows, we might get more than that throughout the day, but we will see as the right-handed Sam Hayne prepares as Vaughan comes into him and bowls, and he pads this away a little bit on the dangerous side, although it was well outside the off stump. Vaughan has an appeal. There was no sign of that turning back into Hayne, but you always worry a bit when somebody pads away like that. Used to be really... We used to have one of the world's greatest ones here at Edgbaston at one stage. This one is over-pitched a little and driven away through extra cover. It's racing away up to that boundary in front of the stand, and a tremendous piece of fielding there. Just as the ball was about to cross, is that Pretorius, isn't it? Yeah, who got to it. He kept after it, and just as the ball was approaching the rope, he bent down and stopped it, and then retrieved it. So well done to him. Good. Not giving that up. So 3 runs all the same to Hayne, which takes him on to 21 And Warwickshire on to 56 for 2. As Vaughan again now to the left-handed Latham. He's in and bowls, and Latham is forward to that, just runs it down in front of him to that point fielder. There's no run. Cloud cover gone. It is complete now. The sun's gone in. It's Vaughan in last ball of his first over, and this one is played out into the offside from the crease. There's no run. It goes out into the point and end of Vaughan's first over.
You asked Phil about Jack Leach's record here. It's not spectacular. He's taken 14 wickets at a cost of 36.64 apiece, a best of 5 for 50.
Right. Yeah, I don't remember over the years, that he'd been huge success here. Somerset have had a fair degree of success here in the last few years, haven't they? Or has it been a bit mixed?
It's been a bit mixed.
Yeah, perhaps it has.
Jack Leach then to bowl to Sam Hain. Slip and a silly mid-off. He's not a silly point.
No, he's
Tom
not.
Banton.
No.
He's a silly extra cover, if anything. But we'll call him silly mid-off, I think.
It's the sort of position I wouldn't think they queue up to field in.
Leach to Hain. Ooh, and that one bounces and turns, and Hain does well to lift his bat out of harm's way.
Yeah, he looked all the world as though he was going to play that, but a very late decision to leave it.
Jack Leach in his 8th over, 1 for 25. But he was hit for 6 in the last over by Sam Hain. But no sign of a repeat of that aggression in that forward defensive shot.
He won't mind that though, Anthony, if they're prepared to actually come down and use the feet at him. If he can sneak one past.
Well, the required rate is about to 5.9 now, if Warwickshire are interested in chasing down this target. Leach bowls is quicker and just stroked through a gap on the offside by Sam Hain, who moves on to 22.57 for 2. Wouldn't completely rule out the possibility of Warwickshire having a bit of a dip if they keep wickets in hand.
I think that's the key, isn't it? If they've still got wickets in hand, and these two are set, they might then accelerate.
Leach bowls, and that does turn, but it's a little bit too short, and it's 4 runs for Tom Latham.
And of course, at the moment, the field is very much an attacking field, so that there are some quite big gaps for both of them to put the ball into.
Latham on to 23, 61 for 2.
Signalling from Latham to the dressing room. Is it? His looks like his protector. The strap's gone on it. So
He's going to hold proceedings up.
Yeah.
It wasn't. The over rate wasn't great this morning, was it?
No, I don't know how they ended up Warwickshire in it, because we can't see where they are with the over rate from here. It's only shown on the other scoreboard, which is not visible from the pavilion.
Well, they didn't appear to be in any hurry bowling their overs this morning, and Somerset aren't in any great hurry bowling their overs here this afternoon. Let's see how many overs we got in this morning. Let's find the... We're not missing any cricket. The umpires are conferring. Tom Latham is having a new strap applied to his personal protector.
Actually, looking at it, I'm just wondering whether it's his thigh guard. No, his thigh pad's still in place there.
We had 26.1 overs this morning in about 8 minutes short of 2 hours.
It's not great, is it?
So it's wasn't, and quite a few of those overs were bowled by Corey Rocchiccioli. So no great sense of urgency about the Warwickshire bowling, and ditto about what's going on out there at the moment, which is precisely nothing. Umpire Michael Goff is just having a chat with Jack Leach, who in turn is having a chat with Tom Latham, who's, I think, finally completed his running repairs, and all is well. Matt Henry was joining in as well.
I'm not sure he has, because the umpire's got the protection. Umpire Goff's holding it.
I can't imagine he's facing up to Jack Leach
without
a box.
I don't think it is that. I think it's
it's a thigh pad.
It's a thigh pad of some sort. Yeah. It isn't his main thigh pad, because you can see his thigh pad. So it may be his chest guard.
At last. Oh, and this is almost through from Jack Leach. Almost got underneath Tom Latham's bat. He managed to get the bat down at the last moment. End of that Leach over. And it is 61 for 2 with 22 to Sam Hain, 23 to Tom Latham. And Warwickshire need another 316 to win in 53 overs, and Somerset need 8 wickets.
Right, now Latham has taken his trousers down, and it's a pad to go on the outside, on his inside leg. So it's the one which goes on the inside of his left leg. He's a left-hander, so it's not the main guard that's already in place. It's the one which protects the inside of his other leg, of his inside leg, which if you get hit there does hurt, so you do need to, at this level, to keep well protected. Actually, when you see how much padding they've got on these days, they're like the old Indian rubber man that used to be on that advert for the tyres.
The Michelin
man, wasn't he? Yeah. 61 for 2. I think we're going to get on with some cricket after all this hold-up.
It's all a bit soporific, isn't it?
Here comes Vaughan again, now that normal service has been resumed. And he's bowling to Sam Hain, who turns this one to short leg, and there's no run.
There are 3 black-backed gulls on the far side of the ground. I was taken to task yesterday by Dave Downing for referring to seagulls. And there is no such thing as a seagull.
He did take me to task with my pigeons. His next one in, and it's just dropped down in front of him, and he picks it up and gives it to James Rue.
They're all different varieties of gulls, but there is no variety of gull known as a seagull.
It's amazing how many gulls there are now in Birmingham. This one, Hain just dabs back down in front of him. You were talking about, I think it was whilst you were on with Richard, about John Lees, who used to be the commentator at Sussex.
Yeah.
And he used to go off, didn't he, on holidays?
Yeah, with his partner.
With his partner, yeah. They go straight from the cricket. And in the middle of a game, he'd get his binoculars out. This one is played out to...
Their favourite holidays were always to the Isles of Scilly, because you do get all sorts of unusual birds ending up on the Isles of Scilly, blown off course from wherever they were intending to be.
Vaughan in, bowls, and Hain defends, and there's no run.
Twitcher's paradise.
John preceded Adrian Harms, didn't he, as the Sussex commentator. Some years ago he finished. 61 for 2, 1 ball to go in Vaughan's second over. Hain waits, comes forward, just dabs it away, and quite happy to play that one gently out throughout the whole of that over as maiden from Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, they're playing very well, these two, I must say. Both very experienced. Tom Latham has, before this, 171 first-class games of cricket to his name, and Sam Hain not that far behind.
Well, we're very fortunate with Tom Latham this year that they get so much of his time to play for the side. He's played throughout the T20, the blast, and
Well, Somerset would have had Matt Henry for all but one of their county championship games, but for he was injured.
yeah, well, same with Latham at the beginning of the season, exactly the same thing.
Leach is in and bowls to Latham, who's back on his stumps, turning this into the onside. Some of the menace has gone out of the bowling.
There was a little bit of turn there for him, but it was quite slow turn.
As the ball isn't quite as hard
There.
as it was, so not quite as much bounce as Leach bowls, and Latham's down the pitch, driving straight, handsome shot, 4 runs. Over pitched by Jack Leach, but good to see Tom Latham moving his feet. 65 for 2, he moves on to 27. And, well, if Warwickshire keep wickets in hand, I still wouldn't rule out them having a bit of a dip and Somerset having to go back on the defensive, and they're hedging their bets a bit at the moment, Somerset, with men out at deep cover and deep mid-wicket. Leach bowls. Latham gets one that turns, but he's got plenty of time because it's slow turn to get back on his stumps and push it out into a gap on the offside and trot through for a single. 66 for 2. The partnership is now worth 50.
The turn is slow. The only ones which are really causing the problem, if it catches the edge of one of the footmarks, then it can jag quickly back at the bat.
Leach bowls to Hayne, who's again back on his stumps, playing this to Tom Lammonby. Extra cover. Lammonby was just flexing his shoulders. Might see some left arm seam up from him just to vary the line of attack. I rather doubt it. He's underused by Somerset. Leach bowls, gives this one a bit more air, and Hayne is watchfully forward. For the time being, the Warwickshire accent is very definitely on defence, keeping Somerset at bay, keeping wickets in hand, keeping their options open. Leach bowls short, and this is pushed into the offside, but Lammonby quickly around to his left, picks up left-handed, sends in the return. End of that over from Jack Leach, who has figures of, I think it was 1 for 35 in his
Yes,
9 overs it would be.
Exactly, 1 for 35.
66 for 2. And the target now 311 in 51 overs, so just fractionally over 6 runs and over.
The bowlers' figures go off the board here at Edgbaston. The moment that last ball's been delivered, it's a new bowler.
It's very irritating. If they just keep them up for 10 seconds.
Exactly. The number of times you look up to say it, and it's the one who's going to be bowling the next over, and you're left a bit high and dry. It's even worse when they want to use it for the news update, and it's changed. Archie Vaughan starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He gives that plenty of air, and Latham just runs it away into the offside. Fields, 66 for 2. It's all gone a little bit quiet at the moment, as Vaughan is in again, and Latham dabs that one again down, just drops the bat on it and runs it back up to the bowler. Getting through the overs here, we've got just after this one 50 overs left minimum, but he soon might get a couple more in, as this one is driven by Latham, and they'll get a single this time. He plays the ball on the move and carries on running. Sam Haynes sort of responds again, almost just as an afterthought. He thought, well, I better run with that one, as it was going up towards Pretorius up there at mid-on.
3 gulls holding station at the far side, down at long off.
Right-handed Hayne waits, and he drives beautifully, and that will go up to the long boundary for 4. It was always going to beat the field, and it was driven quite close into the stumps, but hit with ferocious pace off. Using his feet, came down and hit it on the full, straight back down to the ground. So Hayne moves on with that shot to 36, and the total goes on to 71 for 2. Sorry, 26, not 36. 26. Vaughan in again, and Hayne turns this just behind square on the onside. Calder Cadmore does the fielding, running round and prevents the single. There's Vaughan again, last ball of his third over. He's in, and Hayne takes that fuller delivery and just digs it out on the volley end of the over. 71 for 2.
5 runs off the over. 50 overs exactly remain. Target is 306. So just fractionally over 6 runs and over. Not impossible. But Somerset, of course, can set the field back.
Yeah.
If needs be.
And it's just gradually creeping up, hasn't it? It's gone from just now over 6 and over.
But if this was a 50-over game of cricket on this pitch, you would fancy your chances of chasing down 306, would you not?
Yes, you would certainly at this stage. Yes, I agree with you. I think you would at least back. You'd have to back yourself, otherwise there'd be no point playing it, really, would there?
There's Leach in and bowls Latham, who strokes this away down to deep point where Josh Davey is waiting for it, sends in the return. Another single is taken, 72 for 2.
But there's a huge amount of protection which can be put in place here. It's very attacking and has been right the way through.
Well, they're hedging their bets now. We've only got a slip and a short leg.
Still don't have a lot out on boundary riders.
Just 4 saving 1. Leach bowls and Hayne plays this square of the wicket to Tom Abel.
It was a difficult decision, though, I think, for Craig Overton as to what time he was going to and how many he was going to have to play with this morning.
Leach bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Hayne. Yes, I mean the apple cart was upset by the loss of those 2 early wickets, which sort of ruled quick runs out of the equation.
Yeah.
And the priority was always to try and make the game safe, but Somerset haven't quite managed that yet. Leach bowls, and this one bounces and turns, but it's too wide. The rough outside the right-handers off stump at that far end, the Birmingham end, just a little bit too far.
Yep.
Outside the off stump to trouble the right-hander. Leach in and bowls, gives this one a bit more air. It's going to be cut off by Matt Henry at mid-off as it's driven firmly down the ground by Sam Hayne. So just the 1 run off this over so far. Just slip and a forward short leg, the only close catches. As Hayne stretches forward. Decent over that from Jack Leach, his 10th over. 1 for 36 he has, but you feel that the likelihood of Somerset picking up 8 further wickets is diminishing all the time. With neither spinner really getting past creating much difficulty for either of the 2 batsmen in the last few overs, and Seam not really much of an option on this pitch.
It did look at the start of the innings as if Jack Leach may really be a real problem for Warwickshire to handle, but as the ball has got that little bit softer, batting has become
I think
easier.
Somerset's last throw of the dice will come after about 50 overs, when they might be able to get a bit of reverse swing.
But that happened, didn't it, in the first innings? New over. Archie Vaughan again continues at the Birmingham end, and his first delivery to Tom Latham is played back up the wicket, and he fields off his own bowling. And he comes again and bowls, and this again is played solidly and defensively back, taking no risks at all. Tom Latham against Vaughan. He's in his 4th over, just gone for the 9 runs. He's in, and Latham again defends that down to short leg. Banton does the fielding onto the helmet. So 2 slips and the forward short leg, and then the ring with 4 players in the ring, and then a couple of outriders. This one just pushed through a bit quicker, and Latham just squirts it away past Cola Cadmore. It slipped down to sort of backward points when they get a single while he goes and fetches it. That's all it will be. 73 for 2. Latham on to 31 from 50 deliveries now. Hayne 26 from 51 deliveries. It's Heeb on strike as Vaughan is into him and bowls, and forward he comes with a little twiddle of the bat and then runs it down into the ground, and Brew grabs it. Clutch of the Birmingham end, they've been there throughout the game. I think those must be Somerset supporters in that little group there, Anthony, which are all sat sort of halfway up the
It could be.
stands. This one is stopped. There's been a lot of them as another over goes by, tick by, and Sam Hayne just plays that one again, virtually with a dead bat. 73 for 2.
Chris Painter on Twitter says, just to stoke the ornithological argument, if they're great black-backed gulls, then their scientific name is Larus marinus, from the Latin for gull and sea, so seagull works. Well, sadly, Chris, they're not, I think, great black-backed gulls. I think they're lesser black-backed gulls, but it's possible they might be. They're too far away, really, for me to tell. But they are quite big, so you never know. So,
Chris,
in Latin, there is such a thing as a seagull. Anyway.
I still think they look like pigeons, Chris.
They're definitely not pigeons. They're quite handsome birds, black-backed seagulls. Evil, but handsome.
This close to the coast, Anthony, we get plenty of them.
You can't be much further away from the sea than at Birmingham. Right, Jack Leach is going to bowl, and a few more fielders saving one for the left-hander, although having said that, Archie Vaughan is being sent deeper at mid-off, so we've got 6 saving one, and a forward short leg and a slip as Leach is in and bowls, and this one does bite and turn, and had there been a leg slip, then he might very well have been in business, although whether it hit the bat as opposed to the pad, I'm not entirely sure. Haven't seen a replay of it, but certainly...
Just looking at the replay, it came out of the edge of that very front foot mark and turned quite sharply with, as you say, with bounce as well.
Latham survives on 31, 73 for 2.
That's the spot for Leach, getting something from that.
And umpire Graham Lloyd is making a stately way. Oh, he's broken into a trot from square leg to point on account of the fact that Tom Banton is obscuring his view. Tom Banton at forward short leg. Leach in bowls to Latham, who's down the pitch, pushing that into the offside, picked up by Josh Davey. Came down the pitch not with any aggressive intent, just in order to kill any spin, get right to the pitch. Leach is again in and bowls, and this one does turn and takes Latham on the pad. Picked up by Craig Overton at slip.
We were saying at the end of the previous over that the ball doesn't turn that much, but this over he's had a couple which have just caught that rougher area outside Latham's off stump and have definitely caused problems for the left-hander.
This time he sweeps, and it's just going to bring him a single. Some excitement. That was in the air for a time, but perfectly safe. Takes another run. 74 for 2. Latham on to 32. And for Sam Hayne, the field just disperses a touch with Josh Davey going back to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Still just the slip and short leg as Leach bowls to Hayne, who's stretching forward. in forward defensive mode.
Yeah, for the right-hander, the footmarks are very wide, and so if it were to hit those, it would have to come back probably 2 or 3 sets of stumps worth back into the stumps, whereas for the left-hander, it pitches, if it catches the that rough outside the off stump, it's virtually in the next set of stumps to the wickets.
Leach bowls, and there won't be a run here for Sam Haynes, so just the 1 run from that Jack Leach over. 74 for 2. We've had 22 overs of the Warwickshire second innings. They need another 303 to win in 47 overs, and at the moment they're not showing any great inclination to
I wonder whether
chase them.
Craig Overton has just been down and had a word with Jack Leach there at the end of that over. It's just whether he's going to make a change and just try something different.
Well, he might change ends. That would be one option to try, bearing in mind that Corey Roccaccioli took those wickets this morning from the Birmingham end. But we will see.
So far these two have not been huge trouble. I've had the couple which have turned, but haven't looked to be too worried by these two spinners. Vaughan starts a new over, back goes Latham and dabs it away to backward point. Kola Campbell does the fielding, but can't prevent the single. His throw is into the stumps at the non-striker's end. So nice accurate throw, but
required rate just pushing up to 6.5 now.
Yeah, it's just going up and up, isn't it? And I think
I still return to my. If this was a 50-over game of cricket, then Warwickshire would fancy their chances of chasing down 302.
But you do have the restrictions on the field, etc., don't you, to help that a bit?
Yeah.
And yes, we've got 1 or 2 people in the side who can hit the ball, but I don't think that's going to be something they'll do. This next one is dabbed out just down in front of him by Hayne, and Hayne.
Do you not think Jacob Bethel would fancy his chances of making a statement 100?
I don't. I think he'll want to bat and occupy the crease as long as he can. This one is turned through mid-wicket, and we'll get a single. Now, Jacob's got really in red ball cricket doesn't have that many runs in red ball cricket here. Yes, it'd be great. It would tick the fairy story and add another page to it, but I don't think realistically that's going to be on the cards. Is this the wicket for making that type of score? This one is punched away into the offside, and that's just beaten the infield. I think it'll be pulled up before the ropes from Latham. He gets a couple of runs with that one, dabbed out through the offside. 78 for 2. Latham moves on to 35.
Well, it's still a pretty good pitch. I think there's a little bit of turn, but only really out of the bowler's footmarks.
This next one, Latham dabs away into the offside, and there's no run. One ball to go in this over. Now I have my feeling on this was those 2 early wickets would have probably, if they had even thought they were going to get the chase, that would have killed it. And the rule now is make sure they don't lose. And Latham will retain strike, and Richard Wilford will move in and take over from me.
Well, I'll take over from you, and Richard can take over from me.
Okay, well, let's turn that one off a second while Richard does that. Then I'll make way for Anthony to come in here. And it'll be a seamless change that way as Richard is ready. And
I mean, talking them through it makes it. We did it before when I went off an hour ago, but yes. So 46 overs to go. There'll be an update in a few minutes' time for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. So, Anthony, it might be if I take this over just because it's going to come up during that. Then,
fine, too.
Jack Leach is bowled unchanged from this pavilion end, coming into bowl to Latham outside off stump. I suspect, watching from an adjacent room, that once the ball lost its hardness, there's been a little bit less help for Leach. But he's still putting it in the right sort of places, but a bit of extra bounce on the hard ball would have had an impact. As he's stood this up outside off stump, and Latham will feel he's missed out there because that was a half volley, which is hit low to Josh Davey, who does a good job of picking it up, just has a little look at his fingers. Looked up towards the balcony as if there was something wrong, and just double checks and he's okay. This one just offers to turn, but slowly, and Latham now feels more comfortable playing him off the back foot, doesn't he?
Yeah.
There is a ticklish underbelly to this Bears batting lineup, and that means these two do have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. Latham forward well and can nudge this through point for a single. 80 for 2, 37 for him. Getting through the overs at a good rate here, but I don't think they'll be ahead of the game by 340. But if it was spin all the way, they could squeeze in some extra overs. I just sense they might have to change things up in a bit.
I think quite a lot of the air has come out of the Somerset balloon. They're not playing like a side that fancy their chances anymore.
Hayne just defends the ball that was into his pads. Leach will step forward to field. So jogging back into position for a moment. There's a little look over his right shoulder. Let's see what's what. Hayne on 27, so more than 100 runs in the match for him. So too, I think, now for Latham as he comes forward and defends. End of the over. So he got through that so quickly. We're still about 40 seconds short of the bulletin. But yeah, 80 for 2, the Bears. This partnership a very important one, worth 64 so far. And just starting to frustrate Somerset. Looks like Vaughan's going to continue for now. I'll just get this update out of the way before passing back to Anthony with his wisdom as to what Somerset can do to break this partnership and open the door again. So I wouldn't rule it out. Right, let's get this update done. Just ticks over. Richard Wilford here at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire in the last hour have survived without any further wickets going down. They're trying to bat out 69 overs in this second innings to make sure they secure a draw against Somerset. They lost Davis and Yates early on, but steadying the ship, the New Zealand Test captain Tom Latham, he's on 37. Sam Hayne with him on 27. There is a bit of turn for the two spinners. There are 45 overs remaining. Warwickshire 80 for 2.
And Archie Vaughan bowling to Tom Latham. 2 slips and a forward short leg as Latham's down the pitch and pushing this as shy at the stumps from Miggy Pretorius, which misses. It's amazing how much they practice throwing at the stumps, the cricketers, and how rarely they actually hit them when it matters. And he did have best part of 3 stumps to aim at then, did Pretorius. I think that Latham would have been home safely enough anyway. But
yeah, he was popping the brakes on by the time he was getting to that end.
81 for 2. As Vaughan is into Sam Hayne. Oh, and that one keeps low and beats the outside edge of Sam Hayne's bat. Just didn't turn quite enough.
Yeah, I think what saved Hayne there was that because it was quite a way outside off stump, the low bounce didn't hurt him as much. If that had been another 6 inches in where it pitched, that could have been real trouble.
Vaughan again in and bowls, and Haynes down the pitch driving this over the top. Thank you very much indeed. And that has gone for 4 down the ground. 85 for 2. Hayne on to 31. Just showing the youngster who's boss out there.
Well, yes, and yet in a way, it's almost paying him a compliment in that you've bothered me with that last ball. So I'm just going to put my foot down here and hit it over your head. And Vaughan was quick to duck under that, by the way. He wasn't thinking about jumping up for a caught and bowled, because that would have probably taken his hand with it. Sometimes you're wise not to go for it. But you also, if you're Archie Vaughan, don't mind him playing that shot too much, because there are so many runs to play with. Luring him out of the crease, if he misses one, if that kept low on him, who knows?
85 for 2 then, as Vaughan is into Hayne, who this time is back on his stumps, turning it into the onside. 44 overs remain as a minimum in the day after this one. I'd be surprised if we get all of them. This is just turned into the onside off the bat, I think, of Sam Hayne. Had there been a leg gully, it would have been a catch, but there isn't a leg gully. There wasn't a leg gully. There's just Tom Banton at forward short leg. So end of that Vaughan over. He's bowled 6 overs now, none for 20, 85 for 2, and Jack Leach is not going to continue from the pavilion end, because we're going to get some left arm seam up from Tom Lammonby. Good option.
Yeah, nice bit of variety. I mean, interesting though it is that Pretorius and Davey haven't been used in this second innings. Oh, Lammonby's another one that does this rather painstaking measuring of the first part of his run-up by putting one foot just in front of the other. Happily, he doesn't do it all the way back, which Pretorius did yesterday. It takes an eternity to walk like that. It must be quite uncomfortable as well. But yeah, so Lammonby, interesting choice here. Left arm over the wicket.
He's taken 3 wickets so far this season, 3 for 26, and those were his figures down at the Utility Bowl against Hampshire.
So he's averaging 8.67 with the ball. That's tremendous. Or is it 3 wickets at 26? 3 wickets for 26, that's it.
3 for 26. He's bowled a bit more than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those are his best figures.
Oh, okay.
He's bowled 25 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 79, averaging 26.3. But the best bowling, 3 for 26. All 3 wickets came in that Hampshire second innings, I think it was, down at the Utility Bowl.
They're looking for a partnership to be broken here. Jack Leach has had 12 overs. He may well bowl quite a few more. It might even be that he has a little change of ends. Might not be too long that we're...
Yeah, it could just be the
without him.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll see. But in the interim, it's Lammonby left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Latham. Onto his pads and steered through square leg for a single. Boundary fielder has sprinted in to make sure that's all that it is. And it's 86 for 2. Is that Leach who's coming from the boundary? Because he has that splendid Kevin James thing going on where he bowls left arm but throws right arm.
That's it.
That is a puzzler, isn't it? It really is a puzzler when people do that.
Well, especially as he bats left-handed as well. I don't know whether he plays... I presume he plays golf left-handed. I haven't seen him playing golf.
86 for 2. The run's not hugely relevant. Well, you know, interesting. 3 men short on the offside for Lammonby to Hayne. Looking for an uppish drive. And this is well pitched up outside off stump, and Hayne is shouldering arms.
Well, you can't fault Craig Overton's captaincy in terms of field positions. He's tried all sorts of stratagems to try and take wickets. And certainly the reverse swing tactic yesterday morning worked wonders. And then the sort of leg trap to Sam Hayne.
Hayne walks across his crease and takes a stride forward just to pat this next delivery from Lammonby.
Kept him quiet for long periods, that policy. And it's now a sort of mirror image of it with the, as Richard was saying, with the 3 on the offside. Lammonby slanting it across the right-hander.
Fourth delivery onto the pads of Hayne, who steers it to the deep square leg for a single. 87 for 2. So a test match just underway in Bridgetown, Barbados today. The West Indies against Australia. Bo Webster, who had a few games with the Bears at the start of the season, is in that side. Sam Constas has been given the chance to open with Usman Khawaja They're persisting with Cameron Green at 3. No Smith because of injury, no Labuschagne because he's dropped. But the seam attack is the classic. Well, the seam and spin attack is the classic for Australia. What an enduring group of 4 that has been. In an era when so many seam bowlers go down with injuries. As Latham awaits Lammonbeat forward sturdily in defence, pushes out into the offside. Casey Aldridge does the fielding. He's on as 12th man.
Yeah, Tom Banton's gone off to shed various bits of protective equipment.
And just have a check on the progress of that bruise from earlier, when a Rob Yates sweep went straight at him. There's bound to be a bruise somewhere. As Latham guides this down towards square legs, swooping in is Kohler Cadmore, and there's no run. 87 for 2, 43 overs remaining. Somerset require 8 further wickets.
And Warwickshire require 290 runs in at a rate of 6.7.
I enjoy how often you and Phil mention the number of runs required.
Well, as I said to Phil, if this was a 50-over game of cricket, when they were, they had about when 50 overs came up, they had about 310, something like that, which on this pitch, with this outfield, you reckon you'd back yourself to chase that down more often than not, even against this attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure on this pitch. I mean, it's not just the 4 days of this match, but it was used for 2 T20 games last week. I think it'd be very hard to score at that rate against the slower bowlers.
As the ball gets softer, yeah. Vaughan in bowls, and he has Sam Hain, a certain amount of difficulty there. He's bowling nicely, Archie Vaughan, but without huge amount of threat. He's not going past. He went past Sam Hain's bat in the previous over, but that's been the exception rather than the rule. Whereas at the very start of this innings, when Jack Leach had a hard, shiny new ball in hand, he looked very threatening. This is on leg stump and just driven up to Matt Henry at mid-on, but the longer it's gone on, the easier batting has appeared to be, although these two are still having to concentrate hard. Vaughan to Hain, who is forward in defence. He's got a very solid defence, does Sam Hain. He's the complete batsman in many ways, because he can defend as if his life depends on it, but in white ball cricket he can smash it. Tremendous firepower, as he's demonstrated with a couple of straight hits in this innings. Vaughan in and bowls, and this one comes off the right fielding pad of Tom Banton up into the air, but it had hit the ground before it hit the pad, so no question of a chance.
Still plenty of chatter out there.
Vaughan in and bowls, and Hain defence. A bit like back in 2020, the players are making more noise out there than the crowd. Somerset were very noisy in that COVID year. They provided their own vocal encouragement. Last ball of this Vaughan over to Hain, and Hain stoutly forward in defence. End of a decent over from Archie Vaughan. It was a maiden, in fact, so he's bowled 7 overs for 20 runs, and it's 87 for 2, and 42 overs remain in the day's play.
Obviously, empty stadiums were a frustration during 2020 for cricket. They were a revelation in football, because I hadn't realised to what extent, particularly Premier League footballers, squeal when they're tackled. just to try and get the referee's attention, is if their legs come off.
Yeah.
And it really was quite unsavoury to hear it. Dear, oh dear. Well, you know, a cricketer will try and make sure that nobody feels they're hurt.
Yes.
Give it a little rub when nobody's looking, if they've been hit on the side or a bit of the thigh that's exposed. Still 3 in a ring on the leg side for Latham as Lammonby comes in to start his second over, and Latham turns it straight to Kohler Cadmore, who has he's an unnecessary but very accurate shot at the stumps.
Yeah,
as if to say, well, I was listening to Anthony saying earlier that we never hit.
Well, it never hits. They never hit when it matters, and that didn't matter.
That is an accurate quote. You did indeed say that. When it matters. Tom, that one didn't matter.
It didn't. And by doing that, if it hits the stumps and ricochets off, it could go down to the boundary for 4 runs. But there you are.
Latham, 39. Waits Lammonby and pushes him through point for another single, 88 for 2.
It was one of my bugbears when I was captaining the NFU irregulars, when fielders would hurl the ball in at the stumps to some elderly wicketkeeper who would almost certainly fumble it, and the ball would run away and they'd run 2 or 3 overthrows.
Yes, it's 3 runs, isn't it, under those circumstances?
Yeah.
You don't want to give away anything for free. Somerset have a bit of latitude to do that today as Hayne ducks under a bouncer from Lammonby, which gets oohs and ahs from his teammates, not because it was a difficult or dangerous delivery for Hayne to deal with, much more, didn't they? You got that in your armoury, Tom, my word, like that. Bent your back there, sunshine.
He is a little bit quicker than he might appear, as you can see from where James Rue is standing. It's quite a long way back. He's got a nice easy action, Tom Lammonby, and I just wish Somerset would bowl him a bit more often, give him a bit more confidence.
And once more to Hayne. This is Fuller, and Hayne leaves it alone. If I was to compare him to somebody else on the county circuit, and you may know where this is going, but I think it would be Lewis Rees at Derbyshire, who bowls.
I've hardly ever seen him.
Former Lancashire player.
Yes, I know who you mean.
Who bowls this left arm, medium pace really, but with the odd quicker ball, very accurate, takes a lot of wickets in Division 2. Lammonby approaches once more. This is short down the leg side. Hayne pulls out of a shot there. He was going to try and help it round the corner, but it's the sort of shot that you might get 4, but you also might just glove it through. So stopping the shot was not a bad choice.
We got tea at 3:40 today.
It should be a fixed point, yeah.
And shake hands at
5
o'clock.
Well, Warwickshire would love that to be true, but they have to keep wickets intact to get there. This short ball down the leg side again is left by Hayne. Didn't have much interest in that, just the one off the over. But runs is not the currency today. Wickets is the only one. And Somerset have 41 overs left in which to try and whip out 8 more Warwickshire wickets.
Well, they've taken 2 in 28 overs. So to take 8 in 41 is asking a lot. But you can never tell with that man who's about to bowl from the Birmingham end, Jack Leach. If anybody's going to bowl Somerset to victory, he is the man. But is it the first time he's bowled from that end? I'm just trying to think. He's probably bowled.
Remember.
I can't remember whether he's bowled from that end or not. But it's the end from which Corey Rocchiccioli took those wickets this morning. So there's obviously a little bit in the pitch for the spinner from that end. Although 1 or 2 of the wickets were gifted to Rocchiccioli, although not James Rue's. He did get that one to turn and bounce. Tom Latham goes down and gives the pitch a preemptive prod in anticipation of a bit of misbehaviour. So a slip and a forward short leg as Leach bowls to Latham, and there's an appeal for a catch which had absolutely no conviction about it whatsoever. It just looped up off Latham's pad and was caught two-handed above his head by Craig Overton.
Yeah, I can understand his desire to sweep against Leach, to get his foot down the wicket, but again that was too wide to sweep. could have got himself into trouble. Yes, it was the appeal kind of gradually withdrew itself.
Leach to Latham, and Latham adjusts to a little bit of turn. Leach spinning the ball into the left-hander. Tom Danton waiting expectantly at forward short leg in all his protective gear. As Leach bowls, gives this one a good twirl. Can see him spinning his hand across the surface of the ball.
I don't understand the long on particularly at this point.
No, I don't really either. Leach to Latham, who's down the pitch, turning this to Archie Vaughan, who doesn't field cleanly at shortish mid-on. I suppose it's in case Latham decides to hit him down the ground, doesn't quite get hold of it. Because we have seen isolated bursts of aggression, particularly from Sam Hain. Leach bowls, Latham plays defensively. Kohler Cadmore picks up. 40 overs remain after this one, in theory. But I don't think we're going to get all of them. Not because Somerset are going to bowl Warwickshire out. Leach bowls, and Latham should have picked up a single there, as Kohler Cadmore had ground to make. Didn't pick it up cleanly either, but they decided to stay put. End of that over, 88 for 2. With Hain on 32 and Tom Latham on 40.
So how many wickets do you think Somerset would want to have taken if they're going to take the final out, if they're going to play on after 5?
6.
6? Yeah. See, I'd have gone lower. I'd look at that tail and think, yeah, a lot could happen. A lot could happen in an hour. A lot could happen in 16 overs.
I don't see them taking 6 wickets.
No, but it is a proper tail.
5 possibly.
It is a proper tail. That's the thing, Anthony. You know, it's Rockacholi might be a little bit higher 8. Bamber is better off when he's attacking at 9.
But in all honesty, I mean, the bowlers are having to rely on batsman error really for wickets. Certainly, Tom Lammonby is. The seamers have to rely on batsman error. Jack Leach, there's always the possibility you could get one to bounce and turn out of the bowler's footmarks.
Lammonby gets himself a third over, and he conceded 3 singles so far. Short ball, and Hain does whip this on the pull through those short fielders on the leg side for a single. 89 for 2.
Well, they are at least bowling to a plan, Somerset, with Tom Lammonby just bowling on a sort of leg stump line to Sam Hain, encouraging him to hit into the onside, hoping he fails to keep it down.
The only reason for the match at all was their ability to bowl to a plan in the first innings, which they did so effectively. As moving forward is Latham, steers into the leg side, can't penetrate the 3-man ring close in. We've got just over 15 minutes till tea. Another 4 or 5 overs. I just wonder whether Craig Overton tries one more little trick before then. I think might have to if Lammonby doesn't break through this over. Into Latham. Off his pads to Kohler Cadmore, who's that square leg but in front of square.
Well, we haven't seen Miggy Pretorius yet. He hasn't bowled an over in this innings. So he'd be, assuming he's fit, and I'm not aware that there's any injury issue. So
he's out there fielding, isn't he?
Yeah,
I think if he wasn't fit, there wouldn't be any need. Davey, you would think, is less likely to get a bowl now. He doesn't take the new ball. The other thing is, I'm not sure they're working on the ball in the way that they did in terms of trying to get it to reverse. Because it'll be so deep into the game before that moment would come. As this is driven through the gap this time by Latham. There may have been a little hand on that. Is that Abel at short mid-wicket? I think he's taken a bit off it. They should be able to come back comfortably enough for 3. Throw to the wicket-keeper's end just to keep Sam Hain honest. but Latham to 43, 92 for 2. The Bears, this stand now worth 76. I think Abel has just chafed his fingertips on that to slow it down. Saved a run. And whilst saving a run is not huge in this situation, what it does do is change the strike and gives Hayne a couple of balls to face. Pleasant
Very
afternoon,
strange.
isn't it?
We've got a little triangle of fielders at square leg.
Yes, the ring has changed. There's a bit of a ring on the offside as well. And Hayne flicks it fine because the ball was into his pads. Should only be a single. Down to Vaughan. 93 for 2. Hayne 34.
Well, he's trying everything, Craig Overton. Everything that you can think of to try and take a wicket. But
It's not bad to have as a vice captain up your sleeve, is it, Craig Overton, with
yeah,
Lewis Gregory away this week for fatherhood reasons?
that's right. Haven't heard whether the happy event has occurred.
This is full, trying to almost get a Yorker in towards Latham, but he jabs down at it. And into the offside, another over goes by. 39 remain, 8 wickets required. Warwickshire 93 for 2.
Yes. What is it? 284. It's looking a very, very distant prospect. Now.
I'm always intrigued when a test match starts, but note that the recalled Sam Constas has not lasted long. 14 balls before being dismissed by Shamar Joseph.
Well, they've got a problem, haven't they? The Aussies up at
Yeah.
with their openers.
That's what intrigues me, really. He's been trapped LBW for 3. They're 8 for 1. Cameron Green batting at 3.
Yeah, I don't really see that as long-term option either.
No.
Right, Jack Leach to bowl another over. Just looking to see how many games Craig Overton has captained Somerset. He captained them here last year, and he captained them against, I think, Hampshire at the end of last season. Leach is in the bowls, and this is turned to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Lewis Gregory captained them against Hampshire.
Phil's back in the room. Are you not museuming at tea today? It's only
Oh,
10 minutes away. See, I was looking after his business for him there.
well, I'll give him a burst of commentary.
Well, it's a fixed point at 340, isn't it, on day 4?
I'll make way at the end of this over
No,
as he's here.
Have you got to get to the museum?
This is pushed into the offside. This game is just drifting towards an early conclusion.
I mean, the Warwickshire members will be hoping you're right. Bit of work to do yet, though. Don't take it for granted. They needed these pair to dig deep, and they've done just that.
Leach to Hayne. Kills the spin, gradually killing Somerset hopes in the process. As Tom Banton moves out of second slip to go to Silly Mid-off. 3 saving 1 on the onside, 3 on the offside, men out. There's a deep mid-wicket. Doesn't seem to be a deep cover, rather, as Hayne pushes this into the onside. Doesn't seem to be anybody out on the leg side boundary. Iggy Pretorius halfway back at mid-off. 93 for 2. 2 balls remaining in this Jack Leach over. He's in, bowls a sweep, and he'll be fielded by Kohler-Cadmore at backward square leg.
Pleasingly old school to see an actual 6-3 split in the field. It's virtually always 5-4 these days. But, Leach turning it away from the right-hander.
Last ball of the Leach over to Hayne, who drives up to Matt Henry, who shies at the stumps. And again, a rather gratuitous shy at the stumps because Hayne was safely home. I'll make way for Phil Brett after some words from Richard Wilford.
Thanks very much, Anthony. 38 overs to go, so you would imagine 3 more before the interval. We're going to see a change. And it was Miguel Pretorius for the first time in the second innings. He's had to wait 31 overs for his chance, but Craig Overton, I think, correctly surmising that he needs to do something different here to make this breakthrough. If he can open at one end before tea, it just reinvigorates their chances of putting some pressure on. So Hayne 35 and Latham 43 have added 78 so far for the third wicket. And those early dismissals of Davis, trapped LBW by Henry for naught. Yates bowled by Leach for 13. At that point, it looked like Leach had got it ragging on a string.
Yep.
But it was the harder new ball that he was bowling with into the batsman's ruff that had caused the problem. Fresh guard being taken by Hayne. Still that ring of 3 on the leg side, but they've all moved squarer. So Kohler Cadmore is behind square. Bit of a leg theory trap being set here, with 2 short mid wickets, long leg and deep square leg, as Pretorius bowls to Hayne, full of length, and he defends back to the bowler. I think we're going to see some short stuff here.
Possibly, yes. I think you're right. Just needs something, doesn't it? Just one ball, one mistake, and Somerset will be the door's slightly open for them again. But these two have been occupying the crease now. 85 balls Haynes placed, 79 to Latham, and they have edged Warwickshire towards safety. Although there's still a lot of work still to do, but at the moment, not a lot happening with the ball.
Hayne awaits Pretorius, and it's full, and he's driven straight for 4. So the leg theory hasn't yet started, and he's also got a fingertip on that, which he regrets, Pretorius. Grabbed hold of it afterwards. Hayne up to 39, 98 for 2. And that was a nice cricket shot.
Just got, as it went through, just got the end of his fingers to it. So, it seems all right. It's a lovely afternoon out there, but still quite a few of the Somerset players wearing sweaters, so I didn't think it was quite that cool.
This one just back of a length, very straight bat from Hayne. Pretorius, when he fields, just has a quick look to see whether Latham is out of his ground and thinks about flicking it out of the back of his hand, but chooses not to. Somerset will have a bit of a chat and a regroup during the tea interval to decide for themselves what they might be able to do to breathe life into it again, because when it's been going against him, they've generally come up with something in this match. So they've dominated, really. This is very full. Hayne digs out the Yorker and then rubs the toe end of his bat, hoping that it hasn't split. He's made 3 successive half-centuries in the championship with that bat.
Yep. And Latham's made 2 in his last 3 innings, so between them, these are, I would say, probably at the moment, the 2 current in-form championship players. So
yeah, Barnard was in that camp,
he
but he missed out in the first
yeah.
innings in this match. As Hayne awaits another full ball, which he drives straight towards Lammonby at mid-on. There's a yell of no.
And then he completes almost like a full circle there. He comes down and runs round and back and gets back to the crease. So he was on the move when he played that shot.
He threw in a little bit of circuit training to keep himself amused. A little bit like the Grandpa Simpson meme, going into the pub and back out. This is full again from Pretorius, this time to mid-off, who feigns to throw at the stumps. Latham was rapidly getting his bat back in. Umpire Goff was concerned because he was going to have to take evasive action there. 98 for 2 at the end of the over, with time for probably 2 more before tea, given that one of them is going to be bowled by Jack Leach.
So Leach looking to see if he can get some success from this Birmingham end. He switched ends. It was getting, as the balls got softer, then Jack was getting less and less purchase from when he was bowling from the pavilion end. It got that wicket very early on, the one he came through Rob Yates's defence, but hasn't been able to repeat that. He's had a couple which bit, but nothing like the one which got rid of Yates. He's sending a man back now to long on for Latham, not all the way back, but probably about 2/3 of the way back. And there's a deep mid-off, and then a short leg, a short mid-wicket, and then a man just round the corner saving the one. As this first ball is on the spot outside the off stump, and Latham just comes forward to it and just kills any spin or anything, and just off his bat and pad, and just down in front of him, and James Rue tidies up. In comes Leach and bowls, and using his feet again, Latham steers it out to extra cover, and there's no run. Whips through these overs, Jack Leach, when the bat aren't scoring off him. Gets through them really quickly as he comes in past umpire Lloyd, and this one is turned. It sort of held and just wasn't there for Latham, who'd come forward to play the shot, and the ball was still had been held back by Leach, and Latham had to wait almost for it to come pitch. Then he just turned it down.
I think he was intending to go down and sweep it.
Yeah, had to completely change the shot there. Leach in, pushes that one through a bit quicker this time, and he goes back and chops it out into the offside, but again can't beat the infield. So Leach whipping through this at his 15th over. He's keeping a good line and making Latham play as he comes forward to that, and he runs it down just with a slightly angled bat down to backward point. But again, Calder Cadmore is there to do the fielding, and there's no run. So, final ball of Latham's 15th over. He's in and bowls, and Latham chips this one away. Back to Calder Cadmore. End of another good over from Jack Leach, his 15th. It's 98 for 2. Haynes got 39, and it's Latham is on 43.
So one more over to get through before the interval. We'll see whether Somerset have got one last blast in them in the final session. Pretorius showing his 6-pack as he, well, it's pretty close 4-pack, as he polishes the ball on the lower part of his shirt. Tall, strong man. Waits for Hayne to settle. He's got a short mid-off, so almost level with the stumps. 8 or 10 yards to the left of umpire Goff as he bowls full down the leg side, and it goes through to James Rue.
Just the sort of delivery that occasionally somebody will suddenly get unexpected delivery down the leg side, and you get a little nick on it, and suddenly you've gone with right out of the blue. But this time Hayne wasn't able to get anything on it, fortunately from his point of view.
Somerset flag still flying just to the left of the main scoreboard. As Pretorius comes in to bowl to Hayne, pushes forward in defence, fielded by Pretorius in his follow-through. I make that point because sometimes the opposition scorer will think that the best time to retrieve it is lunchtime on day 4.
Tea time's quite popular as well.
Tea time, you haven't got a lot of time during tea time to get to the other end of the ground and sort that.
You never know, somebody might do it for them.
Well, there is that. But
The Warwickshire one looks like it could do with coming down and being
it does need a wash.
a wash or a repair or just replacing.
No, well, yeah, a wash at the very least, as this ball's clipped towards man in front of square. Tom Abel, again full from Pretorius. He's got a trap set for the short ball, but hasn't yet pulled one out. And was that a no ball? Looks like it was.
Yeah, it's taken them. Yeah.
Brings up the Warwickshire 100, 100 for 2. A number not that important, with 276 runs more required for. It was a notional target. And Pretorius did overstep a few times in the first innings.
That rate's nearly 7.8 now, by the way.
Back of a length, and he just lowers his bat out of the way of it, Hayne. Well, it hasn't been relevant from minute one, because they wouldn't have had any interest at all.
In fact, even earlier than that, Richard, I think it wasn't relevant from probably 12 o'clock today onwards.
Yeah. And I'm not sure whether an extra half an hour would have been enough for Somerset, and we'll take a view on that later, but I think they could have pulled out half an hour earlier. I don't think the chase was ever really on, but 8 points for a draw makes it sometimes harder to come to those decisions. Pretorius, good length outside off stump, but Hayne again able to leave it. So it's not really doing anything in the air now. 2 balls left till tea. Yes, Polly has done a tremendous job of the repairs on that Somerset flag, worth mentioning her again. The Somerset scorer, she takes a lot of pride in that. Rightly so.
Anthony will know. I wonder if she leaves it, if they leave it up at night and it's there the whole time until they go, or whether she takes it home.
I would presume so, yeah. This one way outside off stump. Hayne has very little interest in it. 1 ball left in this, the 34th over. 34 overs in the session. A session of 2 hours and 10 minutes, so they haven't got through any extra overs in that spell. So there'll be 19 overs to bowl before the last hour. The last hour wouldn't be due to start till sometime after 5. If no result is possible, though, at 5 o'clock the captains can decide. To shake hands, as this is pitched up to Hayne, who defends end of a maiden. No, not maiden, because he bowled a no ball in the midst of it. But end of the over from Pretorius. So at tea, Warwickshire 100 for 2, with Tom Latham on 43 and Sam Hayne 39. And they still trail by 276 runs. Somerset need 8 wickets in the final 35 overs, but the way they gather together, 1 or 2 little high fives and bits of encouragement, and they've been very diligent in the field. They've tried everything that they can, but once the ball lost its initial hardness, the turn has become a little bit easier to play, and Jack Leach isn't quite getting it to rag the way that he was, and that means that the chance of them forcing a victory has started to slide. We will have all of the remainder of the game for you from 4 o'clock, be it an hour or be it 2.5 dramatic hours. At tea, Warwickshire 100 for 2, trailed by 276. Here we go for the final session 12, as I like to think about it, of the County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Somerset. Earlier today, Somerset set Warwickshire a notional target of 377 in 69 overs. It was never going to serve as a target. The key was going to be wickets and overs. And with 35 remaining, Warwickshire 100 for 2. Steadfast partnership for the second wicket between Tom Latham and Sam Hain has guided them from a rather precarious situation at 16 for 2 in their second innings, when Jack Leach with the new ball was getting it to turn significantly from the rough outside the left-hander's off stump. Rob Yates perishing bowled for 13. Alex Davis has been trapped LBW by Matt Henry without scoring. And I think the next 20 minutes will determine how long we're likely to continue here. Somerset's interest requires a quick wicket or two. The umpires are out, Michael Goff and Graham Lloyd. And I'm just under a minute away from an update for listeners to BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Somerset. Is Anthony Gibson. We'll have Phil Britt, I'm sure, drop in before the end of events as well from Warwickshire County Cricket Club's museum. But, the players are not coming out with any great alacrity, which may, if nothing else, be a clue.
I think we might see some part-time bowlers from Somerset. I think they'll probably give it half an hour. If they can pick up a couple of wickets in half an hour, then the game will still be afoot. But failing that, I think we'll see maybe Tom Kohler-Cadmore given an over or two.
We'll see whether it comes to that. I might push a bit harder. Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are just coming out for the final session of this game. They were set 376 to win in 69 overs. They were never going to try and chase that. However, they've got to preserve wickets and make sure they don't fall to defeat. And Tom Latham and Sam Hain have done a very good job of steadying the ship. A stand of 84 for the third wicket. Latham has 43 and Hain 39. If they can see out the next hour, they're probably going to be okay. 35 overs remain. Warwickshire 100 for 2. So let's see who's going to resume the action this afternoon. There's a lot of players out there, but nobody seemingly showing any signs of taking the ball. I think it is going to eventually be Jack Leach, isn't it? But
TKC having a long chat with Sam Hain.
They're, again, not a huge hurry here. They'll have coincided somewhere in franchise cricket, those two, I dare say.
I'm sure they will, yeah. And of course, TKC started his cricketing life just down the road at Worcestershire.
I'm sure he'd rather be a bear than a pear, though.
Well, he went to school at Malvern College, so he's probably quite happy when he was a pear.
Yeah. We got Ed Barnard to admit he'd rather be a bear than a pear. I think he had to say
Well, he had to say that, didn't he?
Yeah. On the Bears pod blast, it would have been quite embarrassing if he'd gone the other way.
Quite. There's Leach, and this is turned through Tom Banton's legs at forward short leg out to Josh Davey. 100 for 2. 34 overs remain after this one. As Leach gives this one air, and it's swept away well in front of square, sort of slog sweep almost. It was a full toss from Leach, and Tom Latham middled it nicely away through straight mid wicket, retrieved by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. 104 for 2. Leach won't want his figures to suffer too much damage. He's gone for 43 runs so far in his 16th over, just that one wicket.
I mean, we could be about to see one of the great run chases. Yeah.
I think it's unlikely. Yeah. Not impossible, but they've shown absolutely no inclination, these two, of chasing the runs. Leach bowls to Latham. Oh, and he edges this one, and it didn't go to hand. And they'll pick up a single. Went down, and wasn't a chance to Craig Overton at slip.
Yeah, because he'd played the ball with such soft hands and with almost a static bat, it just went straight downwards. And even somebody as adept as Overton wasn't going to be able to scoop that one up.
So Leach is just setting his field now for the right-hander, and we're having Tom Lammonby going right out to deep backward square leg. We've got a cover sweeper, 3 saving, 1 on the onside, 2 on the offside, slip and a forward short leg. And Tom Lammonby just being moved as Leach bowls to Hayne, who takes this on the pad, pitched outside the leg stump, so in no danger of being given out LBW. Leach in, bowls. Again, it's defended by Sam Hayne. Not many people left here, although there's still a knot of spectators at the far end of the ground. About 6 people in the Hollies stand. Leach bowls and Hayne is down the pitch but won't get a run as he plays that up to Matt Henry at mid-on. End of that Jack Leach over. He's bowled 16 overs now, taking 1 for 44. It's 105 for 2, and unless something pretty dramatic happens in the next 20 minutes or so, we're gearing up for a 5 o'clock shake hands and everyone go home with Somerset taking 14 points and Warwickshire 11.
For those who regularly listen to Warwickshire home games, very reassuringly, the gentleman who sits in the back row of the Hollies, in between the numbers 24 and 25, has been there since 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
He's
I think he's been there for the whole game.
He wasn't here first thing on Sunday.
Oh, right.
But he was around from around lunchtime on Sunday. Pretorius is going to have a look round the wicket at Latham. They don't look like they're setting a leg theory trap. He seemed reluctant to dig the ball in short during his 2 overs before tea. I think he perhaps feels that might be quite unrewarding. Sam Hayne has got both of his gloves off and is currently adjusting the rubber on his bat handle, and Pretorius is coming into bowl because everybody else is ready. There's 2 short extra covers and 2 short sort of mid-wicket and mid-ons, and Sam Hayne has to find a path between them in case of a run as it's dabbed down to point, and still he plays with the rubber on his bat handle. But, he's having to run in between the 2 fielders if a single is accrued. Now he's taken a straighter path. He's standing closer to the umpire. He's still in conversation with Tom Kohler-Cadmore, in truth. Asking him where he gets his hair done. Pretorius comes in to Latham, a straight ball that he defends with a straight bat, and Kohler-Cadmore trots in. Hayne tamps at the top of his bat and then he'll lean on it. You can convince yourself, convince your opponents, when you're young, you can convince your opponents that you're a good batsman by the way you lean on your bat. If you do it with real conviction. Look like you're used to being out there for long periods of time.
Studied nonchalance.
Yeah, well, he's exactly what he's doing at the moment, Sam Hayne, that is. Yep. That is, studied nonchalance describes it perfectly. This is full onto the pads of Latham, who swings and misses, and it's a tumbling take from James Rue. And it remains 105 for 2.
He's got a great red stain at the bottom of his cricket shirt, Miguel Pretorius. I can't recall another cricketer who polishes the ball quite so vigorously in that way.
Yeah, on the front of his shirt.
Yeah, but he does it very effectively.
Yeah.
Something that Dermot Reed remarked upon.
Let's see if he can encourage this ball to reverse. This is angled into the pads of Latham, who defends it up to short mid-on. But when he does it, it means that we all get a glance at his midriff. I say all. We do specifically because he's walking straight towards us. You know, it's not for me to reveal whether he's got an innie or an outie, but trust me, we know from here.
Yeah. He's working away on the ball in the hope that they might just be able to get it to reverse, but it's only had 35 overs bowled with it.
He's in again, back of a length, pulled by Latham. Fielder in the outfield might just be able to cut that off as he runs round the rope, but when they come back for 2, it brings up a second half century of the match for Rod Latham. And he came in a position of need, and he's batted through 93 balls and hit 6 fours. And sometimes when you've got an overseas bat, it's not about the big hundreds, it's not about the match-winning innings, it's about saving the 8 points for a draw, and that's what he's close to pulling off now today.
Yeah, he's batted very well.
Threat early on of Leach into the rough outside off stump was one that he had to see through, and that does shape from Pretorius. All the work he's put into that ball, and it goes past the outside edge and through to Rue. And if you're Somerset, just as you were thinking, oh, it's not going to happen, that will make you go, oh, hello, well, maybe, what do we do next?
Well, I don't think Craig Overton is that impressed by it, because it doesn't look as if he's going to bring either himself or Matt Henry on from the other end. We're going to get some more spin from Jack Leach.
Show me you can do it again, he's saying. Show me you can do it again, and then we'll see about going to 2 seamers.
Very pleasant afternoon now, isn't it? People who are here, there isn't much excitement in the way of the cricket, but it's a nice place to be, sit and enjoy the sunshine.
Well, at the moment it's still competitive cricket. It's if we get to that point that it isn't anymore, but still is for now.
Leach to Hayne, who turns this down to backward square leg, where Tom Lammonby comes trotting in. There's no great urgency about the cricket, though, is there? Somerset have just about given this up. That's not a bad job. I mean, 14 points is not to be sniffed at.
No.
And they'll go above Warwickshire in the county championship table.
I mean, they've batted well and bowled well in this game, and ultimately just not enough time to get a result on this surface, I think.
As this bounces from Leach, and Latham keeps it down into the offside. Bounces more than usual, that's to say.
Yeah, that was in one of the more pronounced sections of rough outside his off stump. So it bit and it climbed. And he's actually done well. So those soft hands we referred to in Leach's previous over for Latham were required there.
108 for 2. Leach bowls. Latham shapes as if he's going to sweep and then changes his mind and plays a defensive shot instead. The fact he's got time to change his mind shows just how slow this pitch is. Well, not slow, it's easy paced. We mustn't be unfair about this pitch. It's one of those everlasting pitches. You could play on this pitch for another 5 days and it still wouldn't do very much to help the bowlers, as Latham is forward defending into the offside. It's only really the bits of rough left behind by the bowlers' footmarks that are offering anything.
And this is effectively day 6, given that it was used for the 2 T20s last Friday.
Yep. Leach bowls and Latham's down the pitch, but killing the spin when he gets there, rather than playing an aggressive shot.
With the ever higher volume of matches played at these grounds, then having a hybrid pitch here and there, it's got to help the ground staff. It really has. Absolutely. They do such a tough all year round job, but so busy in the summer.
Leach bowls, gives this one a little bit more air, and there's a single for Latham as he pushes it into a gap on the offside. 109 for 2 at the end of the over. 32 overs remain. In theory. In practice, it'll probably be about 12.
Yeah, could well be the case. Certainly nobody is getting a wriggle on from either team at the moment. Lots of conversations going on between fielders. James Rue is slowly carrying a group of helmets to place behind him, but then, I mean, look, how slowly are they getting ready for the next over here, Somerset, which tells you they don't think... I mean, it could suddenly speed up if Latham nicks off next delivery. Not quite a done deed yet. Bears have to just be a little bit cautious of that. As Pretorius bowls, outside off stump, left alone. And through to the wicketkeeper. We've had just, 3 overs in 14 minutes since tea, and I think that is an indication of where we stand.
Well, I think 14-11 is a pretty fair reflection of the performance of the two teams.
I think it'd be 14-10, won't it?
No, because they got
one in each innings, I think.
No, they got 2 batting points.
Oh, they did, didn't they? As this is pushed into the offside by Latham for a single.
2 batting points and a bowling point.
That's it. Yeah, so 14-11. Yeah. I still can persistently argue that they need to put that first batting point down to 200 again.
I would agree with you.
And if it means you want to let people have 6 for 450, then okay. But
and widen the gap between a draw and a win to 12 points.
Also, I think you're more likely to get a variety of surfaces if teams aren't so concerned that you need 250 to get anything with the bat. I mean, it's just... I know they want good surfaces, but sometimes a good surface is one where there's a little bit in it for everybody. As Hayne awaits this next delivery, back of a length from Pretorius, gets up on his toes outside off stump to guide it out into the offside to Lammonby at cover, no run. I think Warwickshire members don't just get frustrated at the fact that the team doesn't win very often at home. I think there's slightly too many games that end up petering out here. And Warwickshire have not had the strongest attack necessarily this year. The injury to Michael Booth early in the campaign was a bit unfortunate, as this is just back of a length and clipped towards the leg side. Good tumbling stop from Banton. You may recall Booth played one of his first class games was at Taunton last year, and whilst he was a little bit expensive at times with the ball, he also bowled with a bit of fire. He's got that extra bit of pace that probably is lacking from the home attack in this game. With the exception of Simmons, but again, very callow bowler Simmons, very massive potential, high ceiling. Pretorius advances, full, driven, 4 runs to Sam Hayne. His mid-on is way up level with the stumps, so once it had gone past him, it's just a collection job. I think there might be a member of the Somerset support staff who's just beyond the boundary there, because they've thrown it back to Tom Abel. 114 for 2, Hayne to 44.
Yes, it's pitches like this don't really encourage bowlers to bowl faster, do they?
No.
And they don't encourage spin very much either.
I thought Pretorius bowled with some real pace and flair and fire in the first innings. This one guided wide of square leg. That's a good pick-up, that, from Kohler Cadmore. And then a delayed unnecessary throw at the stumps. And I think it was mainly because it was Sam Hayne there that I think that was more for giggles than anything else. End of the over, 114 for 2. And this partnership is now worth 98.
Yes, I don't know what the answer to the pitch problem is, though, because I think it's as much as anything, I don't know, the climate, additional carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide in the atmosphere. But it's very difficult for groundsmen to produce either genuinely fast pitches or pitches that crumble in the way that they used to, so there is something in it for the spinners on the 3rd and 4th days.
A non-hybrid might have gone on to offer a little bit more.
Yeah, a bit, but
here is kind of, I'm not saying the final salvo, but it feels like the last push, because Craig Overton's bringing himself back on.
And it's not just here. Taunton is exactly the same.
But I think it's the issue around the country, Anthony. It's a combination of the weather and the sheer volume of games as well, which makes it every bit harder, especially with women's county games as well now.
Here's Overton to Latham, and Latham thinks about a single into the offside, but isn't there. I'll do this over, and then Phil Britt can come in to do half an hour, and then I'll finish off up to the final handshake.
Australia's newly reshaped top order not faring well in the opening test in Barbados against the West Indies. 22 for 3.
Dear.
They've lost Constas, Green and Inglis. Khawaja, who's been badly out of form, is 10 not out of 42 balls.
Here we got Craig Overton bowling to Tom Latham, who drives back to Overton, who takes a caught and bowled. And that was the roar that you heard. I thought momentarily it was a bump ball, but it wasn't. It was a straightforward catch. Tom Latham has driven it straight back to Craig Overton. So perhaps that might just breathe a little bit of additional life into this game of cricket. I suspect it won't, but it might. And it's 114 for 3. Tom Latham gone. Caught and bowled Overton for 52.
Well, what a peculiar mode of dismissal against a pace bowler like that in this situation for Latham, who looks crestfallen as he makes his way off. 2 half-centuries in the match for Latham, and he's gone a long way towards getting the Bears to safety, but he would have wanted to take them all the way.
Good sharp catch from Overton.
Yeah.
Driven back quite firmly.
Well, of all the people who you'd fancy to hold on to it, it would be him.
Especially
Great
with
hands.
especially with his own bowling. Not that he doesn't give 100%.
But he doesn't put much down, does he? Let's be fair.
He's got a great pair of hands. Great attitude as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the boy wonder. We are. The golden boy of English cricket.
It just doesn't help that people keep saying things like that about him. It doesn't. Yeah, I'm quite sensitive to it because I think it puts him under extraordinary pressure. I really do. I think I will persist in saying that in this form of the game, he has still got an awful lot to learn. He hasn't got a huge amount of red ball cricket behind him. He is a wonderful talent. He's got great hands. He's done outstandingly for England in the white ball game. The 3 half-centuries he made in New Zealand, batting at number 3, which is an unfamiliar place. I mean, great credit to him for that. But I think he's going to have to learn to deal with the expectation, Anthony, isn't he? He's going to have to learn to deal with it.
Yeah. Well, he's quite a confident lad, isn't he?
He is confident, but he is also a young man.
Yeah.
And I think it is always very, very difficult.
But I mean, he's done tremendously well out in the IPL, which is big cricket these days.
Yeah.
I think he's more than capable of holding his own. But Craig Overton would love to knock him over, I tell you that. Overton into Bethel, who goes for a pull shot, comes off his body, doesn't time it at all. And it's going to be... There was a bit of bat involved, maybe a bit of glove.
Yeah, I think it might have been a bottom edge onto his midriff there. But it's interesting, he did get out when he gloved a pull behind earlier in the match, out for 20 in the first innings, Bethel.
Not in his own estimation.
No, not at the time. But it's none of us could come up with another explanation for the noise.
No.
And so, the bat was up in the air, not near the ground, and it wasn't going to hit the pad either. I don't think it was the noise of a...
But the game's been played in a good spirit, hasn't it? There's no sort of needle between the players at all.
No.
Overton to Hayne. 2 slips. And this echelon of fielders on the onside. It's through to James Root, 2 wide outside the off stump for Hayne to have anything to do with it.
I'll tell you what, it's tremendous. You get to the final session of day 4 and then you pull the word echelon out. That's why you're rated as a professional. That's it. That's it there. Pulls out echelon, which you only normally hear at an athletics meeting.
Is Overton in bowls, and Hayne has all the time in the world just to come half forward, and he always waiting for that ball to arrive on his bat. Craig Overton will keep on charging in, giving it everything he's got, but there really isn't anything in this pitch for quicker bowlers to work with, until maybe there's some reverse swing. He's in and bowls to Hayne, who plays around his front pad, and you heard the "oh" from Craig Overton, thinking that if he'd missed that, then there would have been a big appeal for LBW. But successful over for Craig Overton, who has figures of 3 overs, 1 for 6. I'll make way for Phil Britt for the next half an hour or so.
That is the one that pace bowlers lull them into thinking is tight or close or nearly got through, because Sam Hain has been playing lovingly round that front pad for the last decade, and it is his strong area. But that wicket just gives us a thought of fresh life. There are 30 overs remaining. 7 wickets remain intact. Miguel Pretorius is going to come on to bowl. Phil Britt is coming in for a little 20-minute here to help us towards the finishing line.
Yes.
So, I mean, they're still not exactly racing to get into position, but, I mean, the one thing I would say is because it makes very little difference now. They're not going to get any extra overs. And the way things stand, the final hour won't start till about 5:20. So really, the only stat that you're looking at is the number of overs, 30, and then the second stat, number of wickets. 3 down, and Bethel to face Pretorius. Full outside off stump, punches it down to Davey, who comes in from the covers.
Well, a lot of people, I say a lot of people, a number of the crowd left at tea time. When I went over to the museum, there was quite a good flow of people going home, having decided this game was then going to end as a draw.
They might have decided they wanted to get back for pointless.
Of course, I'd forgotten that.
I don't know whether it's new ones or a repeat this week, though. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Pretorius round the wicket to the left-hander Bethel, and nice angle on that delivery. And there's just a hint that the ball might be going slightly off the straight. Bethel defends it out towards Davey once more.
Was heading towards a sort of 5 o'clock shake of hands, wasn't it? But another wicket now, and it might just extend it for another half an hour.
No, it really could. It really could. It's one of the 2 games that will be ending with pretty early handshakes. There'll be a couple of 10-5s. As this is again full and driven by Bethel up towards mid-off. Durham v Sussex will be a 10-5. As will Essex and Hampshire, because we're still only in the 3rd innings of the match in those. As indeed, Notts and Yorkshire will also be a 10-5.
It was suggested to me by a fairly well-known cricket journalist that we could shake hands at 10-5. I said, well, only if we want to lose it.
Yeah, that would be conceding. That would be conceding, yeah. Which would be...
Oh, yes. Can't do that, can we?
A little bit disappointing. Bethel awaits Pretorius once more, and he turns it towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. In Division 2, Derbyshire chasing 316 to beat Gloucestershire are 198 for 2, but Came 91 and Jewel 83 have both just gone, which has set them back a bit. Kent are holding on resolutely against Lancashire, 2-2-1 for 7, 44 short of making Lancashire bat again. 4 wickets there for Chris Green. But Grant Stewart, 69 off 58 balls with a bit of a counter-attack. Everson with him on 55. If they manage to salvage that at Blackpool, that would be quite something. So this is back of a length, and it's a good diving stop to his left from Abel to prevent Bethel getting a single. And Leicestershire and Glamorgan, that's going to be an early handshake.
I wonder whether Craig Overton might be tempted to give Jack Leach a go again at this end to the left-handed Bethel.
He might do, but he did get increasingly innocuous.
Yes, it did. Yeah,
it seems to be the extra bounce of the hard ball was what was causing the trouble early on for the left-handers. The rough is still there.
Yeah.
As Pretorius bowls back of a length, pulled by Bethel imperiously for 4 through a moderately straight mid-wicket. But that's a lovely shot on the pivot from Bethel. He goes to 5, 119 for 3, and just a sign there that the pitch is probably getting a little bit slower now, as you'd expect, when it's sort of 6 days old, having been used on Friday. 119 for 3, 29 overs to go.
That was a lovely shot from Bethel. Yes, it has really thinned out, and people, even as we speak, I can see people going back down the exits there, making their decision that... get home before the going home traffic.
Well, also, the going home traffic, the rush hour will be on at 4:30. It'll be certainly be on for a Wednesday. But England under-21s playing at 5 o'clock as well in the semi-finals of the Euros. There'll be one or two nip back for that.
Who are they playing tonight?
It's a very good question. I appreciate you asking it.
There's Overton in, starts a new over while Richard scrambles. I will have a look.
The Netherlands.
Okay.
I'm nothing if not quick at Googling.
Holland.
No, the
Oh,
Netherlands.
the Netherlands.
No, they're going to play the whole country, not just that small district,
Okay.
that small region. Yeah, it will be the whole of the Netherlands. Yeah.
Jay Stansfield be up at front, or is he still recovering from all the ground he covered the other
Jay
night?
Stansfield is playing, as is James Beadling, goalie, who might also be joining Birmingham City this summer on loan.
This next one is left outside the off stump. Is that the Brighton goalkeeper?
Yeah.
Right.
He's a tall lad. 6'7". Of course, really, we're all waiting for the Mamelodi Fluminense game in the Club World Cup, of which I've seen about 25 minutes, and I love football. It's just, some summers you just want a break.
Yeah.
Just give me a break.
Overton galloping in to bowl to Hayne, and Hayne is forward again, patiently pushing it away into the offside.
And
Tom
also,
Abel does the fielding.
is the fatal flaw of a tournament like that is that in England only the supporters of two clubs are likely to actually be interested in any of it?
And I think that is very true, because there isn't. I keep seeing, I think Chelsea won. Did they win? They're now into the knockout stages.
Yeah.
But it was only reading that as at the bottom of a whole load of script on sport. I didn't bother to watch anything. Overton in. This one is glanced, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It picked it out straight to those catchers, which are still in place. And that was Lammonby who did the fielding.
It's like, as much as I love cricket, when I watch games from the IPL, if I'm at home in the afternoon watching a game from the IPL, I find it hard to support anybody.
Yeah.
So you might support individuals who are playing over there.
Yeah.
You know.
This is Overton in. This is pulled through mid-wicket. Did that go hands to that as a chance?
No, I don't think it was a
Don't
chance.
think
He
it
hit
did.
it down into the ground.
Ground.
But what I would say, that is a valiant piece of fielding by Archie Vaughan to try and stop it. He's got a really good hand on that, but it was hit so powerfully, it's still gone for 4. It did bounce before it got it. And only now he's on his feet, he's just holding his left wrist.
It's the wrist it hit. wasn't
Yeah,
it? Yeah.
I think he's realised just how sore that might be. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a powerful pull through the mid-wicket area.
I don't know whether he's prone to the occasional expletive, but this might be the appropriate moment.
No, he's going, oh dear me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh, that throbs. That was struck pretty powerfully by Hayne, who's 2 runs away from his second half century of the game.
He's 123 for 3 when Hayne comes forward to that, and at the last minute flicks the bat out of the way, much to Overton's annoyance as disappointment. And another over goes by, 123 for 3.
That was angling back in towards the off stump. It was very good judgment, purely because the ball didn't hit off stump. But you could see by Haynes' reaction afterwards that he judged it in a rather more fine manner than he anticipated. Let's put it that way. That was a bit closer than he thought. Pretorius is going to continue because he's a very willing worker. He's going to keep on having a go.
It's got very muggy outside when I walked round after tea, back round from the other side of the ground. It's really warmed up and quite steamy.
Well, we've tried to get a bit of a more natural idea of how warm it is, 'cause I don't think we've had the aircon on today, have we?
No, it got very cold yesterday. I think we switched it off.
Well,
And haven't put it back on today.
Tips Fancy's fingers were turning slightly blue, so we were a bit concerned. Pretorius comes in to bowl to Bethel, who defends back down the wicket. Pretorius half picks it up and then drops it to the floor. 27 overs and 5 balls to go.
Just for interest, the required run rate is now up to 9.13.
Again, I'm not sure that that's interesting.
I think it is.
Well, no, it's long since. If it wasn't relevant at the start of the innings, it most definitely isn't now. Bethel on 5 awaits Pretorius once more. This is full, driven through the covers. There's a hand on it from a diving Tom Banton, and he'll restrict them to. Is it going to be 2? They could have considered a third, but tell you what he has done. He's got that throw up very, very early, and that made the batter's mind up for them that they should stick with 2. Bethel to 7, 125 for 3.
Yeah, just they'd turned. Bethel had turned for the third, but as you say, he wasn't sure where the accuracy of the throw. It wasn't the greatest of throw, but it came in quickly.
Yeah, that's it. The virtue is he got it airborne, and it was long. We're still working hard in the field, Somerset. They've been a good unit for these 4 days. Bethel is struck on the pad by a ball that was angling down the leg side. There's an elegant shot, though, from Bethel. Previous over from Pretorius, we saw that lovely short arm pull for 4.
Man in a pair of pink shorts has decided enough's enough. He's on his way home.
I think a few people, when they saw him arrive this morning, thought that's enough's enough with those shorts on. Gosh. He wanted to be seen.
Shouldn't think he had to queue to get them.
Round the wicket, Pretorius again, and what's very similar, it strikes him on the pad going down leg side. I'm not quite sure why the hands on the head are there from Pretorius. So you're not going to get much from that angle. He probably deserved more than he got in the first innings, Pretorius, for the energy that he put in. 2 for 85 he was. Overton got the rewards, 4 for 81. And then in the Somerset second innings, a 5 for on debut for Corey Rocchiccioli, which will please the Bears with 3 more Kookaburra games to come. Pretorius full, and that's driven off the inside edge. That one nearly did squeeze through. And trust me, if he doesn't get a bit of willow on that, he would very much be gone, yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, that would have been more middle than middle and off, I think.
I think that's just what Pretorius is saying as he walked past Michael Goff. He's just tapped him on the arm, and they've sort of got a semi-tap back as well. I think they both have the same opinion.
That would have been, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would have been. Yeah. I think he might have walked. Final ball of the over. He tries to repeat it, but Bethel is in much better order for that one and defends. End of the over, 125 for 3. I've really enjoyed watching Miguel Pretorius operate this week. Just a real competitor.
Do you know how long he's with? Is he here for the whole summer, or is he just through?
He is.
Yeah, he is. Actually, it's nodding his head.
Was it whole of last summer as well, or was it part of last summer?
It was most of last summer.
And you've still got Riley Meredith for T20 as well. He's been playing, hasn't he?
Not sure for how many games.
Okay, not sure how much longer, Anthony is saying. Sometimes you have to use your voices off because they've got the knowledge.
Yep.
You see.
Voice off left.
Yeah. Never work on stage without a prompt.
Sam Hayne will be facing. Craig Overton's going to continue from the Birmingham end. He's got bowled 4 overs, 1 for 10 he's got with that wicket of Tom Latham. He comes in to bowl to Hayne, and Hayne is defending that one back to... Still, Craig Overton, every ball he bowls, he never gives you a sort of nice friendly ball. He picks that ball up and shapes to throw down the stumps at Haynes. And
but when he captains the side, what he's doing... really, he's setting the tone as well. He's maintaining his standards at 20 to 5 on the final day, with an outside chance now of forcing something, with 7 wickets still to take and under 27 overs to go.
It won't be for lack of trying, as this one is again played defensively by Hayne.
Got a big day tomorrow, Sam Hayne. Big occasion for Sam tomorrow.
Is he on your podcast?
He is. I don't know how you worked that out. He will be joining myself and Ollie Hannon Dolby for the Bears Podblast.
I bet he's wishing he was out there batting again all day tomorrow.
Listen live tomorrow evening at 6 on BBC Radio WM, or wherever you are in the world on BBC Sounds from Friday morning. You can catch up with it.
Yes, Overton in, and Hayne works this to mid-wicket. He's...
I'm trying to do a sales pitch here. I'm trying to do a sales pitch, Phil.
I'm in Brighton. I can't listen, unfortunately.
You can on BBC Sounds on your phone.
You can't get it in Brighton.
You're fibbing. You're fibbing. Again, the lack of support from a friend is frightening. We will also be joined by Ali Maiden on tomorrow's episode, who is the coach of the Bears women, and will also be the coach of the Birmingham Phoenix women in the 100 this year. So looking forward to catching up with him as well.
Overton in. Hayne works this one away, just goes back and just angles it down into mid-wicket. And again, there's no run.
And you don't have to be a Warwickshire supporter to enjoy it either, that's for sure. If you love people talking cricket, the back catalogue from this year includes Ed Barnard, George Garton, Jake Lintott, Richard Gleeson.
Oh, talking of
Laura
Richard,
Harris.
Yeah, where has Richard Gleeson been?
He's got a hamstring injury, which is getting better, and he'll hopefully be back for the closing stages of the T20. If you'd listened last week, you'd have found out.
Next one is left outside the off stump. He didn't have a hamstring injury last season as well.
I'm not sure what his injury was last season. He had a brief one, but he went to the IPL for the tail end of the IPL when it was delayed this season, and just unfortunately came back with a hamstring niggle, and nobody is more disappointed about it than him. So
yeah, it must be.
And bear in mind, this is a lad who didn't turn professional till he was 27, 28.
Yeah,
so
must be disappointing when you can't get into play. This one is turned away by Hayne to square leg. It's straight to Lammonby, who again, also like his captain, threatens to throw the stumps down as he looks at Sam Hayne. End of another over, another good tight over from Craig Overton. It's 125 for 3. We have 26 more overs still possible in the day. The clock is edging its way around to 20 to 5.
I think if they took one more wicket by 5 o'clock, I think Craig Overton will carry on a bit longer.
Oh, I do. Don't think he'll give it that easy.
Because by that stage there'll still be 20, 21 overs left. I don't think we're going to get a 5 o'clocker here. I think we're going to go after 5. We will see. Pretorius is still showing us his belly button as he comes back to his mark. Oh gosh. Here he comes again, chasing in to bowl to Bethel, and goes past the outside edge. There's an appeal, but the fact that Pretorius was so late joining it was a bit of an issue for those behind the stumps, because I don't think Pretorius fancied it at all. He's trudging back to his mark now. Craig Overton has got his arms out, and he needs to watch that a little bit, I have to say. And I think what has happened is there's a little bit of late swing after it goes past Bethel. Looking at the replay, so I don't think he's hit it, but I think there's a bit of late swing. Craig Overton actually has put his arms out again. He will get himself into bother if he does that again, because that's borderline now, being dissent. But Pretorius didn't fancy it at all, first up. It was a great delivery, though, and he's in again, and this time off the back foot. Bethel is able to stab it out in the offside. But there's enough encouragement from Pretorius and Overton to want to keep on going, to want to keep on pushing. Bear in mind there is a tail to this Warwickshire side that kind of begins at 8, really, with Rocchiccioli is not a particularly prodigious batter. 8, 9, 10 Jack, especially if, against a Jack Leach.
Yep.
Leach and Vaughan were able to polish off the tail in the first innings. So
there's a couple of Ed Barnard is going through a bit of a dip in form as well at the moment. Ahead of that,
that's harsh to call it a dip in form. He's made plenty of runs in various formats. But
I mean, current form. I'm talking.
What his last innings?
Last couple, I think you'll find.
I think we'd consider him still in form over the piece of the season. He's had a very good T20 campaign as well, Ed Barnard.
Yeah,
very resourceful cricketer.
A duck and 30 in his previous game, and 58 and 4 in the game before that.
He also has a couple of hundreds this year. That's going to be the issue here today, as Bethel comes forward in defence, head into the offside. 125 for 3. Seven overs either side of tea, Pretorius will have bowled. He's staying around the wicket. Yeah, it's just Sam Hayne confusing me with some gardening. Well down the wicket. Ball will take off if Pretorius bowls it there. So he comes in onto the pads of Bethel, steers it towards mid-wicket. Around moves Abel, so there's no run. Tested the height of Rue with the throw.
18 balls now Bethel's faced. Hayne 120 for his 48.
Well, crease occupation was the most important thing. I thought what Hayne and Latham did, though, was still look to punish anything that was loose. Still look to just tick themselves over, because I think if you get too deep into a negative mindset, it can be very, very tricky. As Bethel is beaten by an absolute peach. That has bitten and moved away from the bat, and he gives Bethel a stare, and he could quite rightly say, well, look, I've given you a bit of a going over there in that over, Jacob. There's a little bit there, Phil.
Well, there was in the first innings. Once the ball whilst it had gone soft, the ball was doing things, and Somerset held on to it for about 15 or 16. Was it about 93, 94 overs before they changed it?
Yeah, 93
so,
overs.
It kept doing things, and this ball is definitely giving them some encouragement.
Does any team in the country look after the cricket ball better than this one? That would be my question. Because they, you can look for all sorts of excuses with a Kookaburra and a hybrid wicket. What Somerset have looked for is solutions.
Overton starts a new over. Hayne waits and leaves outside the off stump. It offers no shot to a ball which didn't really move off its line. That little clutch of people which we said, I wonder whether there were Somerset supporters at the far end, I think are still there, and it perhaps convinced me even more that they may not be travelling support.
But that main clutch, isn't it? Sort of the regulars who sit there every single game for the Bears.
There's been quite a strong clutch there.
I think they've...
Overton in. Hayne is going across his stumps and is wrapped. Was that hit him on the glove?
Yeah.
As he went across, it got up on him, and it was an awkward-looking shot as he went across his stumps. In the end, the ball which rose gave him trouble. He comes down and has a chat with Bethel.
That certainly got up more than you would expect from that length.
Doesn't seem to be. He's just going to take his glove off and have a look at his hand, I think. No, he's not. Is he? No, he's okay. He's going back into position to face the next delivery. As Overton steams into him, and this one he plays behind from the crease and plays right behind it into the onside. 125 for 3. Hayne is still on 48. He seems to have been on that for a while now, and Bethel at the other end is on 7. As Warwickshire just looking to play out these overs and keep wickets in hand, but not making any attempt to push the score along. Little nudge here will get Hayne a single down to long leg. It brings Bethel on to strike.
I mean, the odd single also has the virtue of having to change the bowler's lines. So just, with a right-hander and a left-hander, just anything they can do to complicate things for Overton and Pretorius is useful.
Birds fly across in front of us. Could be of any variety. Overton round the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, who plays this one away nicely into the offside. They'll get a single for it, that's all it is. Can't beat Lammonby, who's out there, just stops it.
You see, with Anthony being present, who has a certain expertise when it comes to the goal, we have to be very careful.
They weren't goals. I can see it that close. But
what about that one?
That one is. That one is. That's a definite goal.
Yeah.
Coming across there's almost as if on call it arrives to say, "Look at me, look at me." 127 for 3. Overton it. Ooh, and Hayne snatches the bat away at the last minute. Ball outside the off stump rising, and it seems all of a sudden, Richard, like they've just opened an aviary down here. We've been birds coming right
Well,
past the window all the time.
As aviaries go, it would be a little bit disappointing in terms of the variety of stock. Yes. Very sad down the road at what I used to consider Birmingham Nature Centre, but I think it's called something slightly different now. But the red panda's passed away.
Oh dear.
The red panda was an absolute little divil, in that he'd been there for about 10 or 12 years, but he had a wonderful habit of leaving, of getting out of the compound, and he used to end up in Moseley. and more often than not, for some reason, in the same back garden. Now, how it always got there, we don't know. As Pretorius begins a new over, he'll be quite pleased to have Bethel on strike. Bethel walks into a defensive shot, plays it into the ground, and it's knocked up into the air and is followed through by Pretorius.
This for real?
No, it's true. And the red panda enclosure was so full of grass and everything, it was really hard to spot it when it was there. But the number of people who spent 20 minutes trying to look for it when it wasn't there. But no, it used to escape to the same house in Moseley.
Have they got a lot of bamboo in their garden or something?
I honestly don't know. I mean, they're lovely little things, red pandas, when you can find them. Pretorius in again. Oh, it's a beauty. It's just angled away off the seam. That's beautiful from Pretorius. I mean, what a good spell. Look, you look at the context of the game. You look at the context of this afternoon. Where's he finding this from?
He's certainly, these last 2 or 3 overs, he's bowled some beauties, particularly Jacob Bethel, who could have got a nick 2 or 3 times to deliveries.
We'll keep him out there a bit longer. But I would make way for Anthony if I hadn't got to do a report in 10 minutes' time, but we'll get him back on shortly. If we go on beyond 5 o'clock, then I can disappear at that point, as this is short, and Bethel is launching it over square leg. Has it gone all the way for 6?
Yes.
It's 4. It's bounced just in front.
Did it?
Yeah, the ground staff appear to be signalling 6, but the fielders in the outfield have signalled 4. But Bethel there, what I like about that is he just helped it on its way with the pace, and Pretorius looks at him as if to say, OK, I'll give you that one. But because Pretorius has had the better of the battle up to that point. Bethel to 12. Umpire Lloyd is looking round at the 2 fielders as if to say, are you sure that was only 4? We didn't see where it bounced. Well, I didn't see where it bounced.
No, I'd assumed from the way the 2 fielders went that it had gone over their heads.
He's in again. Oh, he's tried it again. He could well be out. He's skied it. It's gone a long, long way up in the air, and it's going to be taken by Abel. And Pretorius wins the battle. He wags his finger at Jacob Bethel, and he's gone for 12. It's 131 for 4. And Jacob Bethel has left the door open here with that dismissal. And as I say, there is a bit of a tail to this side. 131 for 4. And the game is alive. But having hit the previous ball deep towards the leg side boundary, he's tried one shot too many. And it's interesting that both his dismissals in this match have been against the short ball and the desire to pull an hook.
There's times where you play for your shots, and there's times where you play for the team. I'm not too sure which one Bethel went there for. I don't think Sam Hain is hugely impressed with that.
I'm going to slightly alter my description of what Pretorius did. He didn't so much wag the finger. He put the finger up to give him out, then put the finger away and shook his fist in celebration, Pretorius. But he deserved that wicket for this spell.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Let me bring Anthony back in here, Richard. You've got an update. Let Anthony come back in and I'll move.
Ed Barnard is on his way out. There are still 140 deliveries left in this match and 6 wickets to claim. And Somerset now will believe that they are still in this, and they've been persistent, they've stuck with it. There were times coming out after tea that they maybe didn't believe quite so much. But Latham caught and bowled by Overton, and now Bethel skying the ball and being caught by a very calm Tom Abel, who did well to hold his nerve under that very high ball.
I tell you the other factor, Richard, which is this ball is reversing.
It is, yeah, they've got it to go again.
Pretorius is getting it to go. And it was about this stage, perhaps a little bit later in the Warwickshire first innings, that it started to go, and it just changed the whole complexion of the game. So I think this is game back on again as far as Somerset are concerned.
Oh, it distinctly is. It distinctly is. Ed Barnard, who missed out in the first innings, is on strike to Pretorius. It's full and he comes forward in defence. Just to say, matches drawn: Durham against Sussex, Essex against Hampshire, and Nottinghamshire against Yorkshire. Excellent effort today by Tom Wesley and Michael Pepper, who both made hundreds for Essex to save that game against Hampshire. And Leicestershire and Glamorgan is a draw in Division 2. Those games are all done. A couple of good finishes in prospect in the other games. The other 3 matches are all very much alive. And this most definitely is now. Such a willing workhorse, Pretorius, but he has guile and he has this ability to really work the ball to get it to reverse. He comes into bowl once more to Barnard, who leaves this alone outside off stump. So 23 overs to go, 6 wickets required, and no handshake at 5 o'clock now, Anthony.
No, definitely not. Not with the way the ball is behaving out there. And Somerset have still got Matt Henry up their sleeve as well.
Yeah. And you can understand as well why Craig Overton saved Pretorius and himself and got a lot of overs out of the way early on for Jack Leach, who bowled well, particularly with the new ball. Got 1 wicket. Henry got a wicket with the new ball as well. But he's kept energy up his sleeve. They worked very hard in the first innings, particularly him and Pretorius. But now Warwickshire have still got to dig deep.
Well, the wicket of Sam Hain is absolutely crucial, one would have thought.
Yeah.
So Craig Overton's going to bowl another over. He's got Tom Kohler-Cadmore at first slip, Tom Abel at second. He's in, bowls a bouncer, which is given as 1 for the over. So he's got 2 slips. He's also got 2 catching short mid-wickets for Sam Hain.
It's interesting that he's got a deep square and long leg is quite square as well. He's got 2 out there. I don't see Hain taking on the short ball the way that Jacob Bethel did in Pretorius' over.
Overton in and bowls to Hain, who comes watchfully forward, plays it up the onside of the pitch. 131 for 4. Somerset have got 22.4 overs in which to take the 6 wickets that they need. And if they could remove Sam Hain, that would be a major obstacle out of their path. As Overton is in and bowls and Sam Hain defends. I think it'd be fair to say that Miguel Pretorius is getting the ball to reverse more than Craig Overton is. Craig Overton's he's running in hard and banging it into the pitch, but he's just not getting that shape on it that Pretorius has managed. Here's Overton again down the leg side, and Hain looks to help it on its way, but makes no contact. I mean, the classic example of that was the one where when he bowled to Jacob Bethel and Overton went up and with James Rue for the catch, and as you rightly observed, it wasn't that Bethel had got a nick on it, it was just a late swing that Pretorius produced that made it look as if it had taken the edge.
And Pretorius knew that it hadn't. He
did.
He joined the appeal as a late comer.
Absolutely.
But he has bowled a terrific spell.
Got a leg slip now rather than a second slip. Well, we have got a second slip because Tom Kohler-Cadmore has just moved slightly to his right at first slip. As Overton is in and bowls to Sam Hain. The irresistible force is bowling at the immovable object at the moment.
Well, there'll be plenty hoping that he's immovable for another 22 overs.
Well, he's more than capable, Sam Hain, of keeping Somerset at bay for 22 overs. Overton bowls to him down the leg side. And it goes between wicket keeper and leg slip, and Overton has his head in his hands. Would have been a very sharp chance, it has to be said. And it's gone for 4 runs, and it's Sam Hain's 53 from 131 balls with a 6 and 8 fours. Well batted.
But he nearly fell into the trap. The fox had set his lair, and like a helpless bunny, he's nearly fallen into it. Bethel effectively fell into Pretorius' trap. That was a good one-on-one battle, but it's a shot he'd love to have back, that's for sure.
Nice to see James Rue and Ed Barnard exchanging a laugh at that, as to how nearly it was that Sam Hain fell into that trap.
It is a 4th successive championship half-century for Sam Hain. 2 against Worcester, 2 against Somerset. And he would prefer that he'd converted at least one of those to 3 figures. He was undone on 78 in the first innings by an absolute jaffer from Jack Leach. And took an edge and was caught by Overton at slip. It was as close to unplayable as you're going to get. So Pretorius will keep on going. Got 2 leg slips here as Barnard mistimes a drive. Because the second go on the leg side there is too narrow to be a leg gully. So 2 orthodox slips. And then sort of 3rd and 5th leg slip, if you like. And that's where they fancy that bit of lateral movement could lead. We're under a minute away from a report for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Nice tight field this. Square leg is quite short, mid wicket is quite short, mid off is short. Plenty of traps there as Barnard guides the ball underneath the rather weary Tom Banton, who didn't reach it. They get a single. Makes the score to 136 for 4. Now, that was a tired bit of fielding from Banton, who spent a lot of time crouching close to the bat today, which probably hasn't done a lot for his back. Was it Banton in the first place? He's moved.
Josh Davey.
It was Josh Davey. Okay. I saw the 8. Missed the number on the start.
Banton's at mid-on.
He is now. I can see him now. Couldn't see him at the time. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have still got work to do if they're going to save this game against Somerset. They've got another 21.5 overs to see through on 136 for 4. Sam Hain's reached his 50. He was a little bit lucky. He got it just inside leg slip to go to the boundary for 4. He's just been joined by Ed Barnard after Jacob Bethel got out to a poor shot, skying a pull high into the air. Tom Abel taking the catch off the bowling of Miguel Pretorius. 21.5 overs to go. Warwickshire 136 for 4.
That last delivery from Pretorius outside the off stump and through to James Rue. The apparently imperturbable Sam Hain just wanders down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod.
He looked a bit perturbed yesterday when he ducked into a bouncer.
He did, but he didn't seem any the worse for it.
Yeah, there was a concern for a while, wasn't there? He looked a little bit wobbly.
Pretorius in a bowls down the leg side, and Hain just looked again just to help that on its way. He's got to be careful playing that shot. It's that shot that accounts for the 2, well, the leg slip and the leg gully. Yeah,
and actually that it is more of a leg gully now. He's definitely squarer than he was at the start of the over. He was there for Barnard, wasn't he? But now he's going back to more of a slip. It's almost a compulsion for Hain to play at that ball, it seems to me.
Well, as I said before, he was out that way at Taunton outside 3 or 4 years ago when he fell right into the trap that had been laid for him. Pretorius bowls full length delivery, which is driven but not timed. Matt Henry will pull it in and they'll come back for 2 runs.
He was doing a very basic striptease routine as he fielded that. The cap came off, then the glasses came off. If he'd had to run another 5 yards, he'd have to take the sweater off.
138 for 4. This tractor still cheering on Miggy down below us.
Long spell this either side of tee, isn't it? 9 overs, but he is the man that's getting it to wobble.
Here he comes again. In bowls, and Sam Hain for the umpteenth time gets a firm defensive bat in the way of that, turns it out into the onside. It's the end of another over. 21 overs remain in the day's play. In theory, 138 for 4. 55 to Hayne and 1 to Ed Barnard, who's just come in and hasn't had much of a strike.
That may be close to being a spell for Pretorius, I think. Judging by the shout that came from down below, that sounded a little bit like a congratulatory end of spell shout. I don't know. Could be reading too much into it. We'll see what Craig Overton chooses to do.
I'd keep him going for another couple of overs. I think he's the one who's getting the ball to reverse.
Yeah. Well, I suppose he might as well get all his bowling done in this spell.
Yeah.
Rather than thinking of coming back necessarily. One slip, one leg slip for Overton, bowling to Barnard. And that is full outside off stump, and Barnard is able to lift his bat out of the way. Leaves it alone. So nice, Craig, apparently. There we go. He bowled very well in this match. Lunch in the test match, Australia 65 for 3, so a recovery of sorts. They were 22 for 3. Kawaja 32 not out, Head 21 not out. Those two are going to have to do some sterling work. As Barnard pushes forward and defends into the leg side. Kent have moved in front against Lancashire by 8 runs with 3 wickets standing. Grant Stewart, not for the first time this season, with a rather impressive century down the order. 109 not out off 93 balls with 8 sixes and 10 fours. He's not done a lot of running for that 109. Matt Henry, is that wheeling his arms at the moment?
Yeah.
That short mid on. That one back of a length on a sort of leg stump line. Defended back down the wicket by Barnard. And no run.
Yeah, Matt Henry, I think, would be the last throw of the dice if Miggy Pretorius is indeed done. But I'd like to see Pretorius given another over. I think he's the one most likely.
That Pretorius shirt must take some cleaning after he spent all week shining the ball on it. Overton back of a length, and again Barnard stands up and just kills it out into the offside. Josh Davey comes in from cover. Good unit though. I mean, if anybody's going to challenge Surrey this year, you can see that Somerset are going to be candidates.
Yeah, they played very well in this game. Batted well in the first innings, well, for most of the first innings, rather a dismal collapse at the end, but 2 century makers and some really good bowling in the Warwickshire first innings.
Overton to Barnard, a short ball which he's pulling at with no need to, and he misses it, and it goes through to Rue. And given how much caution he played the first 4 balls with, you have to wonder why he's lured into that. You've got a leg slip in place. You've got Long Leg, who's failing as if to take the position with his hands as he would have done if the ball had come down to him. And it's a funny old game, cricket, what it does to the mind. Play your natural game is part of it, but it's not the be-all and end-all. So the final ball is left alone as it angles back, and I think he's judged that reasonably well, actually. A lot of the movement came after it past the stumps. End of that over, and who is going to bowl the next one? Is he going to go again, Pretorius? Judging by the conversation he's having with his teammates, he is.
Yes, he is. Yeah, quite right too. He's the main man for Somerset, just as a chat with his fellow quick bowler Matt Henry. No doubt being offered a word of encouragement. How many overs have we got left? 20.
Still time for this to get interesting. So, given that we could still be seeing a full 20 overs, I shall make way for Phil if he'd like to come and join you.
Thank you, Richard. That's Richard Wilford, who will no doubt be back before the end. We've got Pretorius in to Hayne, too far outside the off stump. No shot from Sam Hayne, who has 55 to his name from 136 deliveries. It's been a typical Sam Hayne defiant innings, keeping Somerset at bay. The epitome of solidity as a batsman. And he turns this away through the onside, and Tom Banton can't make the stop, and that will go for 4 through straight mid-wicket. over pitch from Pretorius, who must be getting a little bit weary. This is the 10th over he's bowled either side of tee. 9.1 overs, 1 for 26.
Yeah, it was a trademark Haynes shot, wasn't it? Just leaning in, firing it away through mid-wicket. He plays that really well. 142 for 4.
Hanging on to 59 with the half volley dispatched. Still got the 2 slips, just the 1 leg slip now. Tom Abel is at forward square leg, but not short forward square leg. He is in a catching position. Pretorius to Hayne, who gets another full ball and drives it down the ground. It'll just be the 1 as Tom Banton fields.
He might have been trying to deflect that back into the stumps there.
Yes, he did that with a ball in the first innings as well.
Yeah, he went down and sort of got a hand to it, and just looking at it on the replay, it just deflected, but didn't deflect into the stumps. It went back past them between him and the wicket. I don't know whether Barnard would have been out of his ground. I didn't notice that, but anyway, it didn't hit the stumps.
Barnard's on strike. He's just got the 1 run from 10 deliveries.
143 for 4.
Here's Pretorius into Barnard short, and this is pulled down to fine leg. Kept it down well, did Ed Barnard. Brings in 4 runs, 147 for 4.
I think this might be the last time the end of
yeah, Matt Henry's just jumping up and down, just getting himself loose.
He's bowled really well there, really kept pressure on, and he could have ended up with a couple of wickets easily, a couple more wickets easily.
Yes. Here he comes then. We've got 2 balls remaining in this over. He's in, bowls short, and this is, and Tom Abel says, where's that gone? Where has that gone? It wouldn't have been a catch in any case. It's gone for 4 is the answer, well away from Tom Abel.
That's happened a few times in this game, Anthony, where the fielders have actually lost track of the ball completely. I wonder whether it is difficult picking it up against this pavilion, and because it's a high old building here, and whether
it's quite dark as well, isn't it?
So whether they just lose it in the background.
150 is on the board. Not that that really signifies anything very important. And Archie Vaughan's being sent back to where that ball landed, off the bat of Ed Barnard, who has moved on to 9 with successive boundaries. Last ball of the over, Pretorius to Barnard, and down the leg side, and this time wisely he lifts his bat out of harm's way. I suspect that may be the end of Pretorius, although I don't know, because Matt Henry's actually coming on in place of Craig Overton, so maybe Pretorius will get another over. 151 for 4.
Begins to look a little bit weary though, isn't he?
He is.
He's getting a pat on the back there as he walks off. So Henry will replace Craig Overton at the Birmingham end.
Last throw of the dice.
Yep. We've still got 19 overs remaining, so this game, it's going to be a while. That wicket, last wicket, Jacob Bethel. Not sure what Jacob Bethel's got from this, other than he's actually been on the field in a red ball game, but not entirely sure how much he's been able to take from it, certainly with the bat out of this game.
Now we've got a semicircle of fielders. Stretching from Tom Kohler-Cadmore at leg slip, through James Rue to Craig Overton, through Tom Banton, through
it's a
Tom
complete
Lamberby.
circle. Look.
Oh look, there's a complete circle. Yep. Extraordinary field as
he flicks. Hayne flicks this one off his pad down through backward square, but gets a single for it. So will they keep the same field for? No, not for Barnard. So
they've got
yeah,
long leg and deep square leg.
Yeah, Ed Barnard's forced 2 out of the round of the circle. It literally was a circle of fielders all round Sam Hain, and you don't. That's not a regular position. Even now, there's still 8 in the circle as Barnard leaves this one outside the off stump. So we've got two either side on the off. What sort of a mid wicket and a silly mid off, or a short mid on, a short mid off. A man out at short extra cover, backward point, and then leg slip, an orthodox slip, and wicket keeper, and they're forming. When you're looking down on it, it just is a complete circle. As in comes, Barnard just runs this one down as Henry comes in again to bowl that ball. Barnard just stands and lets it hit the bat and run down into the gully. Calder Cadmore does the fielding. So Barnard on 9, Hain on 61. Again, Henry comes in from that Birmingham end and bowls, and Barnard punches it again out into the offside, and there's no run.
There's just not much happening for the bowlers from that Birmingham end, though, is there?
No, there hasn't. Warwickshire's got how many wickets did they get from that end? They got 5. I'm just trying to think what off the scorecard. I think they got a few wickets from that end, but there wasn't a lot happening for the seamer. Oh, this one is no foot movement from Barnard. Chops the ball down into the ground as he looks to cut it away square on the offside. And the thick bottom edge goes down into the ground and could easily have crashed back into his stumps.
Well, Rocky Chody got his wickets from
He
that
got
end,
his
didn't
Rocky Chody got all his wickets from that end,
Yeah.
didn't he? Yeah. So there's certainly 5 there. But for the seamers, it hasn't been a lot. This next one is pushed back, and there's no run. That's the final ball of that over. 18 to go. Bamber got his wickets from this end, didn't he?
This
Yeah,
end,
he was from this end. Hannon Dolby got his from this. Yeah, I think it was really Rocky Chody was pretty much the only one.
Pretorius is going to bowl another over.
So we got that, read that really well.
It'll be his 11th in this spell. He has had a break for tea.
I noticed the flag had gone, so it must have been taken.
Oh yes, it has.
Yeah, nipped down at tea time.
Safely in Polly's case.
Yeah.
On its way back to will be on its way back to Taunton. The team coach
On the flagpole on next week.
Yep. Well, no, not that one, because that is.
Oh, is that the away?
The away
oh,
flag.
Right, that's the away flag. Oh,
Yep.
Okay.
That Warwickshire could do with a new flag, because there's this distinctly fraying at the edges.
Yeah, it's tatty, isn't it?
Right. Pretorius, 2 slips, a leg slip, and a leg gully as he bowls to Hain, who punches this into the offside. There should be 2 runs here as Matt Henry puts in the slide, and they come back for a comfortable 2 runs. 154 for 4. Hain on to 63 from 140 deliveries. And if Warwickshire do draw this game, which still seems much the most likely outcome, they will have a lot to thank Sam Hain for.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. He's 78 in the first innings, joint top scorer with Alex Davis, and again, another good innings.
Pretorius bowls and Hain defends, and there's no run.
His 4th consecutive championship score in excess of 50. 2 against Worcester in the game which was Raids ruined before the T20 started.
Has he been getting runs in the blast as well?
Yes, he has. I'll tell you, he's does his usual sort of thing. Sam Hain in the blast. He's take 234 runs so far.
Pretorius bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Hain.
Yeah, he's been steady without, without sort of being his usual.
Well, he's out in the championship. He's averaging 42.7. So, but
that was helped, of course, with that 87 not out in the last innings at New Road.
So
it's
11
that's the
innings,
sort
just 2 not out.
that's the sort of average you would expect from Sam. He's there or thereabouts with 1,000 runs most season.
Pretorius bowls and Hain just waits for that and plays it into the covers. And Tom Abel, the irrepressible, comes charging in to do the fielding.
By his standards, he had a poor season last year. Didn't quite get up that many runs, but he missed a few games at the beginning of the season.
Well, his career average is just around about 40.
Yeah.
Which is, so he's one of the best players not to have played Test cricket for England.
Yeah.
As Pretorius is in bowls, rather a wild bouncer that was taken by James Rue, where a second leg slip might be.
He got a couple of one-day international appearances against Ireland, but that's all it's been. That's his only representative cricket.
But you'd have thought that he's got the same sort of technique as his mentor Jonathan Trott, who was a very, very successful Test match batsman for England. Pretorius in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Sam Hain. 17 overs remain. Somerset still needing 6 wickets to seal what would be an increasingly unlikely victory, but they have played well in this game. Somerset batted well in the first innings and bowled very well yesterday to put themselves in with a chance of taking a win, albeit on a pretty good pitch. And with the Kookaburra ball, until it goes a little bit soft and starts reverse swinging, doesn't offer the bowlers anything.
I think looking at this, I think Warwickshire would, it would be fair to say, have played second fiddle for most of this game. That Somerset have been on top for most of it, and have looked, of the two sides, the only ones who are likely to have forced to win. From Warwickshire's point of view, just scrambling those last few runs yesterday, probably in the end, has helped them avoid defeat. I think if they'd had to follow on, they might have been in deep trouble. This first ball of Henry's new over is left outside the off stump.
You're saying you don't believe Steve Kirby when he says they weren't going to enforce the follow?
Well, no, I don't, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it would. It seemed to me that that was the only way you were going to get a result from it, other than the total collapse over 2 sessions, which on this wicket I couldn't see how that was going to happen. This next one sees Barnard push it away into the offside, and there's no run.
Yes.
So
on the other hand, I don't know. I mean,
Steve Kirby actually said last night they wouldn't have enforced it.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Right.
But,
I didn't know he'd said that.
But that wasn't the impression that was being given by the way Somerset were approaching their task.
No. This one is short outside the off stump, and almost there was like once Warwickshire had actually avoided the follow-on, there was sort of almost like a shrug out there as well, which I thought indicated that they would have knows all this business. Oh, the bowlers are tired, but if you're going to push for the victory, that would have been, I think, the way to go.
And Somerset have a track record of enforcing the follow-on, given the chance.
Yeah. This next one down the lifts and goes across, and Barnard in the end doesn't play any sort of shot. Well, he couldn't really. It moved, prodigious movement across him, and good take behind the stumps by James Rue, prevent that going, because it absolutely flew past Barnard. Henry still getting a little bit out of this wicket. He's in. Barnard leaves this one outside the off stump.
Jack Leach warming up or doing some practice bowling actions. So we might see a few more overs from Leach, but I would have thought with nearly 53 overs having been bowled with this ball, it's reverse swing that offers Somerset the best chance.
Yeah, absolutely. This next one is kept out by Barnard. Another over ticked off. And the sun comes out. So the one thing about it, I don't think we have any problem with the light. We've been throughout this whole game. We had one period where it got a little bit murky. The floodlights were on, but generally the weather in this game has been. We've been blessed with it, I think.
Jack Leach is indeed going to bowl what I suspect will be a final spell.
So we're into the last hour of this match.
Jack Leach to bowl from the pavilion end. Two batsmen are having a chat in mid-pitch. And I think the main threat has finished his spell. Miguel Pretorius, who bowled really well. Only picked up the one wicket of Jacob Bethel, but getting the ball to swing and move off the seam. So we're going to have two slips and a forward short leg. Although Tom Banton is moving out to mid-on, in fact. So just the two slips as close catches. Jack Leach will renew his duel with Sam Hain. Hain on 63 from 145 deliveries. Leach bowls. This one doesn't bounce very much, and Banton quickly across to his right at mid-on. Prevents the single.
Yeah, it did keep quite low, that one. It was short enough for Hain to be able to get just scoop it out into the onside.
Leach to Hain, who stretches right forward to kill the spin. Craig Overton standing there with his arms folded at first slip, legs akimbo, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore very similarly positioned as Leach bowls, and Hain lets this go through outside his off stump, turning away, but too wide from Jack Leach. Feel that the end may not be long delayed as Leach bowls to Hain, as right forward again.
Yeah, we're not really seeing that much. Leach, who I thought when they had that new ball was going to
it looked very threatening, didn't
he? Yeah, but as the ball softened.
He's in the bowls. It's edged, and I'm not sure if that was a chance or not. It went between the two slips, and I think it landed just short of Tom Kohler-Cadmore's left hand. But nearly a chance.
It was nearly. It dissected the two slips perfectly. If he'd have actually took a slide rule out for that, he couldn't have found the spot any better.
Leach to Barnard, and this runs off the face of the bat out into the offside. So good over from Jack Leach, but no joy. He's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 47.
Just when we're saying nothing's happening for him, he gets that one. Just draws the false shot. But Barnard survives it.
And Craig Overton just having a word with Jack Leach. Not sure what that signifies. And Tom Abel comes across and congratulates him as well.
So 15 overs to go. I think if we're going to have Henry bowling at the one end and Leach, who gets through his overs really quickly, are probably not going to get too many more than the 16 overs in during the last hour, if we go that far. there's no rushing of players to get round to try and squeeze more overs in here at the moment. Maybe if a wicket were to fall, we might see a pick up in pace. Anyway.
I'm sure we would.
Hayne has a look round.
We've got this ring field again, haven't we? It's not quite the perfect circle it was before, but it's not far. It's more of a diamond.
In comes Henry to bowl, and Hayne is pushing this one up to short mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, we could really do with the two corners of the diamond coming back into where they were before. This might be a little more like it. Craig Overton's gone up to have a word with Matt Henry. This one is played out into the offside, and there's no run. Hayne just ticking off the shots. He's placed 152 deliveries now for his 64. He's done his absolute utmost to try and see Warwickshire get this secure at this draw, which would be 11 points for them. 8 for the draw and 3 for the bonus points. This one again is played into the onside, and we have got 14, is it 14 points we said for Somerset, isn't it, from this game? 6 and 2. Oh, sorry, 4 and 2.
14-11.
Yeah, 14-11.
If it's a draw, it'll be 14-11.
Yep. Just trying to quickly do the maths. So he's the man in the middle of the circle, Sam Hayne here, as Henry comes charging in and bowls, and Hayne drives, but drives straight to Overton, who's at short mid-off, and there's no run. The crowd now, I think, is probably down, as we look out on here, less than 50, who have stayed on to watch this gripping finish. It really has thinned down. Not been great throughout the match, I have to say. It's been pretty thin throughout. This one is played away through the covers by Hayne, reaching out. Don't think it's quite going to make the boundary. It's pulled up just inside, and they will get back for 3 runs.
Yeah, good wholehearted piece of fielding by Tom Banton, especially considering he's wearing those fielding pads.
Yep.
Scooped the ball back, did a somersault over the boundary rope, and Josh Davies sent in the return.
I think a harder ball would probably have made its way to the boundary and made the chase unnecessary, but as it's softened now, with nearly 60 overs old, getting that way, it just didn't quite have the legs to get there. Henry comes in, the final ball is over, and this one is turned down to square leg, a strange looking shot.
Very odd.
It was almost like swiveled and helped it on its way. It was a most peculiar shot, but he gets a single for it. 159 for 4, and I think Henry will be out of the attack. I think it's just had a little tap of the hand from Craig Overton, so probably the end of his spell, short spell. Jack Leach will continue at the pavilion end.
Yep. Well, only 14 overs remaining now, and still 6 wickets to be taken. And apart from that little bit of reverse swing from Miguel Pretorius and a loose shot from Jacob Bethel, there hasn't been much to encourage Somerset hopes of taking these last 6 wickets. But Craig Overton's giving it everything that his team have got. Tom Kohler-Cadmore on his knees now at second slip as Leach is in and bowls, and Barnard stretches forward. I'm not keen on slip fielders on their knees. It restricts their lateral movement too much. Leach bowls and gives this one a bit more air, and Barnard stretches forward. I think it's in response to that edge that didn't carry to Kohler Cadmore in the previous Leach over.
Yeah, it became quite fashionable, that, didn't it, on your hands and knees? But
this is tossed up and driven, just for a single. Vaughan will field. It was Marcus Trescothick was the one I first saw on his hands and knees at second slip, and it would have been to either Jack Leach or Don Bess when Somerset were winning games of cricket on turning pitches down at Taunton. Cyderabad, as it was known.
This is the only match still going on in Division 1. All the others today have been finished as draws.
Draws, yeah. And I rather fear that that's going to be the fate here.
Yeah, you would think.
Leach then to Sam Hain, who's forward, pushing that into the offside. Certainly as long as Sam Hain is there. Can't see Warwickshire being beaten. But if Somerset were to remove Sam Hain, different ball game.
Yep, absolutely.
Leach bowls, full toss, driven, and there's a easy single as Henry moves to his left to field. 161 for 4. The score is almost irrelevant. At least the runs part of the score is almost irrelevant. The wickets part of the score certainly not. But it still says only 4. Leach to Barnard. Again, it's over pitched and driven, but there won't be a run this time. And that's another over done and dusted for Jack Leach. It's his 20th over.
I think that could be it.
I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah,
they've decided.
It is a draw, with Somerset taking 14 points and Warwickshire taking 11. And I think it'd be that's a pretty fair reflection, I think, of the balance of the game. Somerset have had the better of the game. That 498 that they made in the first innings, which could have been at least 100 more if they'd batted with rather more application towards the end of that innings. But 2 lovely centuries for Tom Kohler Cadmore and Tom Lammonby. Warwickshire making a very good start in their reply. 158 for 1 overnight on Saturday night, but not Saturday night, losing down to the Monday night,
Tuesday morning.
Into Tuesday morning, and then Somerset came roaring back, picking up wickets, but and in the end a target being set, the pitch and the Kookaburra ball defying Somerset's efforts to take 10 wickets, and not least a very stout, defiant innings from Sam Hain, who finishes
68 not out.
68 not out. Well batted.
For 157 balls, so did the job. I think Warwickshire probably as much as they could have expected to get out of that game, and Somerset on top for most of it. A little bit like the early game we had here this season against Sussex, that Warwickshire come out with a draw, having probably played second fiddle for a large part.
All of which means that Somerset will go into 4th place in the county championship with 106 points, 3 points short of Sussex in 3rd with 109, Notts leading with 127. And Warwickshire will go into 5th place with 104 points. So both sides take a useful haul of points from this intriguing game of cricket. But in the final analysis, the real winners were this pitch and the Kookaburra ball.
Yes, I think Somerset very creative throughout to try and come up with a win. A good 5-wicket haul for Rockacholi on his debut as well. But I don't think anybody would be too disappointed if they don't play another 4-day game on a hybrid this season. My thanks as always to Anthony Gibson. Great to have him up here in Birmingham for the duration of these 4 days.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Great fun. Thanks to Phil. Thanks to Dermot Reeve, who was with us for the first 3 days as well. These two teams will both be back in action next Sunday in their next championship games. But on behalf of everybody here at Edgbaston,